Welcome to the Power BI course. Power BI is one of the most powerful business intelligence tools out there, helping professionals analyze and visualize data with ease. So, guys, whether you are a beginner or looking to enhance your skills, this course will guide you through every step of the way, from basic concepts to advanced features. We will begin by understanding what Power BI is and why it's such a valuable tool for transforming raw data into meaningful insights. You'll also learn how to set up Power BI desktop and connect to various data sources and start building your first reports. We will also introduce the Power BI service where you can publish and share your reports for collaboration and analysis. In this course, we are going to dive into data transformation using Power Query, and also we are going to learn how to clean, reshape, and combine data sets before bringing them to Power BI. You will get hands-on experience with features like merging tables, removing duplicates, and splitting columns to ensure that your data is in perfect shape for analysis. As we progress, we are going to explore key concepts of data modeling and DAX, which is data analysis expressions. You are also going to learn how to create calculated columns, measures, and relationships between tables to enrich your reports. We are also going to cover common DAX functions used for aggregating, filtering, and calculating data, which are kind of essential for producing insightful analysis. We will also focus on creative interactive visualizations and reports. You will learn how to choose the right chart types, customize visuals, and make your reports more engaging with slicers, filters, and tooltips. Plus, we'll show you how to use Power BI's dashboard features to combine multiple visualizations into single interactive view. By the end of this course, you'll be able to confidently build and share compelling reports and analyze data in real time and make data-driven decisions that can help you and your team to succeed. Now guys, before we move ahead, here's a short quiz to test your knowledge. What is the main purpose of Power BI? And your options are connecting to data sources, building visualization for analysis, creating data models, or all of the above. Also guys, just a quick info, Simplilearn has got data analyst course. You can earn a data analyst certification after the completion of this course from Simplilearn and also receive Microsoft certificates upon completing Microsoft courses. You're also going to gain hands-on experience with the latest tools and you're going to work on real-world projects to sharpen your skills. This course is in collaboration with Microsoft Azure, and this program prepares you for the high-demand roles in data analytics, providing you with the knowledge and tools to succeed. So guys, enroll today and take the first steps toward becoming a skilled data analyst. So guys, before we move ahead, I request you that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the notification bell icon. So let's get started.
Now, what is Power BI? Power BI is to keep it in a short and just an accurate uh, definition, it's a self-service business intelligence tool. Okay, self-service business intelligence tool. Okay, now let me write this down here. You will get better what is Power BI. Okay, and I said Power BI is a self-service business intelligence tool. Okay, now here there are two parts to this. First is that it is a business intelligence tool. Okay, now business intelligence, let us understand. You may have heard of this term business intelligence, but let us understand what is business intelligence. Okay, so business intelligence is setting up a system or processes that continuously convert your raw data into meaningful insights. Okay, setting up a system or processes that converts your raw data into meaningful insights. That is what a business intelligence means. Let me write this up. Okay, setting up a system or process which continuously converts raw data into meaningful insights. Okay, meaningful insights. To give you some examples of business intelligence, now you some of you are working in the banking industry, right? Now, as a layperson, let's say on a day-to-day life, you may be receiving many calls from banks, right? That okay, I'm calling from HDFC Bank or Axis Bank, and I want to. Someone would say that okay, sir, you are maintaining good records, banking records, your transactions are healthy. We want to give you some personal loans or some car loans or some other loans, right? Would you be interested in that? Now, it's not like HDFC is calling everyone in the world, right? They're not calling everyone in the world. They are specifically calling you. And why they are calling you? Because they have the information that you are a person whom they can get benefited from by giving more loans, right? Because you have good, uh, healthy records, you have maintained good balance, whatever, right? Your score is good. So they're calling you, correct? And how do they know whom to call you? There are hundreds of callers, right? So and they need to be busy. They are calling hundreds of people on a daily basis. So there is a business intelligence system which is running and which is providing them the list of all these people whom they can call. So with the phone number, with the name, all the information about their transactions, all of this information is available to them, and then they are making these calls. Now this is a business intelligence system. Okay, so there is your raw data. Your raw data could be in their databases or from your whatever banks databases, servers, wherever your data is available. That data, there must be some system which is pulling all those data, which is maybe doing some cleaning transformation and finally presenting it to these sales persons with this format that they need to just call these people in the order of the priority. Okay, that is a business intelligence system, correct? Or you take any industry, any nowadays, all the industries everywhere, business intelligence systems are there. Okay, you talk about, let's say, now government agencies, right? So even for government agencies now, if any of the any people, individual or any businesses, if you fail to pay your taxes, you will be called, you will be sent notices, right? There has to be some business intelligence system which is providing this information to them. They are not searching each and everyone's data one by one manually. It will take years to get to the list of people who are defaulting on their taxes or anything. So all of these, everything is through business intelligence. This has become core for running any businesses. Okay, so this is about business intelligence. Okay, now traditionally what used to happen, and when I say traditionally, we don't need to go too far back in the history. If we just go 15 years back, 15 or 20 years back, um, what used to happen was there used to be multiple big systems. Okay, for example, a business user who has some questions about the data. Let's say I own a retail store. Okay, now there are thousands of customers that I'm getting on a daily basis. They are purchasing, you know, thousands of products, different types of products, and I need to know that, like, how much customers I'm getting on a daily basis, or how much customers I'm getting on a monthly basis, or what is the average uh, sales per customer. As a person who is running this business, they need to know these information. So earlier, what used to happen was all this data about the customers, they were fed into the databases, and retrieving the information from the databases were not that straightforward. So there used to be a technical specialist who can, write the complex queries to get these answers, right? How many customers came this last month? What is their average spend, right? Which is the most purchased product? Those kind of questions. So that person would write queries and will get the answer of those, and then will give these answers to the business user, right? So this process itself was time consuming because there is dependency of multiple systems, multiple people, and it used to take more time. Nowadays, we have self-service business intelligence tools. As the name suggests, self-service, it means that a user can handle these tools on their own. So as a business user as well, you can directly connect to the systems. You can connect these tools to the systems where your data is stored. You can directly pull the data from the databases to these analytics platforms like Power BI, and you can just by some um, with little more technical knowledge how to model the data and how to create visuals, you can do all these analysis yourself. And these systems are like continuously connected, so you don't need to do this exercise again and again. Once you have done some analysis, the data will continuously feed into your system and you will get these insights automatically. So this system will always be in place, and it is fully self-service. You do not need dependency on anyone. That's what self-service business intelligence tools are, and Power BI is one of those. Okay. Now, Power BI is not alone. There is, of course, there are other tools as well which falls in the same category. So, for example, other self-service BI, let's call it BI now, business intelligence tools. So there are plenty. There is Tableau. You may have heard of this tool. Tableau, Click, Tableau, Click, Domo, Looker, Spotfire, and there are plenty. There are more than there are more than I would say there is no count. If you talk about the top ones, there are more than 20 to 30 players which are at the same level as Power BI. But Power BI is right now among the market leader. Okay, Power BI and you can say Tableau as well. Both of them are pretty good. Power BI and Tableau are neck to neck, but there are other tools too. Okay, now if we compare these tools, self-service business intelligence tools, we have Power BI, Tableau, Click, Domo, Looker, Spotfire, right? What do these tools do? What is the main feature? What is the main functionality? So all these self-service business intelligence tools, they should be able to connect to the data through different data types. Now there can be different types of data, right? Your data could be your data sources could be different. Now, if you are, let's say, you're working in a company, and in one company there can be data coming from different sources, right? And there should be a tool which should be able to connect to as many sources as possible. When I when I say data sources, I mean that, let's say, then I would not say types of data sources, but I would say data sources examples. Okay, what kind of data sources? It could be just some files, right? Files, and when it comes to files, it could be some Excel files or CSV comma separated files, right? These are some file types of data sources. Excel, CSV, text files. These are files. So there are files type of data sources. Then there can be databases, right? Databases, right? Now in SQL course, you may have used some databases. So there are different types of databases. Databases like uh, MySQL database or SQL Server database, or they can be different other databases. Nowadays there are many databases, right? So they can be Access database, for example. They can be different other databases. Yes, Oracle, right? Oracle database. So they can be different types of databases, or they can be some systems with which you may need to connect. Let's say some systems like you want to connect to let's say you are handling your finances through company's accounting through some accounting tool, right? Some accounting tool. Let's take an example of, let's say, QuickBooks. QuickBooks is an accounting tool, right? Everyone, QuickBooks is an accounting tool. So data coming from QuickBooks or Zoho, yeah, correct, or Zoho or some other tools. So then there are these different systems or different other platforms which could be providing the data, which could be sources of your data, right? So a BA tool should be able to connect to these data sources. So so the features are connecting to the data source. Then they should be able to do some cleaning of the data sources. Then they should be able to do some other transformations, some other calculations. Finally, you should be able to visualize your data. And when it comes to visualizing your data, what kind of features the BI tools have in terms of visualization, what kind of charts it can make, what kind of customizations it can do, right? So then it comes to different features that these BI tools provide. Okay. Then there are, after these things, then you would also want it to be seamlessly working. There should be, you should be able to share your reports with other users. All those factors are there. So when you compare these tools with each other, you compare with all these features. Okay. So features, these are the features related to just, let's say, BI tool features, right? So features could be data source support, right? How many data sources it support. Then when you're connecting to a data, then how much size of the data it can handle, right? So size of data. So there is all these considerations when it comes to comparison. Then overall functionalities, visualizations, functionality, all the configuration functionality, all of those comes into play. Another part which is also very important when it comes to adopting any tool is the cost consideration. Cost, how costly the tools are, whether the organizations can afford it, whether it is good for scaling the businesses. So all these features come into play. And when you compare all of these together, then some of the platforms work better in some parts, some perform better in some other part. So that is how, like, these tools are eventually compared, and one becomes successful, others do not become that successful because of how much these functionality, these features are provided, and how good the platform works over the period. So many of the tools fail to provide good services across all these parts, and that's why they are not that well, accepted, or their market share is not that much. Okay, whereas Power BI is at the sweet spot. Okay, so the Power BI's USP is, number one is that it's by Microsoft. It's by Microsoft. It's a Microsoft's product. And most of the people use some or the other tools of Microsoft. And it becomes easy for Microsoft to sell Power BI. And even for the users, it's easy for you to use Power BI because you're going to find it very similar to the other um, services from Microsoft, like the Excel or Access. You will find similarity, and you will also find good integration of these tools. So since it is a Microsoft product, it's very well, like very well maintained, as well as very well supported with other applications. So it's a Microsoft product. That's first part. Second, it's user friendly, easy to learn. User friendly, you can learn quite easily. It's not going to take a lot of learning. By the end of this course, you'll have very good understanding of Power BI. Other part is it's not costly. So when it comes to even organizations to adopt Power BI, it's not that costly if you compare it with other competitor products in the market like Tableau, Domo, Click. It's much economical as compared to those products. So that is also one of the reason why Power BI is adopted. Okay, we'll come to the cost, licensing cost, all of these we are going to learn. But these are the main USPs, that it is Microsoft, it is easy to learn, it's not costly, and it gives you a very good range of features, functionality, and overall, it's like the tool itself is very good overall, overall features. Okay, so that's why it's that popular and it's emerging. Among all these products, if we leave maybe Looker, Power BI is has launched after all of these products, yet it has gained more market share because of these things, because of these features. And it's also very important for any product or any service to keep the quality, to keep those their platforms error free, and just giving good service. Power BI has worked very well. Okay, so that is the reason. I'll just quickly give you this comparison as well on Excel, SQL, Power BI. In fact, Power BI in its first release in 2015, it actually was released as an add-in in Excel. It was just an add-in in Excel. It was not even a separate full-fledged product. It was an add-in. I forget the name, what it used to be called at that time. It was some BI something something. I'm forgetting the name. Uh, but it was launched as an add-in to Excel. Okay, and later Microsoft realized that you need to have a separate product which specializes on data visualization. Okay, and that's where Power BI was launched separately as a separate product. So when it comes to MS Excel, okay, MS Excel, it is a tool to uh, to work with small volume of data. Okay, it's a tool which works with small volume of data. So when it comes to small volume of data, you can do some, you can store the data in Excel files, you can do some analysis, you can write some formulas, you can do some analysis, you can even create some visualizations as well in Excel. Excel in itself is a really powerful tool. Okay, but it's a low scale tool. It's also used for data analysis, data storage and analysis, but it can handle only limited data. And also everything that you work with is a local storage, right? Everything is stored within that file. Okay, so you cannot have something which is where multiple users can collaborate. It stays within a file. Okay, so you can in MS Excel you can store, store, manage, and analyze data, and it is used for smaller data volumes. Okay, so as long as your data volume is small, you can use Excel. When the data volume of when the data volume is has increased, like is as when the data volume has become bigger, there is a need to have separate databases, right? Because you cannot store all your data in Excel or any of these local small tools. You need to have databases, right? So then came the requirement of the databases. So you can store like hundreds of millions of records. You can store as much of data as you want. You can have the databases of different memory, different storage limit. You can keep it as per your requirement. Okay, so you can store very high volume of data in databases. Okay, databases used for storing for volume of data. Okay, and you can store in whichever way, like you can create multiple tables. You can when it comes to even um storing the data in databases, there are a lot of things that comes into play, like how you would want to organize data, how many tables you need to have, what kind of content should go in different tables. So that all comes into a database administrator's part. Okay, how they keep the schema of the database. It is also called schema. Schema means how your tables should be, what all content should be there in those tables. But at a very broad level, we would require databases. Okay, databases. And to talk to the databases, you require a language which can talk to databases, where you can write some expression, some queries, and it will give you some data based on that query, right? And that is done through SQL. Okay, that language is called SQL. SQL. Now, I'm sure that you all have learned about this, but this would be a refresher for you. SQL stands for Structured Query Language, right? So this is the language used to communicate with structured databases. Okay, language which is used to communicate with structured databases. Like if you need to query some part, you'll write those statements, select something, something, right? From this data where you will write some where clause, right? You will group by all those things. I'm sure that you have learned this in your last course. And so this is about Excel databases, SQL is, and then you have with SQL, you can get some data in return. That data would be in tabular format, rows and columns based on what you are querying and what the output of that query is. Correct. Then comes Power BI. Power BI, as we now know, that Power BI is a tool that can connect to different data sources and it can do some data cleanup, transformation, data modeling, all of that. And then it can visualize the data in through different visualizations, and it can make a fully interactive reports in Power BI, reports or dashboards in Power BI. Okay, that is what Power BI is. Now let us learn about the tools in Power BI. What are the different tools? Earlier I said that in Power BI there are multiple tools that work together and that makes your full Power BI ecosystem. Let's know about tools, tools in Power BI. Which are those tools? So first is Power BI desktop. First tool is Power BI desktop. Power BI desktop is a desktop application, which means that you need to download it, you can install it on your desktop. Okay, this is a desktop application and it's a completely free desktop application. You can just download it, you can use it, you don't need to pay anything to Microsoft. Okay, it's completely free and it's fully featured. There is no like restrictions on the features. This is fully featured, fully loaded Power BI tool, which comes for free. Okay, Power BI desktop, local application, but it is a Windows application. It is a Windows application. So this is one limitation that is with Power BI, that Power BI desktop can only be installed in Windows operating system. Okay, so you need to have a Windows operating system for you to use Power BI desktop. In this course, we are going to do a lot of hands-on and we are going to use Power BI desktop. So you need to ensure that you have a Windows operating system for using Power BI desktop. Okay, this is a Windows application free tool. Okay, so if you have Windows application, if you have Windows operating system, then well and good. If you don't have, then you need to use a Windows application. Okay, it does not work on any other operating systems. So just this is one limitation. Now, what is Power BI desktop used for? Power BI desktop is used for basically you can do your entire development part in Power BI desktop. Okay, Sairita, no. If you have a Mac, it won't work. Okay, you need to have a Windows operating system. Okay, it does not work on Mac, unfortunately. So either you need to arrange for a Windows operating system or you can create a virtual machine on Mac, a virtual Windows machine. Just search for it, how you can create a virtual Windows machine on Mac. So with Power BI desktop, you can connect to the different types of data sources. You can do everything. You can do the data cleaning, transformation, all of those. You can create your visualizations. Basically, all the development part you do with Power BI desktop. Okay. Once you have developed a report, okay, then you would want it to be like you would want it to be consumed by other people too, right? Someone else would be using that report or would be a stakeholder for that report. So to share your report with other people, you use another service called, name is called Power BI service. Okay, the name itself is Power BI service. Okay, Power BI service is a, this is a online application or a cloud application. Okay, this is an online application, and all you need is a web browser to just log in on Power BI service. And if you have appropriate permission, if you have appropriate license, then you will be able to share the reports that other person has created on Power BI desktop, and they can share it with you, so that you don't need to install anything locally on your machine. You can simply log in on Power BI service and view what is shared with you. Okay, so for collaborating with other users or sharing with other users, you use this platform called Power BI service. Okay, so this is an online application and it is a paid tool. It's a paid tool. So you have Power BI service. Another tool that is similar to Power BI service, and the only difference here is that you can access your uh, organization's account, Power BI account, but not through the web browser or your other devices, but through mobile. So there is a mobile application of Power BI. Okay, so there it is called Power BI Mobile. Okay, it's nothing but a mobile application. Okay, used for viewing published reports on mobile device. Okay, so Power BI Mobile is just a way of consuming the information that is published on Power BI service. One with second one, you can consume it through any devices, through your laptop, through PCs, through tablets, through mobile, through a web browser. Okay, online application. Okay, web browser based. You need to have just a web browser. While this is an existing application, this application is available for both, for Android users as well as iOS users. So you have this available for both. Okay, mobile application. This is just for viewing the content. For creation purpose, anything that you need to create, you primarily use Power BI Desktop. This is the tool that you use for creation. In Power BI Service as well, you can do some extent of creation or some customization. To some extent, you can do the creation and customization, but primarily you use Power BI Desktop. Okay, Power BI service, the main use of Power BI service is to collaborate with other users and share. While Power BI mobile is just for viewing, whatever is there, you just view it on mobile device. That's all. So for data from the in the reports to be continuously updated and taking the new data from the sources, there is another tool which comes into play, which is called Power BI Gateway. Power BI Gateway. Okay, this is a tool which helps in data refresh in on Power BI service. So once you have published the report on Power BI service, once it is available for end users to consume, then it should not be a one-time report and the data is just outdated. After some time, data becomes outdated. No, you would want it to be continuously updated. So If we are looking at sales information, then as the day goes, as the weeks goes, the report should also be updated with the latest data. So for that, data must be refreshed in your reports, and that is done through data gateway. Gateway are used to make connection between the reports published on Power BI service and the data sources. And using that connection, you can continuously refresh the data. We are going to dig deep into all of these in detail, but I want to give you an overview of these tools. Okay, so this is what the architecture is. Now let us also look into this just once again, understanding once again how everything comes the into play and how the architecture looks like. Okay, same thing that we just spoke about. So the first piece is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop, a local desktop application with on which you can create the report. How do you create reports? To create report, you should be able to first connect to different data sources. It could be some cloud data sources, SQL server, different files, whatever different systems are. You can connect to those systems. You can bring the data into Power BI Desktop. You can create your report on top of that data. Once your report is created, once it is developed, and you would want to share it with other users, okay, then you publish the report on Power BI service. Okay, you publish the report on Power BI service. Power BI service is a cloud application. Okay, Power BI service is a cloud application, online application where you can publish your report and it lives on a online environment. Okay, no longer it is a local file. It is online, available to be consumed by users who can log in on Power BI service. So the end users who needs to consume these reports, they can simply log in through their mobile or through their, they can consume through mobile, through tablets, through their laptops, whichever way, just log in on Power BI service, okay, and consume the report. That there lies your end users. Okay, so here are your end users. These are your end users. Okay, this is where your end users lie. Okay, whatever reports are there, these will be consumed by the end users. Now, for these reports to be fully functional, for these reports to be running, we use gateway. So gateways allows the data to refresh continuously in Power BI service so that these reports always remain up to date. Okay, so this is the full architecture of Power BI with different tools that we just spoke about. Okay, we'll just quickly talk about the Power BI licenses as well very quickly, and then we'll move to downloading and installing Power BI desktop. Okay, that will be the next step. So before we do that, let us just quickly understand the Power BI licenses. Okay, licenses. Okay. So in Power BI licenses, there are four types of licenses that comes into play. So first is that when it comes to Power BI desktop is a free tool. Okay, you do not require any licenses or anything. You can download, install, you can use it without using any license. Licenses are required when you want to use Power BI service. Okay, so whenever you want to collaborate with others, you want to use for organization purpose, then you will require licenses. Okay, so in Power BI service, when it comes to Power BI service, you can have four types of licenses. So first is you can have a free license. Okay, free license. So as I said earlier that it is a paid tool, but there can be a free license as well, but it's as good as like only for your own purpose. It is not used for organizations, but there is a free license too. Okay. What happens with the free license? With the free license, you can just create your cannot with the free license cannot be used for creating shared workspaces. Now I'm throwing these term workspaces. We'll get more familiar with this. Workspace is like whenever you are working on Power BI service, it's as it is on cloud, it's online, then you need to have some workspace. Workspace could be, let's say if I'm let's understand it with an analogy of Google Drive, right? When you are creating anything on Google Drive, you can share a folder with other user, right? A workspace is similar to that. You can have a folder which is not shared with anyone, or you can have a folder which is shared with multiple other people. Workspace is similar to that. So in Power BI service, we have workspaces, and with free license, you cannot have a shared workspace, which means you cannot work with anyone else. You cannot see anyone else's workspace, neither you can share your workspace with anyone else. Okay, so cannot be used for for shared workspaces. It's can be used for your personal work, can be used for your personal work, and yeah, so free license you cannot be used for shared workspace. It's it is used for only personal work. Okay, just your personal kind of your personal online space. That's all. With free license, you get you get 1 GB of data storage. Okay, total 1 GB of data storage overall. So there is this free license. Then when it comes to paid licenses, there are multiple paid licenses. First one is Power BI license name is Pro or Professional. Okay, commonly known as Pro, Power BI Pro license. So with Pro license, of course, you can create shared workspace. Shared workspaces can be created. Then with Pro license, you can create a report which can, in that single report, it can have up to 1 GB of data volume, its own memory data volume. Okay, so up to 1 GB of data model limit. Data model limit means within one single report, it can save up to 1 gigabyte of data within one report. And you can publish multiple reports. And for multiple reports, you get up to 10 GB of total storage limit. 10 GB of total storage limit. This is for one user. So if there is an organization, and in the organization, if there is one user license only, then that user can save up to 10 GB of data on Power BI service. Okay. But if there are, let's say, 5 users, then collectively it can have up to 50 GB of storage. So it can be used collectively, which means that one person can use 40 GB while the remaining four can use up to 2.5 each, or whichever way. Collectively, it can be 50 GB. So per user limit is 10 GB. per user. Okay. And when it comes to data refresh in Power BI service, we learned that we can do the data refresh through gateways. And with that data, with that gateway, we can also schedule data to refresh. Okay. There is also a feature of scheduling the data refresh so that you don't need to manually do it, but at every specific time, it will just trigger the data refresh. Okay. So with Pro license, we can have up to 8 data refreshes per day. It can be scheduled or it can be on demand, but up to 8 data refreshes in a single day. This is Power BI Pro license. Now you don't need to memorize all of these things. I am just giving you this information. This will be useful for future for you. Uh, but this is just to give you context on different licenses. Don't memorize it, but we'll just understand the differences of different licenses. There is a pro license, then there is a, okay, I'll also share the cost of this. Cost is, it used to be $10 up until earlier this year, but now they have increased it to $14 per user per month. Okay, $14 per user per month. It used to be $10 till March. From April, they have updated it to 14. The third is Power BI premium license. So with premium license as well, I'll just reiterate all these points, but just update what is the difference. So with premium license, of course, you can also create shared spaces. Here, your data model limit can be up to 10 GB and your storage limit can be up to 100 TB. But that is overall, not per user, but overall 100 TB. That means overall using organizations using Power BI Premium, you can have up to 100 TB of data storage. Even data refreshes can be as frequent as every half an hour. So total 48 data refreshes per day. And the cost is slightly on the higher side. This is 24. This was also used to be 20. Now it is updated to 24. This is Power BI Premium. Okay. With Premium, there are actually two types of licenses that comes. This one is Premium per user type license. Okay. Then there is another one which is also called Power BI Premium, but this is per capacity, which means for an organization, you can have a capacity for the complete organization. And there it's slightly different that you can, although these parts, data model limit, data storage limit, this is all same, but here you don't have to pay per user limit. Here you need to just pay per organization, a fixed cost of 5,000 per month. Irrespective of how many users you have, you will have to pay just one $5,000 per month. If you have 100 users, 10,000 users, 1 lakh users, 1 million users, doesn't matter. You have to pay a 5,000 fee per month. Okay, this is per capacity license. Okay, so these are the 4 types of licenses that are provided by Power BI. So now let's get started. Let's start downloading Power BI Desktop, and then we will do more of hands-on. Okay, so I'll share this link for you to download Power BI Desktop. Very simply, you can just go to this. I'm sharing the link in the chat. Okay. So Power BI desktop download link. Before you go to that link and start doing any kind of download, I want to remind you a few things that Power BI desktop, it is a Windows application. You need to have a Windows operating system. Only then you can use it. So if you land on this page, you can see at the bottom, you will see the requirements, system requirements. In the system requirements, the supported operating system is Windows 10 or onward. You need to have a Windows operating system. Okay. So you need to go to Windows operating system and then you can do download and install. Okay. Secondly, when you go here on this page, you click on download button, and in the download button, why did it start downloading? Okay, it has started downloading directly. Earlier, it used to give you the option of downloading 64-bit or 32-bit. Not sure why now this is not asking. But if you see here, this file that is started downloading is x64. Okay, underscore x64. This is this means that this is compatible with 64-bit operating system. 64-bit operating system. So nowadays, most of the systems are 64-bit operating systems. But in case you're using some older systems, 32-bit operating system, then let me know. And I'll ask you to download a 32-bit compatible version of Power BI. Okay, you can check whether your system is 64-bit or 32-bit. And accordingly, then you can download this. Okay, just for checking, you can just go on your My System or My About My PC. You can just type About My PC in the search bar and it'll tell you what your system type is. Okay, you can check and then confirm and then you can download it from here. After downloading, it's a simple installation, just a simple installation. You don't need to do anything customized. Just install it on your system with all the recommended suggestions. Just go ahead and install it on your system. So if you're using a Mac, then um, you can look for, just search for virtual windows on Mac. Okay, it's just search for the options for hosting virtual windows on Mac, and you'll get couple of options. There would be some paid services, okay, like Parallel or some other services, paid services that you may have to use. Okay, you can search and look for virtual windows on Mac, and you'll get some options. You can use that option while you don't have Windows operating system. Great. So I believe now everyone has downloaded and installed Power BI Desktop, and also you have downloaded the datasets folder. Okay. So we will learn about the Power BI Desktop briefly. We are going to discuss about the basic overview of Power BI Desktop, the UI, the different components, all the building blocks of Power BI Desktop in a bit. Before moving to that, I will just share a standard development stages of Power BI project. Any project, whatever that you're developing, there are these standard stages through which you need to go. Okay. So let us talk about that. Okay, so Power BI development stages. So the first stage is that your data could be lying in different sources. You need to connect to the data sources. Okay, so first stage is data source connection. Okay, so you need to make the connection in the data source. Once they have connected to the data source and you have brought the data from the source into Power BI, then sometimes it may happen that the data is not properly formatted, it is not clean, there are some uh, things that you need to clean up, there are some blank values, there are some redundant columns, redundant rows. You may need to do some data cleaning and data transformation. Okay, so we do the next step is cleaning and or rather data cleaning and transformation. Okay, data cleaning and data transformation. Once you have cleaned the data transformed, then the next step would be if you are using multiple tables, you may need to create so when there are multiple tables, you may need to create connections or I would say relationships between the data between these tables. Okay, so whenever there are multiple tables, we need to do modeling. Modeling means relationship between tables, and modeling also means that sometimes you need to also do some calculations because your the fields which are there in the data may not be sufficient. You may need to do some other calculations. Okay, this all comes under data modeling. So the third stage is data modeling. Okay, within data modeling there are two parts. One is building table relationships, and next is creating calculations. Okay, you need to do new calculations. Once you have created this part data modeling, that means your data is all ready to be visualized. Okay, you have all the fields, you have everything, all the relationships, everything is in place. You can start building your visualizations. So the fourth stage is data visualization. Okay, you visualize the data, and when you create multiple visualizations and you create interactions between the visualizations, you create a holistic story through visualization, that is called a report. Okay, so the next step is report development, that you do your data storytelling through a report. Okay, that is the fifth stage. And the last is once the report is developed, then you share the report with other users. Sharing reports with other users. Okay, so these are the six stages that in which you will do all the development irrespective of which project you're working on. Data source connection, data cleaning and data transformation, data modeling, data visualization, report development, and sharing report with other users. Okay, now let's get started one by one understanding this and see which tool we use where. So first up, let's explore the data connection part in Power BI Desktop. Okay, so let's start with Power BI Desktop. Okay, so when you open Power BI Desktop, it will open a window like this. For you, it may be showing some different window depending on uh, Like I'm using slightly older version of Power BI. If you're using a latest one, since you're downloaded now, it may be showing some different options at the top. Where you need to go is, you must be seeing, all of you must be seeing this option of blank report. Okay, blank report. Just click on blank report. Okay, if you click on blank report, it will take you to the home page where all of us would be seeing the same UI. Please remember that Power BI desktop is a free tool. You don't need to do any sign in. Okay, don't, if you're getting that prompt to sign in, don't sign in. You don't need to sign in. Sign in is required when you have a Power BI service account. Okay, sign in basically links your Power BI desktop with Power BI service. Since we have not created any Power BI service yet, you don't need to sign in. You can use without signing in. Okay, if you get that prompt of signing in, just close that. So let's understand the UI in a bit, and then we will understand how we can connect to the data. So here we see many options. So at the top, in you will see firstly, it'll say, it will tell what report you are opening. Okay, so it will have that untitled Power BI desktop. So untitled because we have not saved our Power BI report. Okay, that's why the name is untitled. When you have any saved report you open, it will display the report name at the top. Okay, for now, for you as well, it must be saying untitled Power BI desktop. Below this, you have your ribbon. Okay, or you can say different tabs. Okay, you have different tabs with all of these tabs having different options. Okay, you have home, insert, modeling view, all of these. Okay, you can say that these are your menus or ribbons. How we call ribbons in Excel, right? This is quite similar to how you have the, at the top you have these menus, tabs or ribbons in Excel as well. It's similar to that. Okay, you have many of these tabs. We'll learn different options that you get in these tabs as we progress. Then at the this right hand section you have your panes. Okay, these are called your panes. So whatever that appears like this to the right, particularly these options to expand and collapse. Okay, these are all panes. Okay, panes. These are called panes. Okay, so within panes you have these name of these panes, like this is visualization pane, or there is this data pane, or there is this filters pane. All of these are panes. Okay, we'll once again we are going to explore this in detail, how to use visualization pane, how to use data pane, how to use filter pane. But these are your panes which are used for creating reports. Then in the left hand side as well, you will see some options. These are called your views. Okay, views. So if you go here, left hand side, you have these icons which represent different views in Power BI Desktop. So mainly in Power BI Desktop, you have to go through these three views. Okay, there are three views that you have to work with. First view is called report view, where we are right now. Okay, we are on the report view. In the report view, you see at the center, you see this white space. Okay, empty white space. Okay, this is where you build your visualization. Okay, and this space is also called your canvas, where you build your visuals. Okay, this is called your canvas. Okay, canvas is where we build the visual. Okay, when you are on report view, you will see the canvas at the center. The next view that we have is a table view. Table view is where you will see whatever data that you have in Power BI desktop, all those data you will be able to see in the tabular format. Just the rows and the columns, you will be able to see that in the table. Okay, this is the table view. Right now we don't have any data, that's why it shows all blank. But this is table view, shows your data in the tabular format. Just below the table view, you have model view. Model view is where we can see the different tables and the relationship between those tables. Okay, so if there are multiple tables, you will see those tables in the form of like these cards and lines, which denotes relationship between these tables. Okay, once we bring with data, then we will be able to explore this further. But these are the three views that you will be using. Then there are some new views that has been added like Dex query view, and if you are using the newer one, there may be one more view which is added at the bottom. But these are just some new views with which you can just do some uh, just practice or some Dex code creation. Mainly, you work with these three views. Okay, and remember these three views: report view, table view, model view. Okay, report view is the eventual view that the end user looks at. Okay, end user with whom you are sharing your report on Power BI service, they don't see the table view, they don't see the model view, they only see the report view and they only see the canvas. Okay, that's where your end results are visible. So you have your views here. Okay, and when we are creating reports, then you have a choice to create report either of one page or multiple pages. Okay, at the bottom you can see the pages, so you can have one page or 10 page or 15 page, as many pages as you want. Okay, if you want to create a report with multiple pages, simply click on this plus button and it will open a new page and keep on creating new pages as you require. Okay, so here are your report pages. Report pages. All right, so this is the brief overview of the UI. Now let's learn about the first part, which is connecting to the data. So Power BI right now is hinting you to do something. Okay, that's why it is saying that okay, add some data to your report. That's what it is saying here, that right now there is nothing in your report. You can add data and you have some of these options: add from Excel or from a SQL server database, or just paste some data or use some sample data which is available. So we need to add some data. These are some of the favorites for the data sources which are listed here. So now we are going to look at the data sources which are available. So to view the full list of data sources, you can go to click on under home, you have this get data button. Okay, so from home, you click on get data. Like you need to click on home and then get data. And within get data, you can see some of the common data sources. You can go here. If you want to see the full data sources, you can just click on this more. Okay, you click on more, it will show you full list of data source connectors which are available. Okay, so as I was saying earlier, that you can connect to different data sources in Power BI Desktop, be it an Excel file, CSV file, text file, databases, some systems. So for any of the data sources, you need to specify the connector. Okay, so these are the list of the connectors which will work with these kind of data sources. So whenever I need to work with an Excel file, for example, I need to use this Excel workbook connector, then press connect, and then it will allow me to connect to my Excel file. Or if I am working with a, let's say, a SQL Server database, I need to connect. Click on the SQL Server database, press connect, and then add more details about the database, and it will allow me to connect to that database. So these are connector names. Okay, these connectors are specified. This is the full list, or you can also see this by the type of connectors here. So if I only look at file type connectors, these are all the file type connectors. Okay, if I look at the database type connectors, these are all the different databases that I can connect to. Okay, I want to go for some Microsoft Fabric based connector, a Power Platform based connector, Azure, other services, online services. I have all of these different connectors. So all in all, there are about 70 plus connectors which are present. Now, how do we use any of these connectors? You need to first select the connector and then provide the whatever requirements are for that connector to you work, right? So, for example, if you are using a SQL Server database connector, if you select this and press connect, it will ask you for more information about the SQL Server database. So, what is the server name? Okay, or what is the database? Okay, if you want to connect to this with some advanced options like writing a SQL statement, you can do that. Okay, so you first select the connector and then specify whatever details that you need to that you is asked, and in some cases you have to also add the authentication, because it's not like every data is available for everyone to use. Today I cannot uh, use the database which is, let's say, of some other organization, correct? I have to have permission to use that. So then you need to also authenticate yourself in order to make the connection. So it will also ask you credentials like your username, password, those kind of details. So you need to do all of that, and then your connection would be established. Okay, so depending on where your data is, you need to specify that connection, that all these details. Okay, in these connectors, there are many connectors available over here. Some of the connectors are like just require just some directory information, which are file type connector, like whenever you're using files. So I asked you to download some of the data sets which we are going to use, and where we don't need to provide any credentials, username, password, because those are locally present. So we can use those. We'll use them for some practice purpose. Okay. One of the interesting connector that you can use is whenever, let's say, you are accessing the data online through some, let's say, data available through web. Okay, then you can also use a web connector. Okay, there is a web connector. Okay, web connector. So it, if I go to web and press connect, it will also let me connect to some data through the URL. Okay, this is specifically used whenever you are trying to connect data through APIs. Okay, if those who have used APIs through making connections or have worked as a data engineer, they would understand that you can use APIs to connect to. Okay, so you can use web connector in those sense. Normally, when you're using Power BI, the basic architecture is that if you are working with some data, let's say you have your data, let's take this as an example, that you're working in an organization and you have data, you have, let's say, some data is in your let's say there are some systems which stores your some of the data, let's say sales related data. Okay, there is a system. Then there is a system which stores your, let's say, marketing. Okay, or there is another system, because there are these different platforms which do all of these, like sales, or your CRM data is some other system, then your marketing data is in some other systems, then your accounting data. Okay, your accounting data is in some system. So what happens in most of the scenarios in the BI projects is that there will be some data engineering processes which are there, which will bring all these data from different systems into one single data warehouse or one location. Okay, so there can be a data warehouse. Okay, this is one data warehouse. Okay, data warehouse where all of this data from different systems will continuously be fed. Okay, data is fed into this data warehouse. Okay, so data warehouse is nothing but this is a database. Okay, and the difference between database and data warehouse is that data warehouse, as the name suggests, it is a warehouse. So this is where all your historical data, overall large volume of data with historical dates data, everything is stored in the data warehouse. And you use data warehouse for the data analysis purpose. Okay, so there will be systems where you will get the data stored into data warehouse, and then you use your BI tools to pull data from the data warehouse into your BI tools. Let's say your, let's say Power BI. Okay, so this is your BI tool, or you can say this is Power BI. Okay, so Power BI will, rather than connecting to these individual systems, it will connect to this. It will pull the data from the data warehouse. Okay, and then it will, you can create your reports, and it will sync with the data in the data warehouse. Okay, that's how when you work with large scale data, with large scale projects, that's how the processes are. Okay, now this data warehouse can be of different, any kind of, this can be on cloud, this can be on some of your uh, own servers, wherever it is. Okay, and this process of bringing the data from different systems into a data warehouse, this process is called data ETL. Okay, data ETL, sometimes ETL or sometimes ELT. It stands for extract, transform, load. Extract, transform, load. Sometimes it can be called ELT as well, which is you do extract, then load, and then transform. Okay, what does this ETL process is? That it continuously extracts the data from these different systems. It, if the data is not proper in the proper format, then it does the transformation, and then it loads it into the data warehouse tables wherever the data is. So there will be multiple tables. It'll continuously do this ETL process. Okay, so the data is all updated over here, and then to build Power BI report, you connect to this data warehouse. So here, please understand this part, that this part, this part, this part, this part is a separate process. Okay, you don't do anything over here. Okay, this part is done by the data, whoever is the data engineering team, not a BI developer's role. Okay, so the data, they will uh, create processes that will automatically extract the data from these systems and continuously load the data into the table, which means that this data is always updated. Whatever that you work, that you connect with the data warehouse, this is always updated, or this is the responsibility of this team who is doing this. Okay, that the data is updated in this system. This is updated in this system, but you are working with Power BI. So then you need to connect to this system with Power BI. So if you need to have your data in Power BI updated as well, then you need to schedule refresh in the Power BI so that it fetches the data from this data warehouse. Okay, you still need to refresh the data to bring data from data warehouse to Power BI. This part is still required, right? Although this is updated, but you need to bring it to Power BI. That is your objective, correct? So for that purpose, you will still require the data to refresh. Now let us connect to some data and let's understand how Power BI can read data, how does it look like, and how do we do the further steps. Okay, so I'll give you a very uh, simple example here of connecting to just some HTML tables. Okay, that is data on web, and for data on web, sometimes uh, the pages that you try to connect to are secured, so you'll not be able to connect. But sometimes those are unsecured, so you will be able to connect. So there are these public pages there you can connect. So let me give you an example. I hope this should work. Let's say I go with any Wikipedia page. Okay, this is the world population page result, right? This is the page. Now this is an HTML page. Okay, this is on web, okay, online, and this is open to public, right? And also there could be encryption on the HTML page as well for some of the pages. But here I don't think that we'll be stuck. So on this page, if we, let's say if there are any tables or not. Okay, so we do have some tables. So this is one table on the HTML page. Okay, this is another table. Okay, and there can be, yeah, few other tables are also there. There are other tables too. So in Power BI, you have a connector called web, which we just saw. There you can use these URLs to connect to any uh, page that can be accessed through the web connector. Okay. So what did it do here? That it connected to this web URL, and it then displayed that okay, within this link, this web page, it could identify these many tables. So all the data that is in the tabular format, it could identify, and it has given us the list of those. Okay. So after the connector, it takes you to the navigator page. Navigator page is where you choose which tables you want to load, which tables you don't want to load. Okay, it gives you full list of it. So here, if I want to just see the preview of these tables, what data does it have? Just click on this table and you'll be able to see preview. Okay, here you will be able to see some initial, some 50 to 100 records over here. Okay, so this is one table, then current population by latest census. This is another table. and so on. Okay, so you got these different tables over here, and you can see a quick preview of what data they have. So in the navigator page, you will be able to see all the tables that are there in that connection. Okay. Now, if you're connecting to a database, then it will give you list of all the tables that are there in the database. If you're connecting to an Excel file, then it will give you list of all the sheets within that Excel file. If you're connecting to a, let's say this HTML page, then it will give you all the tables that are there in that HTML page. So far, it has made the connection, but it has not loaded any data. Okay. It is asking you from this connection, which data do you want to use? Now, let's say this is, if I want to use um, this one, let's say global annual population growth table, okay, which has this yearly population data. Okay. Let's say I want to use this for my analysis. I don't want to use any other table. I want to only use this one. Okay. So you select the checkbox next to it. As long as uh, when you select it, it'll turn green, right? Green tick mark. And you notice that as soon as you select, as soon as you selected this, you got these options at the bottom, which were not available there, whether to load or transform. Okay, these options were grayed out earlier. When this was not selected, these options were grayed out. Okay, because we did not have any data to load or transform. So first we do the selection from here. Select. Okay, then we get these two options, either to load or transform the data. Okay, so there are there are two paths that we can take. We can either load the data. When we load the data, it will simply load this data into Power BI desktop. Okay, which means all these rows, all these columns will be imported, will be loaded here in the table. Or second option is that before loading and transforming, if I need to clean, if I need to do any data transformation or cleaning, then I can do that first, and then after cleaning the data, that table I want to load. Okay, so I will use this transform data option over here. Okay, so click on transform data, and as soon as you click on transform data, tell me if you can see the Power Query editor window. A new window opened altogether, a completely new window. Do you all see Power Query editor window? So now if you notice that we have two windows of Power BI here. If you click at the bottom, there is a Power BI desktop window. There is a new one Power Query editor window. Okay. So why these two windows? Earlier we had only one window. Now these two windows have appeared. Okay. So if I go back to the notes here, and in the stages, you do the data source connection that we did. Then we can do data cleaning and data transformation. For data cleaning and data transformation, what does data cleaning data transformation means? That whatever raw data that you have connected to, it may it may not be 100% clean, which means that there can be some blank rows, some null values, some um, wrong format of the data, some um, uh, let's say some redundant rows are there, some columns are there. So you can do all these data cleaning and data transformations before you load the data into Power BI. Okay, and for doing this data cleaning and data transformation, there is a built-in add-in called Power Query that comes into play. So Power Query is a built-in add-in in Power BI. You don't separately download it or keep it. This add-in is also available in Excel as well if you have seen it. But this is the add-in. This is also there in Power BI as well. So whenever you click on transform in from Power BI desktop, it'll take you to Power Query or Power Query editor to perform those transformations. Okay. Now in Power Query editor as well, there are a lot of things and it's a very powerful tool. Okay, it's a very powerful tool which will allow you to clean transform data. Okay. So now in Power Query as well, you will see this many options here as well. So in Power Query, you have many options. So here you have your menus as well. At the top, there are many menus here with different options. So you have your menus here. Okay. You have menus over here. Okay. You have here in the right, you have the query setting, some settings over here. We'll touch upon this in detail. Okay. And then whichever tables that you have are listed over here, tables or queries are listed over here. And at the center, you see the preview of your data. Okay. This is the data preview. Okay. How does your data looks like? Okay. Now look at this data in the current preview and tell me if you see any problem in this. If you see any problem that needs to be handled before we load this data and do our analysis. Tell me if you see any issues, any problem in this, anything wrong with how this data is at the moment. So here the problem is that how this table was created on that HTML page. They tried to give the data type, okay, data type below as a row itself. Okay. So this is basically the data type that they want to give. Like yearly growth is in percentage, yearly growth, this is a number, right? Or this density, they did not give anything. So some have these nulls, some have these data type example, right? But when we analyze the data, we cannot keep this as a data row. So we have the first, we have the headers. So headers are proper. This represents year, this represents population, this is yearly growth, right? This is yearly growth in numbers, right? And then you have the density. So this is all header is fine, but row number one is not actually the data, correct? This is not the data. So we need to get rid of this first row. This row is incorrect. This needs to be removed. Your actual data would start from row number two. Okay. So these kind of data cleanings can be done in Power Query very easily. Okay. Very easily. So what you can do is one way, there are multiple ways with which you can handle this. One way is you simply filter this out. Okay. So what I'll do is, let's say from the yearly growth field, there is this drop down. I go and deselect this percentage and keep everything as selected. This will work as a filter. Okay. I applied this filter. So go ahead and apply this filter on the year growth. So we have just created, added one filter here. And now let's say I'm okay to use this data as it is, although I can make some more changes, some more updates on this. But let us assume that this is now fine. I'm all good to start analyzing this data. Okay. Or do the data modeling on top of this. This is all good from the cleaning and transformation perspective. Okay. So then I will go and click on close and apply. So there is this, if I want to save the change that I did, and load this data after making this change into Power BI desktop. Then I press close and apply. Okay, so now you click on close and apply, and as soon as you do this, click on close and apply. Now the data will start loading into this Power BI desktop. Okay, you will see the data is now loading into Power BI desktop. Okay, so automatically Power Query window will close and the data will be loaded in Power BI desktop window. Okay, whatever data that you are filtering out, removing, and then loading, your data model size will be only that much. Okay, so you should always try to reduce your data as much as possible at the Power Query stage itself. Okay, so now we have the this data loaded. Okay, and we can see here in the data pane now this table name has appeared, and if you expand on this table name you will be able to see all the fields that are there in this table, all the columns. Okay, so here the table name has appeared. Right now we are in the report view. If we go to the table view, we will be able to see everything in the tabular format, all the rows and the columns here. Okay, this is in the table format. Whatever is the total number of data, total number of rows, you can view that too. At the bottom, it says that this is the table and these are the number of rows that we have loaded. Okay, so we can see how much data is loaded here, full data. We can also go and see the model view here. Currently in the model view, we have only one table, so that's why this card with only one table is there. Once we have more tables, we can also see the relationships, etc. We can also establish relationships. Okay, so we'll go back to the report view, and now I will just create one visual which will show me how the year over year what my population looks like. Okay, what my population looks like. So what I'll do here is, now we are at the report view. Okay, in the report view you will be able to see visualization pane, right? You will be able to see the visualization pane. Okay, in the visualization pane you have different types of visuals. Okay, I'm going to use one of the visual here. I'm going to use a, let's say this second one, stacked column chart. Okay, this one I want to use. Okay, so just click on this visual, stacked column chart. If you hover over on this stacked column chart, click on this visual once, it'll bring the blank visual on the canvas. You can increase this size wherever you want to place. It's added on the canvas, blank visual. Okay, in this visual, this is a vertical bar chart, right? Vertical column chart. Okay, below the visualization pane, you have this visual configuration section, like where do you need to put fields for visual to appear. And here we have this x-axis and y-axis. Like we all have learned about the concept of x-axis and y-axis, right? This is the x-axis, this is the y-axis, correct? So I want to have years in the x-axis, years, and population in the y-axis. Okay, I want to plot it like this. So what you need to do is from here, from the data, these fields are there. Just drag the field year field, drag and drop it on top of the x-axis, this section. Okay, year, and population, drag and put it in the y-axis. Okay, so we've created our visual, one of the visual, which is, and you can expand, make it bigger. Okay, so this is how you can create your visuals, and this is how you can create your, we have created our first visual after doing some data cleaning and data transformation. Okay, now once this is done and you want to save your report, let's say tomorrow you want to continue on this work and you want to start from where you have left off, so you can go and save your work. Let's say I save it, go to file, and you can click on save as, file and save as. This will allow you to save your workbook, right? So I can go and save it as, you can browse anywhere on this device where your work needs to be saved. Let's say I'm saving it in this folder. I can call it, let's say, my first Power BI report. I give this name, and you notice that this save type is .pbix. So this is a Power BI file. Power BI files extension is always .pbix. Okay, so I can save this over here, and you'll notice now, as soon as I saved it here, there at the top here, now it's not saying the untitled file, but it is the name of the file that, and when was it last saved. Okay, so always whenever you're working, always save your work. Okay, and now whenever I need to, I can close it. Whenever I need to work on this again, I can just go, and here you will see my first Power BI report. This file is saved over here, .pbx file. Okay, I can click and open it and start working on this. Now, to connect to any data, we can go to get data, we can choose the connector that we want, and based on that connector, we provide the further details to connect. Okay, now once you connect to any data, the second part is that you may need to do some data cleaning and data transformation, right? And for that purpose, we use Power Query Editor. Okay, so let's take an example here. We are going to use the data set that you have downloaded yesterday. And from that data set, there is a data set called global superstore data. Okay, so everyone should be able to see among the data sets, there would be one global superstore data. Okay, do you all see that? This is an Excel file. Okay, so we are going to connect to this Excel file and we are going to learn how we can do data cleaning and data transformation, different types of options. So to connect to the data, you can go to get data. Within get data, since this is an Excel file, I will choose Excel workbook connector. We'll press connect, and then I will locate this file wherever this file is on my system and open. In this file, there are three sheets. There is orders, there is people, and there is returns. Okay. So this is a global superstore data. It contains the orders information from this superstore. And to be able to see what all columns orders contain, you can just click on this orders over here and you can see the preview of the data over here. Okay, so we have the order ID, order date, ship date, what is the ship mode, who is the customer name, segment, country, city, state, region, all the way going to the products, what products are purchased in that order. So product ID, which category, subcategory they belong to, what is the name of the product, and eventually how much sales was made, how many quantities were purchased, what was the discount that was applied, and what is the net profit from that transaction. So you have all this information from the orders table. Then there is people table. In the people table, you just have the people information, and people are just these person are for each region. You have the managers in the people table. So you have the people table, and then there is returns. So out of all the purchase order, whichever orders which were returned are listed over here, returned orders. Okay, so we have the order people returns table. Once you have gone to the navigator stage, then here you can choose one table at a time or multiple tables to add. We will add all of these tables here. Okay, so I will just simply select orders first, then people, then return. Okay, and then since I want to make some changes in this, some cleaning and data transformation. So the next part is after doing this selection, I will click on transform data. So everyone please do this till this part. It should take you to the Power Query window. Okay, make the selection and then press the transform data button. Okay, so we are here, we landed here in the Power Query editor window here. In Power Query editor window, we can see top at the top, we have these menu with different choices to make. Then you can see the preview of your data at the center. You can see the data preview over here, right? And you can see the query settings over here. Now, in Power Query, you are going to see this term query everywhere. Okay, query. So even here, you can see these are the tables that we loaded here. The name is called query. Okay, here also it is saying that this is a query or query settings. Okay, so why this is called a query, not a table? Because here we can make changes to the base table. Whatever table that was connected that you connected to from your data source, you can modify that. Okay, you can modify that. And because you can modify that in multiple steps, that's why it is called a query, that you are making changes, you are querying, you are creating a subset of the data, you're modifying the data. Okay, that's why it is called a query, not a table. Okay, but if you don't get confused, whatever is this is the table in when you load this into Power BI desktop, it will also be referred as a table. But here, since we are making changes, that's why the name is query. Okay, now in Power Query, you can make many changes to how the data looks like and before you load it into Power BI desktop. Okay, so far if you see this data, this is not loaded in Power BI desktop. Here if you see, it says that there are pending changes in your queries and no data has been loaded here, right? Currently the data is not loaded over here. Okay, so our data currently is in this Power Query. Whatever changes we make here and then we save it, only that much of data gets loaded in Power BI. Okay, so we are at some intermediate layer right now where we can make changes to the raw data. Okay, now whatever changes that we make to our data, that change is captured in this Power Query as a step. Okay, each change is stored as a step. Okay, each change is stored as a step, and you can always go and update your step or delete your step or modify your step. Okay. And where can you see those steps? Whatever steps that you apply, those steps are visible in the applied steps under query setting. Okay. Under query setting, you have applied steps. And here, whatever changes you make will be visible in these steps. Okay. Now you can here see that there are four steps already present here: source, navigation, promoted header, change type. Where did these steps come from? We did not apply any steps in Power Query. We have just clicked on transform data, but still we can see these steps coming in the applied steps. Okay, so these steps that we see here are running in the background when we were connecting to the data, when we were navigating, when we were selecting things, and it applied some of the steps by default. Okay, these were steps being applied in the backend. We did not do it explicitly, but these are there in the backend. Now, let us learn what it did in the background, what all steps it had applied, what did these each of these steps do. Okay, so here we can see the applied steps, and to view what exactly was done in each step, you can just go and click on that step. So the first step is source. Let's click on this and see what happened here. Okay, so in the source step, whatever action that we did, the code or the program of that step is mentioned over here. So there is this formula bar at the center above the table. Okay, this is called your formula bar here. Okay, this is the formula bar, and the code that you see over here, there is some code written over here. Correct. This code is written in M language. Okay, so Power Query, whatever changes that you do in Power Query, there is a code, there is a language that it follows. That language is called M language. Okay, M language or mashup language. Okay, so Power Query uses M language to execute any step. And we can see the code of that over here in the formula bar. Okay, now what did it do in the source step? You can see, you can try understanding this code. You don't need to learn how this M language code is written, but you can interpret it just by reading it. So it is trying to connect to some data, right? Excel.workbook file.contents, then this file location. So it basically connected to this file, and whatever step that is applied over here, the output of that step is visible over here. Here is the output. Okay, after that step is applied, what we will see as the output is here. Okay, so this is the output of each step. This step's output is over here. So when we connect it to this file, global superstore data, it could found that there are three things over here: orders, returns, people. There are three entities. What kind of entities are those? These are three tables. Okay, these are three tables. These are some other details, like what kind of details are this. These are sheets, and whether these were hidden or not. So these were not hidden, these were all visible. So we can see that at this step, it could identify all the different sheets. Then if we go to the next step, what we did it, what we did was, in the navigator, we chose to select all these three sheets, correct? All the three sheets we chose, and we then clicked on the transform. Now, since we are looking at the, if you see here queries, we can see different windows for individually different queries. Since we are right now looking at the orders query, so here the next step navigation says that we selected the orders here. Okay, from the three options, we chose orders here, and the output of orders looks like this. This is the table which is coming in the output. Okay, this is the table which is coming in the output. Okay, so in the next step, this has happened. Now, if you now read this data, it has these headers at the top, right? These are the headers, right? These are your column headers. And from this row onward, this is your data from row one onward. Okay, so these are the headers and this is the data. Now here we can see a problem, right? Problem is that first row is not actually the data row. It is the header of your data which is coming in the first row. Row ID is the header. Order ID is the header. Order date is the header. Ship date is the header. Ship mode is the header. So all of these are headers. These are not actually the data. And what Power Query does is automatically it scans through the values, all the values, and if it observes that in most of the columns, the first row data type is different than the rest of the data type, the rest of the rows, then it automatically performs this step, which is promoting header. So if you go to the promoted header, see what it did. It converted the first row as the header in the next step automatically. It promoted first row as the header just by scanning through the data and seeing the data types that are there. Okay, so it automatically did this part. If it had failed to do this, which it can do, we can also do it, and I'll teach you how we can do that. But so far it has saved our effort. It did it automatically. And then the last step, which is change type. Now, what it did eventually is also that it defined the data types of all the columns. Whenever you are working with any data, whenever you're working with any kind of data analysis work, then it becomes critical that you know what data type your values are of. So you have these different types of data types. For each language, there are different types of data types. Similarly, even in Power BI, you have different data types that you can use and you can assign your columns to. Okay, so let me share this over here. Okay, so Power Query. So the first thing that we learned about Power Query is that Power Query uses M language to execute the steps. Okay, so there is M language. You may be asked this question, which language Power Query use? So it is the M language or mashup language. Okay. Second is data types of in Power BI. Now there are 7 to 8 different data types, but mainly you can classify most of your data types into three major data types. Okay, three major data types. So the three major data types are, first is numeric. Okay, numeric data type. Second is text. And third is date. These are the three major data types that you will work with in most of your scenarios. Okay. Within these, you may have some sub data types, like within numeric, you can have whole number. This is a separate data type specifically available, or decimal, okay, or fixed decimal, or percentage. Okay, these are explicitly defined individual data type, but these are all from the numeric category. Second is text, and third is date. And within date as well, you can have date or date time or just the time or duration, these kind of data types, but all are part of date and date time category. Then you have some others as well, like Boolean data type, which is just true false values. But most of the time you will work with these data types. Okay. Now it is important that you give proper data types to your column values, because that help you optimize the storage of your data. If you define that, okay, this is the data type of my values, then it will allocate the storage accordingly. Okay. Also, when you will when you will try to analyze the data and use these columns, if Power BI knows that, okay, this is the data type of this, then it will automatically do aggregations or non-aggregation accordingly, right? It will know which type of data would be aggregated. Like if something is a text, then it will not be aggregated. You will not do sum of text values, right? It will not do. But if it is a number, then it will do the aggregations. Okay. So for as a best practice, it is always good that you define the data types. Okay. And the next step here, which it automatically performed, is exactly that. Okay. So right now, if you see in this all these columns, you can see just next to the column name, there is this part here which has ABC123 written everywhere, right? You will see that ABC123 written next to the column name. This part indicates the data type. Okay, this part indicates the data type of the column. And when it has this ABC123 symbol, it suggests that the data type is not defined. It is unknown. You have not defined it yet. Okay, to define the data type, you can click on this portion and it will give you a list of all the available data types that are there in Power BI. And you can choose what data type you want to assign to this column, right? Decimal, fixed decimal number, whole number, percentage, all of these different data types. Okay, now if I need to do right now, I need to do this individually to all of these columns, each and every column one by one, which is time consuming. So this part also Power BI did automatically for me. So if you just click on this last applied step, now you see against all of these column headers, there is a data type coming here. 123 represents whole number. ABC represents text. This calendar kind of a symbol, this indicates date. Okay, and so on. So all of these are assigned a data type. Now it may not be necessary that every time it will assign the data type correctly, because it's a machine, it's trying to interpret the data type based on the values, but it may make a mistake. So it's always a good practice that you recheck whether the data types are properly assigned to the columns or not. Here we have another query, which is people, and see what happened here in the people table. If you see the applied steps that are in the people table, on my case, I can see only 3 steps over here, right? There are only 3 steps. There is first is source, second is navigation, and third is change type. You see, here in this query, we did not see 4 steps. Here we saw only these 3 steps. I hope that for you as well, it is showing 3 steps. So what happened here in the previous example in the orders table, what Power Query did was it scanned through all the data, all the columns one by one, and it saw that when majority of your columns have a different data type for the first row and different data types for the remaining rows, then it appropriately promotes the header. It thinks that, okay, first row seems to be a header, okay, rather than a value. Okay, but in the people table, what happened here is that this name here, let's say first row is column one, column two, then second row is person and region, and then third is the person name and the region name. All of these are text data type, right? So even the first value is text, second value is text, the remaining values are also text. Here as well, everything is text. So it got confused because the data type is all same across, and that's why it did not promote the header on its own, and it left that decision to the developer who is working on this, that okay, you take a decision here what you need to do here. Okay, so here we can also make this adjustment. So what we need to do here, there is this just one step, one click solution here. You see here, use first row as a header. Okay, there is this button, use first row as a header. If you click on it once, just click on it once, it just promoted first row as the header, correct? But even then, your actual header is on the second row, not even first row. So just do it once again. Click on it once again. So you need to click on it twice to just promote second row as a header. Okay, so we can also handle it if we need to. Okay, now our headers are coming properly and the data is coming properly. Okay, now observe the applied steps here. Observe the applied step, that in the applied step, whatever new steps that you have added are getting added sequentially. Okay, you can see the steps are getting added sequentially. Okay, you can see it added, getting added sequentially over here. So when I did the first promoted header step here, I promoted the header. So it did this step, and then it also did one step on its own, which is change data type, which is just converting the data type of the first header. Okay, so this also, whenever you change any column header, it inspects the data type and assigns the data type. So that is automatically done. Okay, then you did it once again, and once again it inspected and once again changed the data type to these columns, right? So it did this change type automatically. Okay, now all these steps are added sequentially, and if we think that okay, some step is incorrectly added, maybe you want to change it, you can always undo the step. Okay, you can always undo the step. So to change any step, just next to the step there is this close icon, right? This red cross. If you click on this step will be deleted. Okay, so if I click on this step will get deleted. If I click on this one, the step will be deleted. So you can, whenever you think that any step is accidentally added or you want to delete it or create a new step, you can always go and delete these steps, and you can add your own step later on. So we'll once again add this. Okay, so these applied steps can be undone and can be redone too. Okay, now let's go back to the orders query once again. And here we can see our data. Now, let's say that you are connecting to the, uh, you're connecting to any data. and you have connected to the raw table. And when you connect to the raw table, you saw that there are about 100 columns in the table, and you know that you're never going to use those 100 columns. For you, only the 20 columns are important. Those are the ones that you need to use. Rest of the columns are just redundant, right? Then why keeping those 80 extra columns when you're never going to use them? Okay, so these kind of cleaning you can do on your data in Power Query too. So when it comes to just removing any columns from your data, you can, let's say ship date I want to remove, you can just go to the column, right click and remove. It will remove that column. Okay, or go to, let's say I don't require postal code, right click and remove. Okay, so you can remove the columns that you want to remove just by right clicking on those. But when you have 80 such columns, do you want to go one by one and do these 80 columns, removing them one by one? That's going to take a lot of time, right? That's going to take a lot of time. So instead of this, let me remove this step. Instead of doing this, one easy way is that here at the top, you have this option of manage columns. Okay. In the manage columns, you click on choose columns. And from the choose column, you simply get option to what you want to keep and what you want to remove. Okay. So you can click on choose columns. It'll give you list of all the columns. This is the list of all the columns. And whichever that you don't want to keep, let's say I don't want shift date, just deselect from here. Let's say I don't want the postal code. You can deselect from here. Any other, let's say I don't require this row ID, I don't require, you can deselect from here. So just one single go, you can choose which all columns you don't want and just deselect from here and click OK. Okay, so we deselected ship date, postal code, and row ID. Okay, and in one step, it has removed these columns. Okay, so now we have three less columns to work with. So this is how you can manage the columns, whichever column that you want to keep and whichever column you want to remove. You can do it very easily with the choose columns option. Another type of cleaning that you may require is by removing the redundant rows. Okay, removing the redundant rows. Now, what kind of redundancy you can have in the rows? They can be some rows which are just duplicate. Okay, let's say by accident you got duplicate data. Okay, so if you got duplicate data, you can simply go, and here you have an option of reduce rows. Within reduce rows, you have remove rows, and within remove rows, you have multiple options. One of the option is, if you go here, one of the option is remove duplicates. Okay, so if you have any duplicates in your data, you can remove duplicates by just clicking here. Okay, it will remove the duplicate entries for that same data. When you apply this remove rows options, these kind of options, you need to be a bit careful. Okay, please pay attention here. Whenever you apply these row level changes, make sure that you are not applying this on a specific column. Otherwise, it will remove the duplicate from only that column and not from the entire data. Okay, for example, let's say we have these segments. Okay, there is a column for segment, and within the segment, we have, if you click on this drop down, we have three types of segment in our products, consumer, corporate, and home office. These three segments are there. Okay. So although there are about more than 1,000 records here, but in the segment we have only three unique values. So when I have selected this column and then I pressed remove duplicates, it will remove the duplicates whenever these segment names have appeared again. So this duplication is removed for that column level, right? But is this the right way to handle the duplicates? Removing duplicates? Is this the right way? We should not be removing duplicate based on one single column. That is not the right way. When it comes to removing duplicate, we should apply it at the entire row level. Whenever two rows have exact same data for all the columns, then only it is a duplicate entry. Correct? So when you apply these remove rows options, make sure that you are not selecting any specific column. And to do so, instead of applying this remove duplicates from here, what you can do is here you see this very small icon of the table right here before your column names and the row numbers are there. Okay. If you click here, then it deselects that segment, that column here. And if you click here, now within here you get many options. One of the option is remove duplicates. You can do it from here. Okay. It will remove duplicates considering all the rows now. Okay. It will perform this step irrespective whether there are duplicates or not. If there are no duplicates, it will not remove any data. If there are duplicates, it will remove the data. But now it will just not apply it for any specific column. Okay. So you can click on it and then do this, or once you click on this and without clicking on any column, if you now also do the remove duplicates from here, even now it will perform properly. It will not do it for any column. So make sure that you are not selecting any column. And just to identify that whenever you select any column, it will turn this green color, right? So this is just an indication that any column is selected or not. Okay. So we need to ensure that we are not selecting any column and then we are doing the remove duplicates. So removing duplicates is a kind of handling the redundancy. If there are null values or blank values, even those options are there. If you have blank values, then remove blank values will take care of removing the blanks from your data. If you have errors in your data, then it'll also remove the errors from the data. It will allow you to remove errors as well. So these are some of the redundancies that it can handle, which are the standard redundancies: duplicates, null values, blank values. Okay. These are the standard redundancies that you must be removing. Other than that, it could be something which can be non-standard, which could be your business case specific. For example, let's say you are only required to do analysis on the consumer segment, right? You only need to do analysis on the consumer segment and not for any other segments. Okay. Then you can do this by filtering the data that you want. Okay. So filtering is very straightforward. You have this drop down arrow. Just go to this drop down, select only consumer and filter. Okay. Click OK. This will filter the data. Okay. Now you see a new step filtered row has been added over here. And you can see the code of it is that we are filtering something which has the segment name is equal to consumer. We're keeping only the consumer data. So this will also remove the rows that you don't want. So you can apply filter to your data as well. Okay, so these are the ways with which you can remove rows. All right, I hope everything is clear so far. In Power Query, we can also easily do find and replace on our data. Okay, Let's say if you want to replace a value with some other value and you want to do that in bulk across all of these data points, then you can do it with this option called replace values, right? So in Excel or any Microsoft Word document, you can do find and replace, right? You can replace one value with another value at bulk, correct? Similarly, we can also do this in Power Query as well. Okay, for example, let's say you have this country name United States. Okay, you have United States. Let's say your you would want it to be always be referred as US in a short form, not United States but US. Okay, so what you can do is select this column. On top of this column, you can go to replace values, click on replace values, and here it gives you two options. One, value to find. Okay, so value to find is United States, and what I want to replace it with US. Okay, so I would want every time United States occurrence with US. You click OK, it will just replace all the values with the new value that I provided. Okay, so any value that you would want to update, it could be, there can be many scenarios like if you have, if your, let's say some of the product details are changed. Earlier it was product names were different, but it is not changed in the database, but you would want to change it in the reports, then you can do a bulk replacement here, right? Or if by mistake, if any name of your either city, state, country is incorrect, you can do a bulk replacement directly here. You can do these kind of data cleaning operations with find and replace or replace values. Sometimes you may also get raw data where you will get one column where information about multiple data is present and you would want to segregate it. Okay, one column having information about multiple detail, but you would want to segregate them. For example, let's take this example here, order ID. Okay, order ID. This order ID is combination of multiple things. So you have this two letter acronym. This is kind of CA, US, looks like that this is a country code. Okay, so there is a country code, a two-letter country code for all these orders, right? We can see. Then we have this year of the order information when the order was made, right? Year of order. If you see the order date is the same year that is coming in this order ID too. And the last is a number which denotes the order number for this order ID. Okay, so this order ID is combination of country code, order year, and order number. Now, let's say your requirement is to have order number as a separate column so that you can create a report where you can see the results by the order numbers and not by order IDs. Or you can create a report where user can just type in the order numbers and they will see the filtered data, right? Some sort of that kind of functionality, but you would want it at the order number level, not the order ID. So I would want to segregate this part order number from the order ID. Okay. So I can do this very easily with in Power Query using this column split option or split column option. Okay. So what we can do in split column, we can split a values in a column by using these kind of predefined rules. So rules like one is here by delimiter. So whenever there is a delimiter coming here, delimiter is any special character that separates the information. So here the delimiter is this hyphen. Okay, hyphen is the delimiter because that is separating this information of country code, year, and order number. Correct. So you can do it by delimiter. You can do by the number of characters that you want to split whenever from 10 once. Uh, if anything that is after the, let's say, 5 characters or 10 characters should come in a separate column, right? These kind of things you may use. So you have multiple options here, by lowercase to uppercase, digit to non-digit, etc. That you can do. Okay. So here we are going to use delimiter. Okay. Delimiter is this hyphen, right? Hyphen is the delimiter. So I'm going to use this split column option and choose by delimiter. Okay. And it says that, okay, enter or select the delimiter. And there are these standard delimiters which are present like colon, comma, equal sign, semicolon, space, tab. If your delimiter sign is not present, then you can choose custom and you can write the delimiter sign over here. This hyphen is automatically coming here. It automatically read this delimiter. And then it gave you this multiple options of splitting your column into multiple columns. Okay, so you're getting these 3 options over here. One is only split based on the leftmost delimiter, or only split based on the rightmost delimiter, or only split based on each occurrence of delimiter. So whenever the delimiter comes, split the column into multiple column. Okay, let's say we keep it to this last option. Each occurrence of delimiter, split this column based on each occurrence of delimiter. If we do this and click OK, now you see this order ID now got splitted into 3 columns. Order ID dot one, order ID dot two, order ID dot three. The names came by default with this convention dot one, dot two, dot three. And the first one is your country code, second is the order year, and third is the order number. Correct? So it's splitted based on each occurrence of the delimiter. Now you can go ahead and rename these columns as you require. Renaming the column headers is very simple. Just double click on this and you can rename over here. So this can be country code. This can be order year. And this can be order number. Okay. So we splitted these and we got the order number as a separate column. Correct. Now, if we, let's say, if we do not require the order country code and order year, we can delete them too. That is also possible, and we can keep only the order number. Okay. So this is how you can split the column and keep any meaningful information that you require. All right, I'll do it once again. So what did we do here? Let me remove all these steps. We had order ID. We have order ID, and we can simply go split column and choose split column by delimiter. The delimiter is this hyphen. Make sure that you are using the right delimiter. Then by default, this is each occurrence of the delimiter. You can leave that as well. Or if you require only the order number. For example, if you require only order number, you can also use this option of rightmost delimiter. Okay, what rightmost delimiter is will do, that it will only split this part, last part, and the remaining part it will keep as a separate one. So it will split this one into two with these two separation. Okay, you can do it with this as well. So it will, if you do it with this is how your output would look like. And then you can rename, and you can, if you don't want this column, you can go ahead and remove, and you can rename this to order number. Now you may have noticed that when we did this split column, it basically changed my original column. Now order ID column no longer exists, right? That column is gone. That column got updated, split it into multiple column. The original column is gone. What if you want to also retain the original order ID column and you also want to keep an order number as a separate column, right? If you have that kind of requirement, then don't simply split the original column. Okay. In that case, what you should do is, let me once again bring it back. What you will do in that case is order ID. Before you make any changes to this, just make a duplicate of this. Right click and create a duplicate column. Okay. A duplicate column will be added at the end. Okay. And now on top of this duplicate column, you can do the column split as you require. Okay. So that way you will also keep the original column. Okay. So we learned how we can split the column into multiple columns. Although moving the column around here in the Power Query is not that meaningful. Okay, it does not matter where your column's position here is, because here this is just the data part. Okay, it does not matter where your columns are in the data. When you analyze your data and when you create visuals on the report, that's where your end columns would be visible where you want to keep it. So although you can move around, but what matters eventually is how you are presenting your report. Now we learned how we can split the column, splitting one column into multiple columns. They can be the other way situation as well, that you have information in multiple columns and you would want to merge them into a single column. Okay, so merging multiple columns into single column. Now this may happen in multiple scenarios. Sometimes you get your, let's say you get customer data, and your customer data is, the name of the customer is coming in multiple fields. There is one column for first name, there is one column for last name, right? But you would not want to just use your customer name only based on the first name or the last name. You would want to use the full name. So in that case, you would want to merge these column into a one column. Okay. Or you may have information like this, uh, the order uh, identification needs to be done using multiple columns, the country code, year, order number, etc. And you would want to merge them. Okay, I'll use this example only for merging. So I'll just once again move it to the end. Okay, I'll also do this same example: country code, order year, order number. Let's say I want to merge these all three together into a one column, single column. So first, for merge, you need to go to transform tab. Okay, not from in the home tab, but go to the transform tab. In the transform tab, you see this option of merge columns here under this text column section. So on the text column section, you have the merge column option. Okay, here we can use merging. For using the merge column, you need to first select more than one column in your data. Okay, so to select more than one column in your data, press the control key and then select. Okay, so let's say I select first country code, then I press the control key and I selected order year, then I selected, let's say, order number. I selected these three one by one. Then you see this merge column is now available for me to click. Click on merge column and it'll ask you what type of separator you want to keep between these column values. Now let's say this time I want to keep these separated by colon, semicolon. Okay, let's say I keep it like this, semicolon. And it also asks, okay, what do you want to call this new name merged? Okay, so I'll call it new order ID. Can click OK. I got this new column, new order ID created with this columns merged together. Okay, so this is how you can merge columns into a single column. There are some other types of formatting options which are available in your data. So whenever you have any data coming in a specific format, you can do some formatting changes. So to do that, you can go to Transform tab. In the Transform tab, you have this section, and here you have this option of format. Okay, so in formatting, you get multiple options to just format how your data looks like. So if you have any text that needs to be converted all to lowercase or uppercase or capitalize each word, or you want to trim or clean, those kind of formatting you want to apply, you can simply apply using the these format options. There are multiple options over here. Also, there is when you want to extract some part of text data, then you can also use this feature called extract. This also gives you multiple options to get some part of your text data. Okay, for example, you just want to know what is the number of characters are there for each column value, or in each row of that column, how many number of characters are there. Okay, so length would give you that. Or you want to keep only first n number of characters in the transformation, or the last n number of characters only in the transformation, you can do that. Or you can extract only text before or after delimiter, you can do that too. So this exercise that we did where we splitted the column to get the order number from order ID, the same thing could have also been done with this extract option. It kind of does that as well for you. So you see one of the option here is that you can extract the text which is after the delimiter, and you can get the order number with this option too. Okay, now imagine this is the column, right? This is the column. Here we have this delimiter double dash, right? All I want is the delimiter, the text which is after the delimiter, correct? After the delimiter. So I can choose this option as well. Extract text after delimiter, and you here you can put after delimiter text is, put the delimiter double dash. This is the delimiter and click OK. So it will keep the text after the delimiter. Now it is always traversing from left to right. So first instance it did. You can do it once again. Extract text after the delimiter. And the second occurrence, you will get your order number. So even with this as well, you can achieve the same thing. But this option, extract option, overrides the existing column with these changes. It will not create new columns, anything like this. It will override this. Okay, so you can get this information, or you can get other options that are there. It's kind of in Excel now. You may have even with your training in Excel or SQL, you may have used this some of the function which gives you some substring from the full string, right? This is similar to that. You can extract some portion of the full text. using extract. Now suppose we are done with all the data transformation steps that we wanted to do. Okay, we have done all the changes. We have made all these steps. All of these steps are applied to my original data, right? All of these changes are done in all the tables. Now I would want to save this, and tomorrow, let's say I want to continue working on this. I can just save this file and reopen this, and tomorrow all these steps I would be able to see in this file and I can continue working on it, right? I can do that. Let's say I first of all, I it's always a good practice to save your work. Let's say I save this, so I can click on close and apply. Okay, it will start loading this data into these into Power BI desktop now. Okay, now Power Query window is closed. Now I noticed that orders table is fine, people table is fine. In the returns table, you see the column names over here. Column names are still column 1 and column 2, right? Column 1 and column 2. So this data is still needs to be cleaned. I forgot to clean it and I loaded the data in Power BI desktop before cleaning it. Correct? So what I need to do now is I want this to be cleaned too. Okay. So once you load the data in Power BI desktop, but then once again, if you need to go into Power Query to do additional cleaning, then you can go in the report view. You have this option of transform data button over here. Okay. All you need to do is click on the transform data over here and it will take you back to Power Query. Okay, this will take you back to Power Query. So click on it here and once again Power Query window will open and you can continue with making more changes as you need. So you can always go back from Power Query to Power BI desktop whenever required. Okay, so I can come back in the returns table and I can fix it. Okay, so here looks like I need to promote the headers like this returns and orders. So how do we do so? You have use first row as headers. This should take care of this part. Okay. Now once again I can click on close and apply. Once again data will start loading and I can preview my data. I can have not a preview but full view of my data now, and the returns table. Now I see the names coming appropriately. Okay, so this is how you can go back to Power Query from Power BI desktop. If you fail to do it at the very first level when you're connecting to the data, then later as well, you can go back and forth between Power BI desktop and Power Query windows. Remember how the process is. So the process here is that you connect to the data source. Okay, here we connected to an Excel file on my system, right? We connected to Excel file. Then after connecting to that Excel files, whatever the raw data was, we applied some steps. Okay, data cleaning and transformation. The data cleaning and transformation is done on top of the raw data. Whatever data that is clean, transformed, whatever changes that we did, we loaded this data. We loaded the data in Power BI after doing all this transformation, right? So this was the step 1, this was step 2, and this is step 3, right? We did these 3 steps. Now, let's say the file that I used for this analysis, that file is updated with more data, right? The global superstore data file that I was using, now it has more information. Some new orders information is added there. Some new returns information is added. So that data is updated in the file. If all I want is to see the updated data in my in Power BI, all I need to do is just refresh this connection. Okay, I have this refresh button, Power BI. Okay, clicking on this refresh button will do all these steps sequentially and will load the latest data. Okay, so if I click on refresh button, it will connect, transform, and load data once again. So if I have 100 more rows added in the data, just clicking on refresh will bring those 100 more rows into my Power BI file. Okay, so all we need to do manually here is refresh. Now, when it is refreshing the data, what is it doing? It is establishing the connection. And for establishing the connection, it remembers what the connection details that we provided last time, right? Which directory, which folder, which file we used. It remembers that connection. Okay, that information is saved in Power BI. And when it is using the refresh, it is doing the refresh again. It tries to find the file on the same location, the same connection, and does the refresh. But what if some changes happened in our data source? The file which was present here earlier, now let's say it is moved and it is moved to some new location. Let's say I create a new subfolder over here. Okay, I give the name of this folder new data and I moved this file into this folder. Now it is no longer there in the this folder datasets, but it is under dataset under new data folder. Okay, so when I move this file and now if I try to refresh the data, it'll give me this error. Okay, it gives you error. So whenever any data source level, path level changes happen, you will get this kind of error. It could be a data source connection error or file could not find error. Basically, the data source settings are now changed. Okay, the location is changed. It is trying to still find the file in this location, but the file is no longer there in this location. Okay, so when you get such errors, then you need to fix them by either moving the file back to its original location, right? Once again, moving it from this folder to back into this other folder. That is one. Or you just update the connection that you have made. If you now know that now going forward, it is always going to be in this new location, then you can make the update in the connection. Okay. How do we do so? This can be done through under the transform data. You have a small drop down and there you see this option data source settings. Okay. Data source settings. Okay, this data source settings can be found inside this transform data under this data source setting, or even if you are on Power Query editor, here as well, there is this data source setting button available. In either way, you can go to data source setting. If I go to data source setting, I click on it, it will open all my data sources and all my connections, and I can see what kind of settings I had. So this is the only existing connection right now that I have used. And if I want to modify this, I can simply go click on this, change the source, click on this, and then change the source. Okay, select this and then select change source. And when you click on change source, here we can modify now where the file should be. So here the file path that we have, we can just browse and reconnect to this file on this new location and connect. So now this file path is updated. Click OK, click close. Now we are all good. I can also try refreshing from here. and we'll see whether we get any error or not. Okay, so there are no errors. It got all updated. You can close it here. If you want to try checking it from here, refresh, it will all work. Okay, so you can modify the data source settings whenever there are these your file locations, these kind of changes happen. Now this is right now we are looking at the Excel file based connection. If let's say you're connecting to a database and database server is changed, you can modify that as well in the data source settings. You can update the server details and you can use the new connection moving forward. All of these are accomplished through the data source settings. You can all save your file. It's always good to save your file. I'll save it. So now we learned we learned some techniques with which we can clean the data uh, using Power Query with the existing structure. Okay, existing structure means we have the existing columns. We don't need to make any changes to the structure of our data. But sometimes even the structure of the data is not correct. You may need to change the shape of your data. Okay, for example, you may want to change some of the fields from columns to rows or some from rows to columns. Those kind of changes are required. Okay, so that is essentially changing the shape of your data. Okay, so let's learn how we can do that. So for that, we are going to take an example of, hmm, um, firstly, we'll use this example of transpose example file. Okay, we have this Excel file transpose example. Okay, let us connect to this data and see how we can fix this structure. Okay, so go ahead and connect to this. This is an Excel file. Go ahead with clicking on get data, Excel workbook connector, connect, and use this transpose example. Transpose example. Okay, this is only one sheet and we have data like this. We'll click on transform data. So what did we do? We wanted to connect to this transpose example Excel file. Okay, so go to get data, choose Excel workbook, press connect and select this transpose example file. Select this and click on transform data, which will take you to this Power Query window. So we connected to this data transform data once again, transpose example file here, and we loaded it in Power Query. This is how the data looks like. Now, can you tell me, do you see any problem with the structure of this data? Do you see anything that needs to be changed? This is how the data is, right? You have this zone wise revenue information. We have these zones, south, east, north, west, and the revenue information. Okay, coming like this. Do you see any problem with this structure? What do we need to fix here? So yes, the headers here is the problem column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, right? The headers are not appropriate. Also, when you have data like this is not the right shape of the data. Okay. So whenever you have measures, okay, any measures, uh, by the way, do you know what is the difference between measures and dimensions? Do you know what are dimensions and what are measures? If you don't know, that's fine. I can explain. You know what is the difference between measures, and dimensions. But in general, when you have data, any data, you have some information which is quantitative. Quantitative, like anything that uh, can be measured, like sum of sales, sum of quantity, right? Quantitative data, quantity or sales or profit. Okay, those quantitative details are always called measures. Quantitative information about data. Okay, these are referred as measures. Okay, and then you have dimensions, which are the dimensions are details about the measures, or you can say that these are the different attributes to view measures. Let's call it this way: to view measures. Like we are looking at the sales, but if I want to see sales by different geography, so geography is a dimension. Or if I want to see sales by months, so month is a dimension. So dimension is just uh, attributes with which you would want to see your measures. Okay, so here zone is a dimension. You have zones, different zones: south, east, north, west. And revenue is the measure. Revenue is any quantitative information. And when you have quantitative information in any BI tool, whenever you have the data for any quantitative data, they should always be in columns, not in rows. Okay, they should always be in columns and not rows. So why it needs to be in columns? Because any type of mathematical operations, any aggregations like sum, count, average, minimum, that is always performed on the column level, not at the row level. Okay, in Excel you can do row level summation, but in BI tools like Power BI, Tableau, other tools, we always do it column level aggregation. So these measures should always be coming in the columns, not in the rows. So how we would want to see this data is that there should be one column for zone and there should be another column for revenue. And you will have the values, right? South, east, north, west, and appropriate revenue figures. Okay, so this is how it should be rather than keeping it in this row level. Okay, so our objective is to have this data coming in this format. Okay, now if we need to convert this data into directly, because right now we have just these two rows and I would want both of these rows to be converted into columns, then this is one a single step solution here that you can go to transform tab and you click on transpose. Transpose converts your rows into columns and columns into rows. So whatever that you have in the rows now are coming in the columns. Okay. So now I got the data like this just by clicking on transpose, zone, and revenue. Okay. What else do I need to do here? I need to do two more things. Other things that I need to take care of is I need to push the first row as the header. So click on use first row as header. This will push zone and revenue as the header. And I need to get rid of this nulls. So click on this and here you have option of just go to home and remove rows. You can remove blank rows. Okay. And now your data is fully cleaned, fully reshaped. Okay, I'll repeat this once again. What did we do? We had the data like this. We had the data like this. So first step that we did is Under the transform tab, we clicked on transpose. Click on transpose. Okay. So you click on transpose, it will convert rows into columns. Okay. So it converts entire data from row level to the column level. And then you can move your first row as header and you can get rid of nulls by removing the blank rows. So when to remove blank rows, you need to go to remove rows here, remove rows, and you have this option of remove blank rows. Okay. Now, in this example, we had transposed the entire data, right? The full data as we got, we just transposed. Okay. But what if we don't need to transpose the entire data? We need to only do the transpose for only specific parts. Then how do we handle that? Okay. How do we do that? So for this one, let's take an example and I'm going to use pivot and unpivot example file here. Okay, pivot and unpivot example file, and let's try to learn from there. So in Power Query directly, you can click on new source to connect to new data. Okay, this works similar to get data, but directly in Power Query. Okay, so go to new source, Excel workbook, and connect to pivot and unpivot example. Okay, we have two sheets here, revenue and profit and revenue by year. Let us select both of them. Okay, revenue and profit and revenue by year, and click OK. So both of these are added. Okay, so we connected to this file, pivot and unpivot example, right? There we got these two sheets, revenue and profit and revenue by year. Now let us look at this sheet first, revenue and profit. In revenue and profit, please tell me if you see any problem with this data. Do you see any problem here? So in this one, if you see, we have this zone wise, these matrix wise amount value. Okay, so here the problem is that we are keeping two metrics in one column. We are keeping revenue as well as we are keeping profit in one column. So remember, we need to keep our measures in columns such that they should always be, we should be able to aggregate them. We should be able to apply any kind of aggregation at the column level. But here the problem is I cannot use this amount column directly. I cannot take sum of this because it will take sum of both profit as well as the revenue, which is incorrect. I should either take sum of only the profit part or only the revenue part, right? These are not, revenue and profit should not be aggregated together. So what I would want here is I need to have this data restructured such that we have a zone column that we already have. We have one separate column for revenue, okay, and one separate column for profit. And these should have values like zone would be south, east, west, and so on. Revenue should have the whatever revenue amount is, right? Profit should have whatever the profit amount is, and so on. This is how these columns should be. Okay. So this is how, if I have the data like this, then I can use revenue column. I can do any kind of aggregation on that column. I can do any kind of aggregation on profit column since those are two separate columns. So what I want to do is whatever unique values that I have in the matrix column, I want to create those many unique new columns. So I have two distinct values here, revenue and profit, and I would want two columns created, one for revenue, one for profit. Okay. So this type of reshaping of data is called data pivoting. Okay, data pivoting. I want to pivot my data based on matrix column and want to create new columns. Okay, zone is fine. Zone is coming in rows. That is how exactly it should be. Separate zones in separate rows and having one separate column for zone. Okay, so zone is fine, but this matrix I want to transform. So in this case, you go to transform tab once again, and this time we need to use pivot column. But before we do that, select this matrix because this is the column that we want to pivot. Okay, this is the column that we want to pivot. I want to create revenue and profit as the new columns. So first select this column, then click on, first select this, then click on pivot columns here. Okay, so if you click on pivot column here, it will say that, okay, use the names in the column matrix to create new columns. Or in other words, use the distinct values in the matrix column to create those many new columns. How many distinct names are there in matrix column? Revenue and profit, two. So it will create two new columns. And in that column, which value should it show? Okay, so for value, whichever column that represents the value for this, we need to select that. So amount is the column which represents values for the revenue and profit. So we will select amount here. Okay, you do this and then press OK and see whether this has worked for you or not, whether it creates the columns revenue and profit with the appropriate amount of years. Right, we click on this OK and it will create revenue and profit with the amounts for revenue and profit. Okay, so this is the correct structure that I should be using. Now let's take another scenario and we'll look at revenue by year sheet in this case, revenue by year. Now here look at the data and tell me what the problem here is. So we need to, in this case, we need to have our structure like this. We need to have one column for zone as we already have, but then we need one column just for the year part and we can have one column for the revenue so that we can have year wise revenue, but year would be one separate column and revenue should be one separate column rather than having multiple columns for each year revenue. Okay, so in this case, we need to do the opposite. We need to, instead of doing the um, pivot, we need to do the opposite of it. So we need to create something like this becomes one column. Within this column, this value should be coming. Then this value should also come in that column. Then this also should come, right? One column and all of this should become basically multiple columns should become multiple rows. Okay, so this is just opposite of pivot and it is called unpivot. Okay, we are going to unpivot the data. So for unpivoting the data, whichever data that we need to unpivot, select all of those. So select the columns that you want to unpivot. In this case, it is 2021 revenue, 2022 revenue, 2023 revenue, 2024 revenue. Select them by clicking Control and click. Okay, we selected all of them and then press the unpivot column button over here, right? This option, unpivot columns. Just click on this and it'll get your data in the correct structure. Okay, so we got two output here, like two columns here, one for this all the years combined, and second is for all the revenue combined. Unpivot column, transform, unpivot columns. Do we need to do anything else on this data? Any other changes do we need to do here? So we need to fix the headers. Header name should be proper. So this attribute, let's rename it to a year, and this value, let's rename it to revenue. Okay, so we got the headers proper. Now from the year, we need to get rid of this revenue part. Okay, we need to get rid of the revenue part. So to get rid of the revenue part, we can use the feature that we just learned, that we can use extract. We want to extract the first four characters from this column. Only that much we need. Okay, so select the year column, go to extract here under transform, go to extract. Within extract, there are multiple ways with which we can handle this. One way is that just extract the first four characters. You can use this option, first characters. Years will always be 4 characters long, correct? So just type first character, how many? 4, and click OK. So these are the ways with which we can trans transform the way your data is shaped. Okay, we can restructure, we can convert rows into columns entirely on the table or some selected portions as we require. Now, so far we have been working on these tables which are independent, right? All these tables, we are working on them separately, right? Whatever queries, whatever changes that we need to do, we did it individually for all of these. What if we have a requirement to combine tables? Okay, whatever we have a requirement to combine table. For example, let's say you have orders information, right? But right now there are two different tables. One table contains half of the orders, another table contains the remaining half of the orders. Now, these two data are of similar type, same type of column. It's just that one table contains half of the information, the remaining half is in the other table. Then logically, we should not keep them as two separate tables. We should combine them. We can make one big table having full orders information, correct? So this type of combining, where we just combine the data of same structure and just add rows of multiple tables into with each other and make a big table. This type of combining is called appending. Okay, data appending or append queries. Okay, the other type of combining is that, let's say you have another table, third table, which contains another information about the orders, some other information that can be used along with the orders, right? So we can also combine tables to bring a column from another table and bringing it into another table, right? It's kind of data joining, right? You have gone in SQL, you have learned about the joins, right? You can join two tables and you can bring column from another table into your analysis. This type of combining is called merge queries. Okay, so these are the two types of table combining that we can do, and these are called merge query and append queries. You can see these over here. Okay, combining data can be done through either merge queries or append queries. Appending means row wise addition, appending row wise combining, right? Creating new rows of similar type of data. Merging means that adding new column from other related table, from other related table. Okay. So let's see how this can be done. Let's look at this with an example. Okay. So I've created one example here. Let's use another example over here. This is called append and merge example. Okay. Append and merge example. Okay. So we are going to use this example, append and merge example. Let's look at this very small example to get this, understand this concept of combining. So go to new source. Once again, Excel workbook, connect, append and merge example. Okay, so we have these three tables: employee, managers. Select all of these, click OK. Select all of these and click OK. So there are some null rows over here. Let's get rid of those first. So very easily you can go and remove blanks. Remove blank rows here. In employee table 2 as well, you have these nulls. Let's get rid of blank rows here too. Okay. Now, employee table, what does it contain? Employee ID, employee name, and employee salary. Okay. So we have this one table for employee. Then we have another table for employee. Again, we have employee IDs, employee name, and salary. These two tables are of same type of data. Both of them are storing just the employee level salary information. When we analyze the data, we don't need to keep these two as two separate tables. We should rather create one single table having all the employee record, all the employees and their salary records. Okay. So here what we can do is we can go and select. In this case, what do we do? Do we use append queries or merge query? Which one should we do for combining employee table 1 and employee table 2? Okay. So we go and go to append queries, and here in append queries also we have two options. One is append queries and second append queries as new. The only difference in these two is the first option just override the currently selected query. It will override with some appended data. And the second option will create a new query, and there we can do the appended, where we can do the append operation, and a new table would be available. Okay. So let us, for example purpose, let us use append queries as new here. Okay, append queries as new. You click on append queries as new. It will give you this window where you can select two or more than two tables and just select them. If there are more than two, you can select it from here. Right now we have only two tables, so select employee table 1 and employee table 2. Okay, and click OK. And this will create a new table with the appended data. So now you can rename this appended query that we got. You can rename it from here, properties. You can call it employees table, right? Without one or two, just employee table. This will be. combination of employee table 1 and employee table 2. Okay, so now this has employee level salary information, and then you have another table which is managers. So for each of these employees, their manager names are listed over here, right? Each of the employees, you have the manager information. Now, if I need to bring the manager column into this employee table, a new column with the manager, okay? If I need to bring this, and if I know that there is a relationship between these two tables, then I can bring that column into this table using merge queries. Okay. Now, how do I know whether there is a relationship between these two tables or not? So that is if there is a common column which is present, which I can use, then I can do this. So if there is a common column, for example, here common column is employee ID. Employee ID is present in the employee table, right? And employee ID is also present in the managers table, right? Employee ID. I can use this employee ID column to make relationship and then bring the manager column into the employees table. Okay, so let's do that. So you can go to employees table first. Then on this table, you can go to merge queries. And here also you get two options. Either you can override the existing query with the merge operation, or you can create a new queries as well. Now this time I will simply override the existing one. I don't need to create new every time. So I will use this first option, merge queries. Okay. So this will give you this window where it will let you create the relationship between the two tables with which you want to merge the data. So first is the employees table that we can see here. You have to select the second table. Okay, so second table from here you can select managers, right? That is the second table that we need to select. Now I have selected the tables. To make relationship between these two tables, I need to select the common column. So employee ID is the common column. Select it over here. Select it over here too. Okay. Now the relationship is all created using this column, employee ID. Okay. And it also gives you some information like which type of join you want to apply when you are making relationship. Then you need to also specify the join. And by default, if you are keeping it as left outer join, then you can then that is going to work in most of the cases. So just make this relationship like this and press OK. What this will do is that will create a new table relationship over here. So it says that this table, existing employee table, is linked with this managers table. This relationship part is done. Now the second part that we need to do is using this relationship, I need to bring one or multiple columns here in this table. To do so, you need to expand this relationship from this button, this double-sided arrow button. If you click on this, and it'll give you all the options, all the columns which are present in the manager table, and it will allow you to select whichever column that we want from that table. So let's say I don't want any other table, any other column. I only want manager column. That's the only one I want. So deselect everything else, just the manager column. Okay. And then press OK. Okay. So you got this managers information added as a new column. In Power Query, you can also add some new columns with some calculations or some conditional based output that can be done very easily in Power Query. So let's look at that. And for that, we are going to go back to the orders data. Let's go back to the orders data. In the orders data, we have information about here. Let's say we have the sales, we have profit information, right? Now, let's say if I want to simply create a new column, which will tell me for each line level, what is the profit margin. Okay, what is the profit margin, right? Profit margin is nothing but profit divided by sales. That is the profit margin or percentage of profit that you got. Okay, so if I need to know for each row level the profit margin, then I can create a new column which is division of profit and sales. Okay, so I can go here. You can go to add column, new tab over here, add column, and within add column, you can create a custom column. Okay, go to add column, and within add column, you can create custom column. Okay, so the click on custom column. In custom column, you can name whatever column that you want to create. Let's say I want to create profit margin, and here I can write my formula. Okay, so in the formula, I can use the existing columns and I can use them and I can apply some arithmetic, some operators easily and create the formula. So all I need to do is from these available fields, I can use profit. So just select profit and insert here. Profit is inserted. Apply a division symbol and add sales. Okay, so we added profit divided by sales, right? Profit divided by sales. That becomes profit margin. Okay, and you can create a new column, profit margin. So any kind of new calculation, simple calculations, we cannot do very advanced calculations here, but simple calculations like doing some mathematical operations, okay, some uh, some divisions, multiplications, some operations on the existing columns that can be done easily with Power Query. Okay, so we got this profit margin column, right? I may need to make some changes in the formatting. So this is best shown in percentages. So I can change the data type to percentage, right? So I got this profit margin calculated. All right. So we got this profit margin column here. Now suppose I want to create just one column which will simply highlight those transactions where my profit margin was high, where my profit margin was low, or where my profit margin was, let's say, it is, you also have negative profit margin as well, correct? So that could be just loss, right? You're making loss, right? So I want just a simple column with these conditional output where it can flag each row into either high profit margin or low profit margin or simply loss. Okay, so I can use that field then for my analysis. I may just look at all the orders where my profit margins have been high. What kind of orders were those? What kind of customers were those? Which type of product they purchased? Right? I can understand this in more detail. Similarly, wherever I have got losses, what kind of products were those, what kind of cost of manufacturing those products were. I can analyze more of this. So I will just create one column which will give this conditional output. And this can be achieved through conditional columns. I can create conditional columns very easily using Power Query. Okay, conditional column. So what I do want to do, create a conditional column, and in the conditional column, let's say I'll call it margin type. This is the column name. Okay. So here, what kind of conditions I can put? Here I have this like conditional uh, output that I can give. So it is kind of some if conditions that I can put. So if my column, let's say I need to use the column profit margin, right? If the profit margin is, now it is up to me how I want to classify this. But let's say if my profit margin is greater than 50%, or how do we write 50% in numbers? Zero point 0.5 is equal to 50%, right? If it is greater than 50%, okay, then it is margin type is high, okay, that my margins are high over here. My profit percentage is high. Then I can add one more clause over here. So I can add another clause line, if else or else if, once again, profit margin is greater than zero. Okay, if it is greater than zero, then automatically anything above zero point 0.5 will be captured in this condition. So when I say anything is greater than zero, then automatically this is zero or less than zero point 0.5, right? So if anything is zero greater than zero, then let's say this is high and this is low. Here my margins are low, less than 50%. And for anything else, it will only be negative, right? Greater than, less than zero. So for anything else, I can write my else condition here. This is this is loss. Okay, profit margin high, low, or just loss. Let's say I want to keep these three segments for my each transaction: high margin transaction, low margin, or loss making. Okay, and we press OK. This will create a new column with the margin type, high, low, or loss. Okay, we can keep this data type as text, right? So we can see these classification of our transaction. So for this case study that we are going to do, we are going to use a new data set. Okay, this data set is, we are going to use a data protocol or a data connection called OData. OData. OData stands for Open Data. Okay, this is Open Data Protocol basically. So this is like, OData is like, you have different types of ways with which you can connect to data, right? So OData is kind of a way to connect through web. Okay, we can connect to any data through web. Okay, and it is used for some web-based connections when you need to do from some data, and wherever you would require data coming through APIs from any system. So any system can create their own data feeds which other system can consume. Okay, all right. So this data here, you can have in OData, you can have almost a database like structure, and people can connect through this OData connection and access your database, and they can analyze the data. Okay, so we're going to use this OData connector for this case study. So, so if you open this, there will be one link. Okay, this is a sample data for from OData connection, OData feed that is provided for just for the learning purpose. This is a Microsoft's some Microsoft has created an open database and provided access through this OData feed. Okay, so we will use this for this case study. So just copy this link, just copy this. Okay, copy this, and on Power BI desktop, and you go to get data, and from get data, just search for OData. Okay, OData. If you search for OData, there will be an OData feed coming. So data import from an OData feed. Okay, we'll connect to this. Okay, and it will require that URL for the OData feed. We'll paste the URL, and this is an open data feed. There is no security. There is no other uh, login details that we need to provide to get access to it. This will be connected directly just with this URL. So if I click OK, I am able to connect to this database. Okay. Now in this we have a lot of tables, right? Many tables. We are going to use only 5 tables from it. Okay, 5 tables, and we are going to build our data model using those 5 tables. Okay, so those tables are, first I'm going to check orders. Okay, orders. So orders contain information about different orders, right? How many orders were placed? So orders placed by the customer ID, employee ID, what is the order ID, all of these details. Okay, so order information. Now this contains the order ID level information. But what was purchased in that order, which product was purchased, which how many quantities are purchased, that is present in the order details table. So if I select order details, this will give me information about for each product order, which product is purchased, what is the price of it, what quantity, discount, right? All these information are available here. Then for who purchased the order, we have information available in the customers table. So in the customer table, we have the customer ID and all the other information about the customer, like who is the customer, what is the name, what is the address, what is their region, their phone number, all those information about the customer. Okay, so we got the information about the customer. Then we have the order ID information from the order details table, but we don't know what is the product name, right? We don't have the product information. So that is available in the products table. So we will select products table as well. This will have for each product, the product name and all the information related to that product. And then finally, we have the one more table that we need to use here, which is the categories. So for these products are coming from these product categories. Okay. So we are going to select these 5 tables: categories, customers, order details, order, and products. Okay. So just select these 5 and click transform data. This will open all of these as separate queries in Power Query. Okay. So everyone must be able to see all these 5 tables here: orders, order details, customers, products, and categories. Okay. Now, this is a very old data. So you can see the order dates are from 1996 and so on. So this is very old data. Just a sample is very old, like dates are very old. So don't worry about those. This is just the dates are quite in the 1990s or something, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. So now we will just quickly look at if we need to make any changes to any of these tables, we need to do any cleaning, any transformation. Okay. So firstly, we'll look into the orders table. So in the orders table, you have order ID column, then customer ID, right? Then employee ID, then order date. Okay. So you have the order date. So order date is when the order was received, right? When you receive the order, that is the order date. And when you, from the order date, when exactly you ship the products to the customer, that information is in the ship date. Okay. So you have the ship date. Okay. You have the ship date. Okay. Now, a required date is like when, in this case, when customer places the order, they may also place the, let's say that they want to require this by this date. Okay. They want to require this by this date. So this data particularly, this data is for uh, business to business transactions. Okay. Business to business transaction. When I say business to business transaction, you can imagine like, let's say you're purchasing something from uh, Walmart or DMart, right? So they require some products to at their end to sell to the end customer, but the original product manufacturer is different, right? So they are purchasing from them in bulk and then they are selling. So that is business to business transaction. So in this case, this is also an example where other businesses are ordering products and they are ordering products with information like when they require this, by when they require it. And there is this column for ship via. So there are like when products are shipped, then they choose like how they should be shipped. So what is the mode of shipment? So you have ship via information. Then what is the freight for that order? What is the shipper? Who is the shipper? Right? Who is the, what is the shipping address and ship city? All these kind of informations are available over here. Ship country. Okay. So you have these information. This is on the orders table. So what we can do here is you can see this column order date, required date, ship date. This is in the date time format, right? This is in the date and time format. So here, if you see the time is irrelevant because everything is with just, there is no time component here, right? This is all 12 a.m. in the morning with no, with just same name. So this is actually being read as date time, but it is actually a date, just simple date. So we can modify the data type from here. So I can just change order date from date time, okay, or date time and time zone as well. This format is being used. I'll just convert it into date. Okay, so we'll just convert it to a plain date. Okay, so for all of these columns, we can just do this, convert these all into the date column. Okay, so we have selected, we have converted order date, required date, ship date into date. Now we'll move to the order details table. In the order details table, we have information like order ID, product ID, unit price of the product, quantity, discount, right? These kind of information. So we can leave it as it is. We don't need to make any changes. In the customers table, we have got customer ID, customer name. So here the customer is a company, right? So that's why we have the company name, then company contact name. Okay. Then you have the contact title, address, city, region, customer, country, right? All those information over here. Okay. Then we have the products table. In the products table as well, we have the product ID, product name, and who is the supplier for this product, which category this product belongs to, and some more specification of the product. What is the unit price? What is in stock? What is order, etc., etc. Okay. So we'll keep it as it is. We will not make any changes here as well. Let's go to categories. In categories as well, we have the category ID, which is and we have the category name and the description. So there are total 8 categories of product that this company is selling, and you have the product information. Okay, now we will use this data and we will work on the data model. Okay, so let's close and apply. And once you click on close and apply, this entire data will start getting loaded into Power BI desktop. Okay, Power BI desktop. Okay, so now we have loaded the data into Power BI desktop and we've got all these 5 tables. Okay, so we'll now look at what our data model looks like. So data model, if you remember, in our development stages, we do the data source connection first, then we do data cleaning and data transformation, and then we do data modeling. Okay, what is data modeling? Data modeling involves building table relationships, e- and then creating additional calculations. Okay, so firstly, we are going to look at the table relationships, how the current table relationships are, understanding what those relationships mean, how do they work. Okay, so here now, if you go to the data modeling or the model view over here, you will see all these 5 tables that got loaded in the form of cards with all related to each other. Okay, you will see that these cards are there and there is some relationship created between these. Okay, I will just make this a bit smaller so that we can see all of these tables properly. Okay, you can just drag, you can hold the cards at the top and you can drag them wherever you want. And how do we see the relationship? Relationship is this line. Okay, and see whether these lines are properly created. There is a line between customer and order. There is a line between order and order detail. There is a line between order detail and product. There is a line between product and categories. Now, let's understand what these relationships, how these relationships help us. Okay, so to understand this, let us uh, go to the report view and we will understand this, right? So right now you can see that there is relationship between customers table and orders table. Okay, there is a relationship between these two tables. Okay, customers table and orders table, there is a relationship. So I was saying that customers and orders are related with each other. Okay, now how does this modeling help us? So when we go to report view, okay, in report view, you build your visualizations. Okay, this is the place where visualizations are created in the report view. Okay, and for creating visualizations, you can use all these different types of visuals, right? There are all these different types of visuals that you can use. I'll give you a quick demonstration of the relationship with visualization. Okay, so from the visualizations, to be able to use any visualization, you need to just go and select that. So I'm going to use a table visual over here. So in the visualization, under visualization, there is this table. Okay, if you hover over on this, it will say table. Okay, so I will select table here. Okay, if I click on it, a blank visual will pop up on the screen. Okay, and now I can add fields here to be visualized as table. Okay, so what I will do in this case is to create any kind of visual, you need to use the fields from the data pane. Okay, this is the data pane, and you have all the tables and the fields available over here. And I can pick the fields to add to this visual. Okay, so I'm going to take a field from customers table. Okay, you have the customers table, and I'm going to take a field called, let's say, company name. Okay, select from here company name, and you will see a column gets added to this table visual, which is the company name. Okay, so we get the list of unique company names that we have in our data over here. Okay, now with this, I got the company name fields. Now I want to see the total freight that was charged for this company for all the orders that were placed. Total freights. Okay, so the freight information is in the orders table. Okay, you have the orders table. Now I'll expand the orders table over here, and I will select the freight field. Okay, freight. Okay, so freight was having the amount of freight that was paid for each individual order. If I select this, click this one, then a column gets created, which is sum of all the freights. Okay, and now when you see this table, it is telling you the amount of freight that was charged for each of these companies, for each of these customers overall. Okay, now the reason why you are seeing all these individual values and these values with the exact company names on which these freights are applied, this is because of the relationship. Because we had relationship between these two tables, that's why this is coming like this. Okay, so I'm creating a table visualization where I picked one field from one table, another field from another table, yet it is showing us related result. This is related result, right? This freight is for this company, this freight is for this company, this is related result. And this is happening because of relationship. So we don't need to physically add the columns in one table. We can use relationships, and we can bring columns fields from multiple tables into a single visual. Okay, this is happening because of relationship. If this relationship was not there, then it would have not worked. Okay, so if this relationship was not there, so I'll come to this as well, how this relationship is created. So if you see the relationship, if you just hover over on this line, it will also highlight the field based on which this relationship got created. Okay, so it is the customer ID in both of the tables through which the relationship is created. Okay, now you did not manually establish the relationship, right? Nothing you did, it got automatically created. And this is because in Power BI, there is this feature which is called auto detection of relationship. Auto detection of relationship. So whenever you load any data, when Power BI think that there are two tables where you have the columns with same name and same type of data, right? Numerical data or text data, whatever, but same name and same type of data, then it just automatically creates relationship with them. It may happen that it may create a wrong relationship, but you should always check whether the relationship which was automatically created is correct or not. So in this case, it got created based on the customer ID, right? That's why we are seeing that this result correct, that for each customer you are getting this fleet information. Now, if this relationship was not there, if this relationship was not there, then what will happen? So I'll just delete this relationship once. So I will right click and delete the relationship. Okay. I will delete this relationship. Okay. I manually deleted the relationship. And now you'll notice that there is no line between them, which means the relationship is deleted, as well as in the report view. Now you don't see any related result. So it just shows the total of sum for it for each of these rows. There is no filtering happening for the specific customers. So it just simply shows the total fleet. And since there were, when we created this table, we added these many rows because of the distinct company names that we have in the data. So it has to just fill some values in these rows. So it just filled all the same values, which is the total fleet. It is not filtering, it is not applying any kind of company level filtering of the data. It is just the overall. And this is happening because of the relationship is not miss the relationship is missing now. Okay. So we need to bring this relationship, we need to bring it back. So to create a relationship, let's say the auto detection of the relationship is not there and you need to create a relationship. So one way very simple is that you just, okay, first and foremost thing is you need to know like which columns you need to use to make the relationship. And there is no standard way or standard practice for that. That is just simply you need to know the data that you're working. You need to know that data. If you don't know the data, you will not be able to create the relationship correctly. So you need to know which all tables are these, what all information do they have. Then if you understand that, okay, these are the fields and these are the fields with which the relationship should be created, then only you create it. There is no like default rule or anything to create a relationship. Now we know that there is customer ID, right? Customer ID is the unique identifier of customers, right? So if I have this unique identifier of customer and this is also present in the order ID table, then we need to make relationship with this. Okay. So we will make the relationship. Now to create the relationship again manually, one way to do it is simply select customer ID, just keep it pressed, okay, mouse click and drag it and drop it on top of the same field or the field on which you want to create a relationship. As soon as you go over that field, it gets this dotted boundary. You see that dotted boundary. So that dotted boundary, as soon as that dotted boundary appear, leave it. Okay. And it'll give you a prompt that, okay, you want to create relationship. So which field we are using from the customer table, customer ID, from the orders table, order ID. Are we good with this relationship? I will be, I'm good. I can just save this and it will create the relationship. Okay, once again, double check by hovering over whether the right fields were used. Okay, and now the relationship is back and we can go back to the report view. And once again, these results are filtered properly for each customer. So is customer ID, now we go to the table view and we go to customers table. Now let's look at the other table. Let me look at the, so customer table, we got customer ID is the primary key. Let me go to the orders table. Let me go to the order details. There is no primary key as such right now here because we have the order ID and product ID information and we have multiple rows for one product. Similarly, we have multiple rows for each product. So there is no primary key. You can make a primary key by joining the order ID and the product ID. That can be one way of creating a primary key, right? But you have these fields, order ID and product ID, which are primary keys of other table. Like order ID is primary key of orders table. Like this is the primary key of this table. And so is product ID is the primary key on the products table. You also have a products table. So these fields, which are primary key of other table, we call them foreign key. So here we have these are foreign keys because they are primary key of other table. All right. So in order details, we don't have any primary key directly as a field. In the products table, we know product ID is the primary key, unique rows. And in the categories table, we have the category ID as the primary key. Okay. So usually when we make the relationship, we make relationship between primary key and foreign key. Most of the time it is primary key and foreign key that is being used to make relationship. Okay, now if we go to the model view, let's see whether these relationships are correctly created. So customers table and orders table, we saw that this is based on customer ID. Now orders and order details, these are based on order ID. This is also correct. Order details and product is based on the product ID. This is also correct. And products and categories is related with the category ID. So this is also correct. So this relationship as it loaded by default looks correct to me. So this is correct. When we look at table relationships, there are two properties of relationships. Properties of table relationship. Okay. So those properties are, first is called cardinality. Cardinality. Okay. So cardinality is uniqueness of values in a column. Okay. Cardinality means what is the uniqueness of the values in a column. Okay. In a column. Okay. Now, if you see over here in this model view, we know that when this customers and the orders tables are related with the customer ID. Now, customer ID here is in this table is the relationship, and this relationships, what will be the cardinality of this relationship? Cardinality means in customer ID column, what is the uniqueness of the values? So now since we know that this is the primary key of this table, then all the rows will have unique values, right? All the rows will have unique values. But if we look at the orders table, it may not be necessary, because if one same customer places multiple orders, there will be multiple occurrences of the same customer, correct? So in the orders table, customer ID is not unique. There is no unique per row values, but in the customer table there are. So when we look at the cardinality of a relationship, we get to see how many rows of one table links with how many rows of the other table. Okay, so let's say if this is a table and this column we are using to make relationship with other table, right? So we may have, let's say this is the customer table and this is the orders table. So in customer table, you have one distinct customer, let's say customer A. Okay, and this customer A has purchased three orders, right? So this row is also for customer A, this row is also for customer A, this row is also for customer A. And the relationship would be like this row links with this row also links with this, and this row also links with this. Okay. So one row of customer table relates with multiple rows of the orders table. Okay. One row of customer table relates with multiple rows of orders table. And that's why this cardinality, this uh, if you see the cardinality type is also like this. One row of customers ID in the customer table relates with this star represents multiple or many rows. Okay, so one row relates with multiple rows. This is a cardinality symbols. Okay, so this is called one to many relationship. One row has a relationship with many rows from the other table. Okay, now you can see the same kind of relationship everywhere. Orders as well. So in the orders table, there is one row per order, but there are multiple row IDs in the order detail because one row, one order may have multiple products, so there can be multiple. So here as well, this is one to many relationship. If you look at the products in the order detail, product has unique product ID per row. So that's why this is one, but there can be multiple products in multiple rows. Same product can be multiple. So this is also one to many from this direction. And so is from the products and the categories. Okay. So when we look at the relationships cardinality, they can be four types of cardinality. Okay. There can be four types of cardinality. Those could be one to many. Okay. One to many to one. Okay. Many to one to one, and many to many. Okay. Many to many. So these are the four types of cardinality that can be there in the relationship. Now, one to many and many to one are basically one and the same thing. It's just in which direction you are looking at the relationship. Okay, whatever is one to many can also be many to one, depending on which is the first table that you are looking at. Okay, and then there are one to one and many to many. Okay, so if you look at this relationship from the customer table towards the order table, then it is one to many. But if you just simply change your perspective, look it from this direction to this direction, then this is many to one. It's as simple as that. And then there can be others as one to one and many to many. Okay, so other property of the relationship is called cross filter direction. Cross filter direction. Okay, what is cross filter direction? Cross filter direction is in Power BI, whenever you create the relationship between the two tables, there is this another property called cross filter direction. This is simply, as the name suggests, this is the direction in which filtering can be applied in the data model. Direction in which filtering can be applied in your data model. So whenever we create any visuals in Power BI, those visuals are always interactive. Those are always interactive. So if I go to report view once again, and if I let me go to a new page, okay. So whenever we make relationships, sorry, whenever we make any visuals, those are always interactive. So you select one visual, it will filter the data from the other visual. Okay. So let us once again take table visual for this example. I will select a blank table, and this time in this table, I will select a field from the customer table. So from customer table, let me select company name. Okay. So we selected company name. This is coming from the customer table. Now I will click outside and I will select one more table. I'll bring one more table, and this table I will bring data from the orders table. Okay, from the orders table, and in the orders table, I'm going to select the order. Let me take order ID, for instance. I will take order ID here. Okay, so we got all the distinct order IDs here. Okay, now first table is the coming from the customer table. Second is table field is coming from the orders table. Now, if I simply select a company over here, you see that it will filter the related orders from the orders table, right? It is filtering, it is giving me filtered result for the related orders. So whichever company I select, it will filter the related orders from the orders table, right? If you want to deselect any filtering, like if I have apply, if I have clicked on any of these values, just clicking on it once again will deselect it. So this is a bit counterintuitive, but select and once again select to deselect. Okay, now I have deselected. Now it is showing once again all the orders. But does the opposite happen? Does the opposite happen? If I selected order ID over here, would it filter any of the customers? It does not. It is not filtering any of the related record from the customers table. You see, I'm clicking on different orders, but it is not giving me any filtered result in this table. And this is because of this reason of what this cross filtering direction is set in this relationship, which is identified by this icon. So this arrow you see, this arrow is from the customer table towards the orders table. So that's why I can filter the results on this table. I can filter the results on this table by this table. Okay. So from customer table, I'm able to filter the results in this table, but I cannot do the other way around because this direction is this way. Okay. So if I select any of the fields here, it will filter there. This is called cross filter direction. So cross filter direction is set to customers to orders. And this is the default. So in default cross filtering direction, it will always be from one side of the table towards the many side of the table. So it will always be like this. If you see everywhere, it will be from one to many, this direction, from one to many, this direction, from one to many, this direction. So it is always single side filtering from one to many. Okay, this is by design. Okay, this is by design that it will always be from one side to the many side because you always keep your uh, dimension data into your one side of the relationship and all your measures into the many side. Now the question is, can we alter this cross filtering direction? Is it even possible? And the answer is yes, you can do that. It is possible to alter the relationship, to alter the cross filter direction. So what we can do here is we can right click and we can go to properties. Now, once again, that relationship window will open. And within this, I can see cardinality and I can also see cross filter direction. This is selected as single. We can change it to both. If I click on both and save it, now you will see this arrow is having both the direction. Okay, both the direction, which means now I can filter from either way. Okay, to check this, I can go to the report view. And now if I click on orders, it does tell me which company it is ordered for. This order ID is for. Okay, so now I can do it from both the direction. Okay, this is what cross filter direction is. So first is fact tables. Okay, fact tables. What are fact tables? Fact tables are those tables which contains transaction information or where the data updates frequently. Okay, tables which stores transactional information or tables which contains quanti or which contains updates frequently. Let me put it this way. Okay, so tables which store transactional information or tables which update frequently, right? So for example, if any you have a table which can identify each orders right uniquely, right? What is if we take look at this example, so whenever there is a new order coming in, so there must be some table that is capturing the new orders, right? There must be some tables which are continuously capturing that information. What is the order? What is the order ID? What is asked in that order? That kind of information. So that is a transactional. And these orders from the data point of view, this is something which will update frequently too. So whenever there is a new order, there has to be an entry made to the table, right? So there is these fact tables which stores these kind of information wherever new. Now you can take any kind of database and you can identify which will be the fact tables, which are the dimension table. So any new transaction is happening that gets stored in those tables, fact tables. Okay. Whereas there are dimension tables. Dimension tables. So dimension tables are the tables which contains additional attribute of your data. Tables containing additional data attributes. Okay. Now, what are those tables containing additional attributes? For example, in the fact tables, you may have information like you will see information like what, who, okay, what, who, and uh, when, right? So, for example, when we say what, which means which product is purchased, let's say that is the case, okay? So, some information like product ID, so that is what is purchased. Then who purchased, so you will have information like which person purchased, so there will be a customer ID, right? Then when it is purchased, so you may have the order date. So these kind of information would be there. Those are must to have to uniquely identify each transaction happening, correct? Who purchased, what purchased, when purchased, right? And then to keep the uh, records, unique records, you may insert the order ID, right? But when it comes to additional attribute, then there is no need to keep additional attribute as well in your fact table. That is going to make your table size too big. So additional attributes, for example, product ID. Okay, example, you have the product ID. So there can be an additional product table, a dimension table, which will have information like product ID, name, description, unit price, which subcategory it belongs to, what is there could be many other, what is the model type, what is the brand, basically all of these additional attributes of the data. So table containing additional attributes. So whenever we talk about any product ID, these are all additional attributes: name, description, unit price, subcategory, model, brand, all of these are additional information. And we don't need to put all these additional information in the main fact table. Okay, this will unnecessarily increase the size of this table. Similarly, you have the customer table, right? Customer ID, customer table will have the additional attributes. So customer ID, then customer name, customer age, customer phone number, customer address, right? You will have many other details, right? All of these are additional attributes. So these are all called dimension tables, right? So we learned about creating the relationship. We can create the relationship through just dragging and dropping the columns on top of each other. That is one way of creating relationship. Also, you can go to this option called manage relationship. Okay, manage relationship. In manage relationship, you will be able to see all the existing relationships in your data model. If you click over here, it will display all the existing relationships that you have in your data model. So we know order details and orders are related through order ID. And this is the relationship cardinality. This is the cross filter direction. Okay. Similarly, order details and products are related. Orders and customers are related. So it displays all the result, all the relationships that you have, and even you can create new relationships here, or you can delete any relationship. You can go delete the relationship, right? Those kind of managing also you can do to your relationships through this manage relationship window. When you have too many relationships, you can just go and check it from here in this way as well. Okay, for example, now let's say if I want to make it once again to single, so I can go edit this here and make it from cross filter direction from both to single and save. Okay, so from this as well, I can manage all my relationships. Okay, so this is about the relationships. Um, this is the first part of the, sorry, this is about the first part of the data modeling, which is relationship. The next part of data modeling is about adding new calculations. So your fields that you have currently, they may have some information, but you may have to derive some new information. You need to perform some new calculations. So that is done through calculations. Okay. And for that, there is a formula language called DAX, DAX. In data modeling, we learned about table relationship. Now we are going to learn about DAX. DAX stands for data analysis expressions. Okay. Data analysis expressions. Now, data analysis expressions are similar to how you can write some formulas in Excel, right? So Excel also has these formulas that you can use. Similarly, in Power BI as well, you can apply some formulas to get to some calculations. Okay, so it is similar to the formulas and functions that you find in Excel. So DAX is a formula language of Power BI. Okay, that is a formula language of Power BI. Okay, now in Excel, you have several functions, and uh, those functions do their specific job. Similarly, in DAX as well, you have different functions to perform those kind of actions, and those are similar to what we see in Excel as well. You'll find a lot of similarity. To further context, in Excel, total functions or formulas, I would not write formulas, but functions for calculation, right? Those are 500, right? And if you know even 25 to 30, let's say 30, okay? So how much you know? You know 30 divided by 500 multiplied by 100, that is 6%. Okay. So you know 6% of Excel functions, and just by knowing 6% of Excel functions, you are able to do most of your work. Okay. Because its subject is that vast. Okay. The same analogy will be applied as in DAX as well. So in DAX as well, DAX is also similar to Excel. In DAX, in DAX, total functions are about, it's not as big as Excel, but there are about 300 functions. Okay. Okay. There are about 300 functions. We will focus on 15 to 20 most important functions. It's not possible for us to learn all the 300 functions. It will take another 6 months or 8 months to learn all of those. So we are going to focus on 50 to 20 most important functions with which you will be able to do more than 90% of your day-to-day Power BI tasks. Okay. We are going to keep on learning that much. And you are going to see that there is a lot of similarity you will find in Excel and DAX. Okay. So like in Excel, you have functions and you have operators. Similarly, in DAX as well, you have functions and operators. What are operators? Operators are some symbols that perform something. For example, if you write in Excel is equal to 1 plus 2, what will be the output? Output is 3, right? Now you did not write any function here, but you use the plus operator. Okay, you use the plus operator. So this is the sum operator. We use sum operator. This is not a function, this is an operator. Same thing could have also been achieved if you had written your formula like sum of 1 and 2, right? This would have also returned the same thing, right? This would also return. So here we have used sum function. Okay, so this is the difference between operator and function. So operators are symbols, and then there are some functions as well. So there are many different types of operators, operators like minus, divide, multiply. So there are those symbols that you can use to perform these kind of things. So there are functions and then there are operators. In functions and operators, there are different types of functions and operators which works on different type of data, right? So for different data types, you have different types of functions and operators, right? So for example, you have functions which are text type function, text functions, right? You have text, you have text functions, then you have numeric functions, numeric, or you can call it arithmetic, right? You can do some average, minimum, maximum, count. Those are all arithmetic functions. Then you can have date related calculations, so date functions. Then you have some related to some conditional operators, conditional functions, conditional, right? You can use if, switch, etc., etc. You have conditional. You can apply some logical, right? And condition, or condition, if error, is error, those kind of logical type of functions. Then is a specific one which is specific in Power BI. These are called time intelligence function, time intelligence functions. And we're going to learn about these time intelligence functions. These are specifically to perform any calculations related to some periods, time periods, right? Those kind of functions. So we're going to look at the important functions across all these function types that you will be using quite frequently. Okay. So now let's move forward and let's look at our first DAX. So we'll go to our, how do we create DAX? So for DAX, you can see at the top, there is this section called calculations. there is this section called calculation. Okay, not the calculation group, but this is basically what. So in DAX, you can create new column, you can create new measure, and you can also create new tables using DAX. Okay, now we are going to understand what is the difference between new column, new measure, new table, but you can create these kind of new entities, new columns, new measures, new tables. Okay, we are going to learn what is the difference and how we can create those. Okay, so let us create a new column through the DAX and let us learn how it can be done easily. So for this, I'm going to go to one of the tables. We can go to the table view, and the table view, let's say, let me do a new calculation using not here, but let me do it. I wanted to start with a very simple DAX. Let me, okay, let's get started with a simple logical calculation. Okay, simple logical calculation. Okay, so what I need to do is, let's say if I need to take, I have this orders information. Here I have information like all these orders, order date, required date, ship date, and I want to know what is the freight and freight based on what kind of ship mode we have chosen. Okay, so there is this ship via field. Okay, in ship via, you have three types of values, 1, 2, and 3. So ship, these are basically ship via codes. Okay, ship via codes. So these 1, 2, 3 actually represents, 1 means that you are shipping through air, 2 means you are shipping through water, and 3 means that you are shipping through road. Okay, so air, water, road. And in this, it is mentioned in these codes. Now, whenever you are going to analyze the data, your end user may not know what these codes are, right? They would know that, okay, they would understand these air, water, road ship modes, but not through these codes. So we need to create a new column which will just give us a value for these, right? So what we can do here in this table, we can create a new column. Okay, new column. Okay, so just click on new column here. As soon as you click on new column, as soon as you click on new column, you'll see a new formula bar coming over here. Okay, this new formula bar comes over here, and this is where you write your DAX. Okay, DAX formula bar. This is the DAX formula bar. This is where you can write your DAX. Okay, now we are going to write one simple DAX, and here it is, we are going to use a simple uh, conditional calculation over here. Okay, so in DAX, you get this column name first, then equal to sign, and after the equal to, you write your expression. Okay, so you can specify what your column should be. So you can write, let's say my column is ship mode. I wrote the name as ship mode now. Okay, ship mode would be my column name. Let me make it bigger. Ship mode is the column name. Okay, and after equal to, I can write my DAX. So in this case, I'm going to use a function if. So all of you may be used aware of the if function. What does if do? So if function lets you apply a logical test, and if the logical test is true, you get one value as the output. If it is false, then you get another value as the output. Right now, in DAX, as soon as you start typing something, you get all these intelligence feature, you get everything that is starting with this, right? I, or everything, all the functions that you need. So you can start keep typing till you get your option in the list. Okay, so as soon as I write if, I got everything that is starting or ending, starting or have if in it. So I can select if over here and press, just either I can press the tab key or the mouse click. Okay, and then this bracket will start, and it will also give you some details on what this function is. So it checks whether a condition is met and returns one value if it is true and another value if it is false. Okay, so this function requires one logical test, one output for true, another output for false. Okay, so what is my logical test over here? So logical test is if the now in the logical test, what do I need to check? If the ship via column value, if it is equal to 1, then my output should be air. If it is 2, then it should be water. If it is 3, then it is road, right? That is how I would want it. So in the logical test, you simply put this column reference, this field reference. So you just start typing ship via, okay? And you'll notice that this will also give you the every reference that is starting with this. So there are these, as soon as I type ship, everything that is having ship is listed over here. So we need to select a field which is from the orders table, and the name is ship via. I can select it from here. Okay. As soon as I selected a field from here, notice that there is a specific color that is added over here to these square brackets. If this color is not coming, then you are making some syntax mistake. Okay, unless this color doesn't come like this, make sure that it is coming like this so that the field is properly selected. Okay, if it comes with some gray color, this means that field reference is not correct. So what you need to do as a best practice, just start typing the field that you needed. So ship, and then select the value from the list. That's the best way. Okay, so we got order via, so orders ship via, and you simply put is equal to, and now we are going to put a condition here. So if ship via is equal to 1, another thing to note here is that whenever you are using any numerical field in your DAX calculation, you simply put the number as it is, right? So we put this one number as it is. So this will work. But whenever you are using any text field, then for the text field, you need to use double quotes every time. Whenever you need to use text field, use double quote. Okay, so ship via is equal to 1. So whenever this condition is true in all the rows, then return air. So now remember, I want to return some text field. So that's why I need to put this double quote. If I don't put this double quote, if I simply put air, okay, and if I try to run this, it will give me some error. Let's say if I give something like this, I put air, and whenever it is not, let's say for now I'm putting some random value. If it is air, then air, it is not air. Let's say I put it like this, and I close my if condition, right? If formula is closed, but you see that there is this red color, gray and red. This is an indication that I have made some mistake over this formula. If I press enter, okay, it'll give me an error, and it'll give me failed to resolve name not air. It is not a valid table, variable or function name. It just could not identify what it does it mean. Okay, so for text, always remember you need to put quotes, double quotes. If I put this air in double quotes and not air in double quotes, then I will get proper output. So now you see I got the ship mode column calculated, where I got for a wherever there is 1, I got the value as air, and wherever it is not 1, I got not air. Okay. Now what we did here is we've solved it for one condition. Wherever the order ship, sorry, the ship where is 1, but when it is not 1, then also we have two options, 2 or 3. So what we need to do is when it is not air, when this condition is false, then also we need to put any additional one more condition that can be 2 or 3. So you can put another if, an if inside an if, and this time once again write the same thing, ship where, and this time if it is equal to 2, then water, and for even if that is not true, then you can give the third option that it will be then road. If it is not water, if it is not air, it has to be road. So close the first if, close the second if, and press enter. And this will give you the three values in the correct order. So you will get air, water, or road options in this ship mode. Another thing that you need to know and you need to be a bit uh, aware of is that you can always look at your column properties, any column that you have created, right? So as soon as you go into the table view and you select the any of the column from here or from here, okay, as soon as you select, let's say I selected ship mode, this is a calculated column that we did, but as soon as you select any column, you will see the column tool at the top. Okay, column tool tab, which was not there earlier. As soon as you select any column from here or from here, this column tools gets added. And this contains some information like what is the name of this column, what is the data type of this column, what is the format in which we have kept this column. Okay. If we have some numeric data, then it gives you the options to format your numeric column in any way that you want. Okay, numeric column or all these columns wherever formatting is applicable. And also it gives you this option to summarize, apply some summarization. Okay, now this kind of summarization options, if you set some default values, these are always helpful when you use these columns for your visualization. Okay, so or the formatting you can check, you can make changes. So column tools allows you to do all of this. Specifically coming to this summarization part, this will help you with how whenever you use any field, okay, in your visualization, by default, what kind of summarization it shows. So if you remember, in the very first example of this relationship, we selected company name and freed column, right? Freed column. And you saw that we just selected freed column, it automatically gave us the sum of freed values. Why didn't it do anything else? Why did it do sum of freed? Why not uh, average of freed values or minimum value of the freeds or any other kind of aggregation, but did sum of it? So this kind of setting can be done through this default summarization option. So if I go to freed column, for example, I selected Freet and you see summarization is set to sum over here. Okay. Summarization is set to sum. That is why when we selected this column, automatically it gave us the sum of these values. We can change it and we can keep it to some other kind of summarization to average, minimum, maximum, so that whenever we select by default, this would be the summarization. We can always check those, I mean, check and change those, but it's always good if you set something to default so that you don't need to do any kind of changes later. And performance wise as well, it becomes faster when you do any analysis over large data when you have some default summarization set. Okay. And for any kind of data that should not be summarized, you can change it to not summarize. So we have created these two columns. Now let us look at one more scenario in this same data. We have the we have the in the orders table, we have the order date and we have the shipped date. So when the order was placed and when the order was shipped, right? So we can analyze how much time does it take for me to ship an order from the order creation date to actually shipping the order. How many days does it take for it to happen, right? So this is an important metric that businesses use, especially when it comes to the your overall supply chain efficiency, right? That how much time does it take from the order taking to actual delivery, right? Or shipping. So we want to basically create difference of two dates over here. Okay. So to do so, we can use a function called date diff, right? Date diff that gives difference of two dates in whichever unit that we want to measure it in. Okay. So once again, I will create a new column here. I'll create a new column and I will, this column name would be, let's say I call it to ship, days to ship, because I want to calculate it in days, okay, in the days in the days interval, right? So days to ship. So I can use a function date diff. Date diff. What does date diff do? It returns the number of units in the specified interval between two input dates. So basically, you have date one and date two. It tells you what is the difference between these two dates in our defined measured like interval. It can be in, we can give the input as either days or months or weeks or years. That is up to us. So date one is the lowest date, like the starting date. So date one would be order date in this case. Order date. Order date is date one. You don't need to put any of these extension dot day or anything. Just press escape. This is the first parameter. Second parameter is ship date. Ship date. Okay. This is the second parameter. And then comma will allow you to choose which interval you want to keep it in hour, minute, month, quarter, week, second, year. In our case, we will want to calculate in days. So put day over here and close the bracket. So just with this, it will give us how much days to ship it requires for each order, right? We got the calculation for each order over here. Okay. So these are the decisions that you as a business analyst you need to think, you need to take, like you your objective is to understand these metrics and try to understand what kind of business uh, like how would businesses would want to see these data, right? So so days to ship. Now what my uh, uh, what I would do here is I would keep it to average. Okay, we can keep it to average because average is a good aggregation for this generally. So what is this days to ship essentially is telling us that okay, it takes me for let's say last 100 orders, It took me for some orders, it took me 5 days for some orders, it took me 8 days for some orders, it took me 20 days. But largely in for those last 100 orders or last month, all the orders, average how much time does it take for me to ship my orders? This tells me what is my team's efficiency in shipping the orders, in processing the orders. So you cannot do sum, you cannot take count, you cannot take minimum, maximum. It has to be an average, right? You can do what is the in those 100 rows of data, what is the average? Or those 1,000 rows of data, what is the average? That will tell you what is your team's performance, right? So we can keep it to average as a default. I can go to column tools, I can change it to average, right? So these are the decisions, these are the thinking that you need to do as a business analyst. Now let's go to order details table. Okay, we'll go to order details table. Now in order details table, let us look at this data. What do we have here? We have order ID, we have the product ID, we have the unit price of that product, right? We have the unit price, we have the quantity, and we have the discount, if there is any discount applied in that order or not. Okay. Now I want to calculate how much is the total sales that I made with each of these order, right? How much sales? So how do I find out what is the sales that I made? What is the formula for sales? Unit price multiplied by quantity, right? That is the sales. Now I will just also look at this discount field if I need to consider these. And in this case, the discount is actually, you have the percentage information in this. It's not like if I multiply this, let's say 10 multiplied by 20, I have like we have the $200 of sales, let's say $200, and we are applying 0.25 or 25 cents discount or uh, even lesser than that, right? That is not how. So this is actually in percentage. This discount is in percentage. What we need to interpret it is that if it is 0.25, that is 25% discount, right? If it is 0.20, that is 20% discount and so on. So the net sales is actually after applying the discount. Okay. So we'll calculate the sales with the net sales. Okay. So what will be the formula for net sales? Net sales is unit price unit price multiplied by quantity, and then subtracting, or we can keep it like this, or this entire thing, whatever output that we get, is multiplied by 1 minus discount. Would this give us the correct net sales? Does it give the correct net sales? Is this formula looking correct? So this looks correct to me. Now let us apply this and calculate. So this is very simple. We need to apply the same arithmetic operation, right? In a column, in a calculated column. So we can create new column. I'll call it net sales, which is unit price multiplied by quantity, okay, multiplied by 1 minus discount, okay, and we got the net sales calculated. Now, if I need to know how much orders, how many orders were how many orders were made, how can I calculate that? How many orders were made? Is there a way to do that from this data? How many orders were there? How to find how many orders were placed? How to find how many orders were placed? Okay. As a business, I would want to get more orders, right? My order should be more. So how will we know how many orders were placed? So for this, for getting how many orders are placed, that is a calculation that is done on the row aggregation, right? So if you see here, the unique identifier of any order is order ID column, right? This is the column. If I can count the distinct order numbers that we have in this column, the distinct order numbers in this column, that will tell me how many total orders we got. Okay, so distinct order numbers from this column will give us, or distinct values from this column will give us the total orders that we received, right? But the question here is, even if we get this distinct count of order ID, even if we get this, should we show them as a new column or should we not? Okay, so here, let's say if I add a new column over here, new column, which will be total orders, and I will use this function here, which is called distinct count. Okay, distinct count. So distinct count will find exact distinct values from the order ID column and will return the count of it. Okay, so distinct count of order ID order ID from the order details table. Okay, if I do this, then see what it does. It gives the same information across all these rows, right? Because this, whatever evaluation that is being done, distinct count of order, this is done on the entire data for all the rows. And after we get it for all the rows, then do we need to keep it as a row wise information, right? So the answer is no, we should not do it because it is returning at the row level, it is returning the same value and we should not create column for those. Okay, so that's where the difference between column and measures come into play. Okay, columns and measures. So remember when we were creating these, when we were getting this option, we got the option of creating new column and then we also got option to create new measures. Okay, so in this case, we will not create new column wherever we need to show any data which is at the aggregated level, which something like count distinct or max, min, sum, all these kind of aggregation when we are doing, we should not show the data in the column because that shows, that basically calculates everything and displays in each row. But we don't want it to be displayed in each row. What will we do with this? Right? Instead, we use this as a measure. So one way is that you use the defined aggregation summarization that we have, and you simply use that field into visualization and it will show the summarized result. Okay, so let me show this to you. Let me first of all delete this total order. This is not required. We can delete it. Okay. What we will do when you go to the report view, let's say I want to see how many total orders we got for each customer. Okay, so let's say this table, we have the customer, and just next to the customer, if I bring the order ID column, okay, you can just select the column. I'll teach this part specifically how to build visual. Right now, let's understand this concept of just this, like how we can show this as a total orders metric. Okay, so this order column, let me go back in the table, order details, order ID, right? Order ID. This is currently don't summarize. That's why in this visual it is coming as this individual order IDs, because we said to not summarize. But let me go and change it to summarize it to take account distinct. Okay, take account distinct. If we do this now, let me remove this and once again add this. So see, this is showing the count of order IDs and we are getting the distinct orders. So for this company, it made 6 orders. This is made 4 orders, 7 orders, 13 orders, and so on. And in total, we can see at the bottom that there were 830 orders that we were seeing earlier for each row, right? Which did not make any sense. We want to have information like this. Okay. So one way is that you put the summarization as we require, and then you use it as a measure in the visualization. Okay, measure in the visualization. Now, what does it mean? This is a bit confusing, right? Measure in the visualization. So anything that is aggregated with some aggregation, be it count of something, sum of, average of, that becomes a measure. That becomes, by definition, that becomes a measure. Okay, measure. What is measure? Let me write this down in the note. Measure, okay, anything or any result through value aggregation is a measure. What does it mean? So if you have list of values, right? 1, 2, 4, 5. If we are taking sum of all these, sum of all values, then this becomes a measure. We are getting a measure which is 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 5, that becomes 12, right? So total, this is a measure value, right? So we aggregated. Okay. So when you use a field and you put an aggregation on this, so we put a field, a column directly from the data, and on that top of that column, we applied an aggregation count of, right? Count of, that is an aggregation. So this kind of measure is called an implicit measure. Okay. When it comes to measures, we got measures, which is implicit measure. What are the implicit measures? Using columns and by aggregating the, sorry, using columns with any aggregated result. That is an implicit measure. Implicit means that on the fly, you are converting them into a measure by applying an aggregation. That's all, right? We pick a column, we applied an aggregation, that becomes a measure, an implicit measure. So we have an implicit measure. Or secondly, you can have an explicit measure. Explicit measure. Explicit means, as the name suggests, it is explicit means that you create a new measure with predefined aggregation and any other calculation, right? Not just we can do just aggregation, but you can do some other calculation and then do you can do aggregation, but you can define an explicit measure. So like you have created a new column. When you created a new column, that became explicitly that get created, you it got added over here, right? This is a column explicit. There is no explicit or implicit kind of a thing with column, but the new column is added. Similarly, a new measure can be added if we create it in explicit manner. So how do we create an explicit way? So let's say I want to create a measure with total order, measure as total orders, right? So I can go and create a new measure. So explicit measure is created over here. You especially select to create a new measure. It will give you this measure and allow you to write a DAX over here. I will put it as total orders. And here I write the same formula, distinct count of order ID. Okay. And now an explicit measure got created. Now, where did it go? It did not add any column over here because measures are not supposed to be created, supposed to be added as a column. So not here, but a new measure is added into your data model over here. Okay, so there is a new measure added over here in our data model. Now, what will it do? Now we never need to worry about uh, thinking about what kind of summarization it has, what kind of summarization the field has or has not, because we created an explicit measure over here. And anytime we need to see total orders, we want to visualize it anytime, we can just bring that over here. Let's say I remove this. I will create another table. First would be, once again, we'll take company name. And the second one is we pick this new measure that we created, total orders. If you select this, total orders gives you the same value, same result. You see, same result you are getting, but this is an explicit measure that we created. It did not have sum of anything before it, any kind of aggregation that we have over here. It does not have any of this because the aggregation is built in the definition of this measure, right? The definition of the measure was that within this measure we are defining that it will always be a distinct count of order ID. So we don't need to worry about it. It will always be using this aggregation and it will simply display it as the just the name of the measure as it is. Okay. Now the question is, why do we need to create these two ways, right? We can simply get this directly with the existing field with an implicit measure. Why creating separate explicit measures? Which is a valid question, right? So see, what is the advantage of explicit measure? First is that now, no matter how many times you use it, there is a separate measure created for it, and you can use it as many times as you want. You don't need to worry about uh, defining it for each visual with the correct aggregation, right? So whenever we use order ID field directly as it is in each of the visual, wherever we are using it, we need to be careful that we are putting the correct aggregation here and we are getting the correct result. We just have to create it once and we can use it at any number of time as we want. Okay, so you can create an explicit measure like this. Now, what does it do? This measure, what is this doing? That this measure is storing this calculation of distinct count of order ID. This calculation is stored in the data model, and this calculation will simply give you result based on whatever other visual level filters that we are applying. So let's say if I'm applying it along with the company name, so it will give me the result like this. By each of the company, you are getting the separate values, right? So it will just keep that calculation and stored in the data model. Now it is up to you which all other fields you want to use this calculated this result with. You want to use it with company name, it will give you the total orders by company. If you use, let's say by category, right? If you choose, okay, I want to just see how many total orders we got for each category. So you can put category and the total orders measure. It will show you how many orders we got by category, right? So measures are like this. It will have its aggregation and it will show the filtered result based on which other field you are using on the fly when you create the visual. Okay, so this is what the measure is. We learned about the data relationships, how we can create relationship between tables. Okay, and then we learned about how we can create new calculations using DAX. Okay, what is DAX? DAX is the formula language that you use in Power BI, which lets you calculate different types of output, different types of matrix that you would want in your report. Okay, so we learned how we can create a new column in any table. What does a column do? Column calculates, performs any calculation and gives you row wise result. Okay, for example, we created this column net sales. It is this column is this formula, which is multiplication of two columns and then multiplying it with one minus discount. So basically, we are giving reference to the columns, but it is evaluating the results at the row level. So we are getting different values for each row level based on the different inputs. Okay, so when you create new columns, it always gives you row wise evaluated details. Okay, so we created columns like net sales, we created columns uh, in the customer table like the address and sorry, it is in the orders table actually. So we created full shipping address, ship mode, days to ship. All of these are evaluated results for each row, right? Each row. So you are getting row wise results when you create new columns. Okay. Versus we also learned about measures. What are measures? Measures are a calculation which gives you summarized result. Okay. Measure is a calculation which gives you a summarized result. Summarized, or you can also say aggregated result. So measures always give you aggregated result. Okay. How we can do aggregation? So measures give aggregated result, right? And for aggregation, we need to apply some functions like sum or count. These are all aggregations. So if you have multiple values, it aggregates them into one single value based on what aggregation function we use. So measures gives an aggregated result. And to see the results in the report for different types of other dimensions of your data, you simply use that measure with the visual and it shows you the filtered result, right? So when I'm creating this value, for example, here I'm creating this. company name, or let me see this one. By company name, we have calculated total order. So total order is a measure. Output of measure is count distinct of order ID, and the count distinct of order ID is, we have total 830 order. So count distinct of order ID is 830. But when you use measures with other dimensions like company name, it gives you the filtered results like this, right? You're getting filtered result. So what are measures? Once again, measures are aggregated results of any data. Okay. Now, when it comes to measures, there are two types of measures that you can use. One is an explicit measure, which means that I'm creating a new measure directly. I'm creating a new measure, and in the measure formula, I'm specifying what the aggregation should be, whether it will be a count or sum or different types of aggregations. I'm explicitly defining it. Okay, that we can do. Second is that you can select a field and then apply any kind of aggregation on top of it, and that becomes an implicit measure. When you use a field and on top of that field, you apply any kind of aggregation. Both are measures, but one is an explicit and other is implicit. Okay. Now, for measures, like how the prerequisite is that you always need to do some aggregation, only then you can use measure. Measures are not meant to give you row wise output like you get in columns. Okay. When we try to add measure, when we try to do an aggregation and we get this total orders as a column, it gives the same value for each row, right? Because we are aggregating the results. So that's why whenever you have a need to aggregate results, you always use measure and not column. Okay. So, okay, I'll explain this once again, implicit versus explicit. Okay. Okay. Now look at this, for example, this data. Here we are looking at, let us look at the orders data. Okay, this is orders data, correct? Now in the orders data, can you tell me how many customers have placed the order? How many total customers have placed the order? How many customers are there who have placed the order? Is there a way to know from the orders data how many customers have placed the order? To know how many customers have placed the order, I have a customer identifier field, which is customer ID, right? Customer ID is the customer identifier for me. If I use this column as it is, right? If I use this column as it is in a visual, it will show me results like one row will show this TOMSP, that is one customer, then OTTIK, this is one customer, Frank, Quick, these are all different customers are there, right? So when you see this result at the row level, this is using the field as it is when we do not aggregate or summarize it. So that means you're using it as a dimension, okay, as a dimension as it is, okay. But if I want to aggregate these column values, then I'm converting it into a measure, okay. So one way to do it is that, let's say I want to know how many customers have placed the order. So I will go to reports and I will go and I will, let me bring a table visual here. I'll bring a table visual, and on the table visual, I will bring the, from the orders table, customer ID. Okay, I will select customer ID. Okay, now what is happening here? I got all the customers, list of customers here. Okay, so when you display the data without any aggregation, when you display the data without any aggregation, then it is showing me the values as it is showing the dimension the customer dimension data as it is. Okay, this is like you are showing, don't summarize mean you are showing all customers. Okay, you are displaying all the customers here, right? We have all the customers here with no aggregation, right? This is full customer without any aggregation. But if I want to know what is my total number of customers who place the order, then I need to apply an aggregation on this. So what I can do is here, when I select this field, I can see under the visualization, whichever field that I have selected, I can see that field over here. Okay, you can see the field over here. This is the one that I have selected in the column. I have a choice for this field to be shown as a dimension, which is this currently being shown as, okay, or as a measure. So how can I do that? There is this small drop down over here where I get an option to summarize this. So currently it is set to don't summarize, but let's say since this is a text field, so that's why I'm not getting those kind of options like sum, count, because you cannot do those. That sorry, sum you cannot do, count you can do, but we don't get options like minimum, maximum. You cannot do that for text data, but you can do count or count distinct over here. So if I just convert it into a count of customers over here, okay, then it became a measure. Now it became a measure. This is a measure. Okay, this is a measure. And since this measure I used, like I created just by changing the aggregation of it, right? How it should be aggregated within the same field. So this measure type is a implicit. Like within the visual, I have just changed the aggregation of this column to be shown as count of value. So this is an implicit. Okay. So implicit is just using the existing field as it is, which we have in our data. So this is the field that we are using as it is, but I'm modifying the aggregation of it here. So this became a measure. An aggregated measure is what? A aggregated representation of any data. So we are showing count distinct of customers measure. Okay. Now this is implicit measure, but if I need to create an explicit measure for uh, total customers that place the order, I can also create one. So I can go and I can create a new measure. So for explicit measure, I need to write the formula, how it should be created, giving the appropriate aggregation, all of that. So what I can do here, I can create a new measure with the name of it, total customers. Let's say I give this total customers, and its calculation is apply distinct count, okay, distinct count on what? Distinct count on customer ID from the orders table. Okay, second one. So we chose distinct count of customer ID from the orders table, and this calculation will be saved as a new measure, a separate measure, which is not using the field directly, but a new measure is created. And you can see it over here in the data model. Now we have a new measure created. And when you create a new separate measure, then it is called an explicit measure. Explicit, you have explicitly created it. Okay. So it gives you the same result, but this will be called an explicit measure. So if I create a new table visual and I use this new measure total customer, it gives you the same result, but this is an explicit measure. This was an implicit measure created on the fly. Another term that you should remember, and many people may, like if you're going for Power BI interviews, or if someone wants to test your knowledge, they may ask this question like, what is a filter context in Power BI? Okay, so when you have these measures created, whenever you have measures and you add other fields which will work as a filter for the measure, that is called a filter context. So your result of total customer is shown at the filter context level. So what is your filter context here? Filter context is each ship country is your filter context. Okay, this is called filter context. So we are seeing a result of total customers on this filter context, ship country. So for each unique value of ship country, we see the filtered result for total customer. This is called filter context. So measures always work with the filter context. How many fields you can add, as many fields as you want, and it will show the results by filter context. Okay, this is called filter context. Okay, so measures work with the filter context when you visualize the data with the measures. Whereas another term that you will often hear is row context. Row context is how your columns work. So when we create new columns, automatically whatever expression that we are putting, those are evaluated for each row, row by row. So columns, when you create new columns, they always work at row context, row context. Okay. So columns work at row context and measures work with filter context. Okay. So just to summarize all of this, let me just write the difference between columns and measures. It will be much more clearer to you. Okay. We are about to work on this. So column versus measure. Let us just once again understand this. Okay. Column and measure. Okay. So first is column. Column is used when row level calculations are required. Okay. When you need a calculation that needs to be worked at each row level. Okay. When row level calculation is required. Okay. It uses row context. Okay. Versus measures is used when aggregated results are required. Okay. Is used when aggregated results are required, like sum of a column or count of unique values in a column, or finding the minimum value from the range of values in a column, those kind of aggregations. Then you use measures. Okay. Measures are visualized in the report using filter context. We visualize it using filter context. There are different types of filtering. Whatever filter, you get the filtered result through the measures. Okay. What else? So columns do not require any aggregation function in the calculation or in the formula. Okay. Do not require any aggregation function in the formula. Measures must need an aggregation function in the formula. Okay, we need to have, this is a must condition, that with measures you must introduce an aggregation function, otherwise it will not let you calculate as well. Okay, for example, let me show this with an example. Let's say I want to, we have this order details table, we calculated the net sales over here. Okay, in the net sales we applied, if you see, this is a column, we created a new column, and here we simply reference the field names, right? So unit price multiplied by quantity multiplied by 1 minus order details discount, right? So this is simply using the fields without having any aggregation, and that's why we are getting this row wise results over here. Okay, for each row we are getting different result. Okay, but measures would not allow you to write your expression without any aggregation function. Okay, if I try to write a measure, let's say I create a measure, if I go and I'll create a new measure here. Okay, and in this measure, let's say net sales measure. Okay, if I want to create this measure and I simply start typing, so we get the all the list of fields as we start typing. So let's say I type unit price. Is it giving me any option like we get with columns? It gives us the list of all the values which are starting with unit price or have that text. It does not. Okay, it did not give any. Let me search discount. It gave me some of the functions, but there is no discount field that it is allowing me to write without it. But if I use an aggregation function, let's say I just put an aggregation function sum. Okay, sum. And now can I search for any field? Unit price. It allowed me to do that. Okay, it now allowed me to use that. So I need to, this is a must to have. You need to put an aggregation function, only then it will let you use. So I need to put something like sum, count, distinct count, or min, max, average, any kind of aggregation which converts list of values into a single output. That is a mandatory requirement. Okay, this is also one property of measure. So measures must need an aggregation function in the formula. Okay. Another difference is column adds a new field in a particular table. Okay. It adds a new field in a particular table. Okay. So if we are creating a new orders table, it will add that column in the orders table. If we add something in the order details column, it will add it in the order details column. It will add in a particular column, particular table. Okay. While a measure adds a measure in the data model. Okay, so it adds in an entire data model. It does not matter whether the measure is created under this table or that table. It does not matter at all. Okay, it does not matter in which table you are creating measure. For example, if we go here, we can see that we have created this measure and this got added under this table, right? In under order details, we have created this measure, right? But it does not show us anywhere in this table when we see the display of this table, right? We don't see anything over here. It does not show. Okay. So although it is not visible over here, this does not create a new column, but it is added over here under this table. Though it is created under this table, but it would not matter if I had created it under any other table as well. It will still give the same output. Okay. It's just that Power BI at the moment does not have any, convenient or any like distinct way of showing where the measures are created. So what it does is whichever table that I have selected over here, and when I click on new measure, it will just add that measure under that table. Okay. If tomorrow I need to like add this total orders under the category table, it will let me do that as well. It will not matter to it. It will still show the same result. Okay. And tomorrow, if I need to move my measure created in one table just for the display purpose, let's say I want to move it to some other table, I can easily do that. You know how I can do that? I can simply select the measure over here. Okay. So if I select the measure over here, similar to how we get column tools at the top, we also get measure tool. Okay. At the top, when I select a measure, I also see measure tool at the top. Okay. And under the measure tool, it tells me what is the home table for this measure, home table, and home table is order details. If tomorrow, let's say I want to move it to some other table, simply select any other table over here. Let's say I put select categories. Okay. It will simply move. You see, earlier it was here. Now it moved to categories under categories. But would it make any difference on how it would work? No, it won't. If I go to this, it will still show total customers. Sorry, we were looking at our total orders. Let's say if I add total orders in this table, it will still show the result without any problem. It will still, so it does not matter under which table it got created. It is part of your data model, entire data model. Okay. So it will respect all the tables that you have, all the relationships that you have created in your model. It will respect all the filtering direction, everything that it will respect. But it does not matter under which table it gets created. Okay. So measure, so adds a new field, adds measure. I would I would say added in the measure is added in the entire data model. Okay, not particular to a particular table. It does not matter. It belongs to the entire data model. Columns are used for any kind of output. Let's say you want a text output, you want some date as the output, or you want a numeric output. So any kind of data type as the output you require, you can use column. Okay. While measures are typically used for numeric output. Okay. Since we are doing aggregations, right? So aggregations always give us numeric results. So usually it is used for numeric output, although there is also like you can also get non numeric output too. So although you can also get non-numeric output with the measure, but typically it is used for numeric output. Okay. So that is also one, just the use case point of view, how the columns and the measures use. So usually used for all types of output data types, numeric, text, date, etc. While measures are usually used for numeric output data types. Okay, numeric output data types. Another difference between column and measure, which is also visible, that since columns are columns add a new table, new field in the table, but measure do not add a new field in the table. So from just the optimization point of view, if one calculation is feasible through column as well or through measure as well, then you should always prefer measures over columns. So whenever you, let's say we wanted some calculation done and we can do it with both the ways, then you should always give measures. You should always use measures. Why measures? Because see, measures are not creating any new column in a table. So when you are creating a new column in the table, you are allocating memory for each row of data that you are adding in that column. Whereas measures are simply storing that calculation, just one calculation, the aggregated calculation. And whenever you need to visualize it, only then it pulls that information. So dates, it does not increase the data model size when it comes to comparing with the column. So increases data model size does not, almost it doesn't increase. And it is recommended whenever it is feasible to use. So you should always use measures over columns whenever it is possible. Okay, because it does not increase the size, it is better for your overall data model size, overall performance of your report. Okay, so these are all the differences between column and measure. Now it says that, as we know now, that whenever we can create measures, we should always create measures and avoid creating columns. Okay, we should always create measures and avoid creating columns. Now, let's say my objective is to create this net sales not as a column but as a measure. Then can I do that? Is it possible for me to do? The challenge here is that this net sales column that we have created, this column is using um, this column is using multiple column references, right? And it is basically we are applying multiplication for multiple columns, right? So how do I create a measure with this? Okay, because measure also require aggregation, right? So how do we create? If I need to create it, is it even possible? Okay, so let's try to do that. Let's say I want to create a net sales measure. So I'll go to table tool. I'll create a new measure. Okay, and let me call it. Okay, what I'll do is just for the uh, difference. So this existing one where the name was net sales, let me just rename this to net sales column. Okay, just for the differentiation, because we cannot have two uh, fields with the same name. I cannot have a measure as well as column having same name. So just for to avoid that, I'm calling it net sales column, and I'm going to create a new measure with the net sales name. New measure, net sales. Okay, and here, so what does it require? It requires unit price, unit price multiplied by quantity, but I cannot directly use it because it requires an aggregation. So I need to put some function. Let's say I put some function and then I do unit price. Okay, in some function, I can only put one column. Okay, So I can only put one column over here. So I need to wrap this. So it would be something like sum of unit price. Then I can do multiply with sum of quantity. Okay, order quantity, right? And then I do another multiplication with 1 minus sum of discount, right? So everything, all of these fields that we had earlier, I just added an additional sum against these. So this will be a valid measure calculation because I provided aggregation against all of these fields. But will it give me the right result if I do it this way? Will it give me the right result for the net sales? What do you think? If I do it like this, will it give me the right result? This is not going to give us the right result. So we cannot take sum of all the fields and then apply the multiplications. We need to do row wise all these multiplications, addition, subtraction, all of those needs to be performed at each row level first. Then only you will get the row level what the sales was, and then on top of that we do the sum. Okay, so we should not be doing the sum before and then do the all these calculations. We should be doing these calculation, row level calculation, and then we do the sum. Okay, so if I do it like this, let's say if I go ahead with this net sales, and if I simply just to check how much difference we are getting over here. So let's say here, if I add one table and I use one calculation that we had for the net sales column, right? This is sum of the net sales, right? This is the value. Okay. And if I add a secondary table where I have the other calculation that I just did, net sales, and now look at the, first of all, this is negative. Okay, this is negative, and look at the result, negative value in trillions, whereas our actual value should be in about few millions. So this is all wrong. This is all wrong. We cannot do the aggregation first and then do the all these all these other row wise calculation that it should be doing. So to do this, to achieve this with a measure, there are some series of functions which ends with the letter X. Okay, there are some series of functions which ends with the letter X. Those are called the iterator functions, X functions. Okay, so what does these X function do? That whichever aggregation that you want to do, that aggregation will be applied after the row level evaluation of your expression. Whatever expression you put, you need to have a row level evaluation first, and then the aggregation should come into play. Okay, so these functions are ending with X. Okay, these are called iterator function. So now instead of we use sum, there is this variant of sum which is ending with X. This is the iterator version of sum function. So sum X, we're going to use sum X here. Sum X, what does sum X require? What does it do? It returns the sum of an expression evaluated for each row in a table. So first evaluation happens at each row and then the summation happens. So let's do this. It requires table and then it requires expression. What is my table here? Table is order details. So put the table name here, order details. Within this table, whatever expression that I need to put, I can put it now here. So the same expression that we used for calculating that column, I can put that same over here. So it is unit price multiplied by quantity, both multiplied by this multiplied by 1 minus discount. Okay, this is my expression, right? So my table here, then my expression, and then and this function. Okay, so you require table and then you require expression. So this expression will be evaluated for each row and then the summation would happen. So we just press enter over here. Now this formula is calculated with a measure using SumX function. And let's look at the result in the report view now. Do they exactly match now? Okay, so now we can calculate this net sales with a measure using SumX function. Okay, so this is very powerful function, these iterator functions. Okay, any function like sum ending with x or count ending with x or average ending with x, whenever you have this x at the end, this lets you do an expression evaluation at the row level first and then the sum at the column level, sum at the overall data. Now we are going to look at some other functions, and one of the function that would help you bring any field from other table into uh, any other table for the calculation purpose, that can be done very easily with a function called related. Okay, so now let us see how we can use that. So suppose we have the in the order details, we have the product level unit price information. Okay, we have the product level unit price information. Now in the products table, if I go to the products table, in the products table, I also have how many, what is the unit price. This is basically, this is a bit confusing, unit price here as well. This would be most, this would be more of, in this data set, this is unit price. But let's say you have, for example, you have the cost price information, right? How much does it take to make this product, right? That information if you have available here. And if you just want to understand how much profit you made for each transaction by subtracting the actual cost of making the product with the how much you sold, actually sold. So if you need to do something like this can be done very easily. We can use related function to bring any column from the related table into the calculation. Okay, so let me show you how you can do it. Although this data may not give you the great result, but let me just show this to you. So we have the unit price over here in the orders table. Okay, now if I simply need to bring, sorry, not a new measure, but I'll create a new column in this case. Since I need to bring a column with a value from other table. Okay, so if I simply search for, let's say, let me call it cost price. Okay, cost price. So if I simply search for unit price, so what will it give me as the option? So whenever you are creating a column within this table, it will only give you options of all the fields which are present in this table. Okay, unit price. So in this table, order details, unit price. So this is available in this table. If I need to bring any field from the other table, then if I know that there is a relationship with the other table, then I can use a function called related. Okay, related or related table. We will use a related function over here. So if I use related, it returns a related value from another table. Okay, so when I put this function related and then I search for unit price, you see that it is now allowing me to bring unit price from the products table. Okay, unit price or any other field from other tables. So if I bring unit price from the products table over here and call it cost price and enter, it will create this over here. You will be able to see this information. Now there seems to be some mistake in this data set with these field names, because you can see the cost price is more than the unit price, right? For most of these products. So it looks like there is a mistake in this data. But the point here is that if I need to bring any field from the other table, I can do it using this related function. So what does this related function do? Whenever I need to look up any value based on the relationship from a table, then it will bring the value from the other table, which is having one unique record for that row. Okay, what I mean by this, it can be a bit, it may have become a bit complicated. So in the data model, order details and products are related, and their relationship is based on the field product ID, right? Product ID. So if I apply related function and if I bring the field from products table into the order details table, which is what we did, right? So it allowed me to look for the one row that we have matching in the product table, because the relationship is many to one. So in this table, there is a unique record for each product ID. So I can apply related function, and here in this table, based on whichever product ID that we have in that row, it will look for the related record in this table and it will bring it into this table. That's what it is doing right now with this function. Okay, so we applied this related function and it brought this cost price from the, or the unit price from the products table into here. This is here there is some problem with the data. We'll not use it for the analysis, but understand the concept. So when we created our data model, we have the fact tables and we have the dimension tables, right? We have the some of the fact tables. So orders is a fact table. Okay. Order detail, this is also a fact table. Okay. And then we had dimension tables. So product is a dimension table, category is a dimension table, customers is also a dimension table, right? So what are dimension tables? Once again, to reiterate, so dimension tables are the tables which contains additional attributes of your data, right? So data related to customers, products, categories, all those. We create separate dimension tables just to keep the data in the proper structure to reduce the overall memory of your data model and optimize your query results. Okay. Now, similar to these dimension tables, there is one more dimension table, which is date, that we often create whenever we need to analyze data over dates. Okay, so whenever there is a data where dates are involved and you need to understand data by dates, like here orders, we are looking at orders by order date and we have different years of data. There, it is always recommended that you create a separate date dimension table. Okay, so you create a separate date dimension table instead of using the date field directly from the fact table. Okay, so what should the date dimension table require? So date dimension table. Okay, whenever data model has dates, date, or you can call it date level data, right? Then it is recommended to create a separate date dimension table. Okay, date dimension table. This is a recommended op- option. Why you need a date dimension table, and what does it this date dimension table should contain? So date dimension table will let you create all the other date related attributes in that table. Okay. For example, you have the you have dates, but let's say you want to have some columns which are derivation of date. So from dates, you can identify the years in which those dates are. So you can have a new column for year or month or quarter or weekday or weekend or week number, any kind of further details related to the date that can be stored in that date dimension table. You don't need to unnecessarily increase your fact table size. Okay, so it's better to create a separate date dimension. Also, this date dimension table will also keep your data integrity in check. Okay, data integrity in check, which means that this date dimension table will always contain all the dates, okay, that you require your analysis for. Okay, so in the transaction data, it may happen that for some dates there were no transactions, so it will simply skip those dates. There won't be any record for those dates. Let's say there were no orders on some dates, it will simply not show that data entirely in your data. But it doesn't mean that there was like that we should simply exclude that date whenever we are doing any analysis. We should be showing those dates, and we should show that there was no activity or no sales or no orders. That is what we need to analyze, right? So this also keeps the data integrity in check. So what does date dimension table require? This requires a it will have date dimension table. It has all the dates, okay, between the between any user defined start date and end date. Okay, so I can define that what should be my start date and what should be my end date, and it will just create one row each date between that period. Now it is up to you. Like if your data is at the date level, then you can keep the granularity of the rows at the date level. But if your data is even, let's say there are some data which keeps track at the hourly level, right? In that case, you can also have one row per hour for each day. So day level as well as hour level, you can keep your granularity at whichever level your fact data is at. Okay, you keep the same granularity, but ensure that it has one row, one unique row for each data point that you have in the date. Okay, so it has all the dates between the user defined start date and end date. And then once this date dimension table is created, then you simply make the relationship with the fact table with the corresponding date field, and you use this date dimension table to work as a filter in your report. Whenever you use any field, date related field uh, to visualize your data by dates, you use the date dimension table instead of the any other date field that you have in your data, right? So let us create a date dimension table here. So one way of creating date dimension table is that you already have something like a date table. So if you see here in our data set, there is this calendar table. If you look at this calendar table, okay, this calendar table, it has all these unique rows, right? You have for each distinct date in each row, right? So you have this kind of data. You can have some data created like this, okay? And you use this, import this in your data model and you use it. So that is one way. Other way is that you can create a date table directly in Power BI itself. So we'll use the second option. Okay, so what I will do here is now I will create a new table. So we'll go and create a new table. Okay, new table. Now this new table is created. Now for the table as well, we need to provide this expression. What this expression? So let me go to the table view. That will be clearer. Let me go to the table view and we'll go and create a new table. Okay, we'll go and create a new table here. Okay, so it also requires an expression. So let me call it date table. Okay, let's say the name is date table. And here I can use a function called calendar. Calendar, okay, calendar function. So what does calendar function requires? This requires a start date and an end date. That is all it requires, and it'll just show all the dates between that start date and end date. Okay. So let's say I want to specify one start date. So I kept for start date, I can use a function date function will let me just type any year, month, and day, and it will convert that into the date. So let's consider any value. Let's say year is 2025, month is first, and day is also first. Let's say we took 1st of January 2025 as the start date. Okay, so this could be a start date, and for the end date, once again I'll put date function. And in the end date, I can also put something like this. Let's say 2025, let's say first month, January, but we take till 31st of January, day is 31st. Okay, now what did we do? We selected start date as 1st of January 2025, end date as 31st of January 2025, and just press enter for it to create this date table. What did it do? You can see now it has created automatically, it has created one row for all the dates between 1st of January till 31st of January. It created those 31 rows for the 31 days. Okay, so this is one way of creating your date table. You hard code what your start date is, you hard code what your end date is. Okay, now if I do it like this, then it will be like the end objective is that I need to have a date table and I need to create the relationship with the other table. And then I need to use this date table as a filter for that in my visualizations. But for it to work as a filter, the dates should coincide, right? The dates should be in the same range where my orders are. If you look at my orders in the orders table, I have my order date. Let's say I want to create a relationship with the order date. I want to analyze it. And my orders are from 1996, right? And some years 1996, 1997, and to some extent 1998 data, right? So it would not make much sense if I create a date table for 2025 year. Even if you create relationship, it will not find any matching rows. So what I can do as a fail-safe option is I can make the range of this date table using the data that I have in my fact table. So what I'll do is here is instead of hard coding it like this, I'll put my start date as whatever is the minimum value in the order date field from the orders table. So minimum of order date in the order table becomes your start date, and maximum of order date from the orders table becomes your end date, right? It took the minimum value and maximum value. So now it will cover the entire range of data that you have in the orders table, and it will automatically stay updated. So now you see the first is, you can see this is the 4th July 1996 is the starting value and ending at this one, right? May 1998. So it has automatically considered. Now I don't need to worry about this date table moving forward. It will automatically, whenever if there is a new data in the order table, it will automatically capture the minimum maximum value and create this date table for me. So we create the date table like this. Now here also we don't need date time. So I will select this and data type. I will modify from date time to date directly here in the column tool. Okay. So we got this date table created. Next that I need to do is in the model, this date table must be related to my fact table. Only then it will work as a filter. So I'll bring this date table next to the orders table. And let's say I want to relate it with the order date. So just make a relationship with the date and the order date over here. Okay, so we make this relationship. This will be many to one relationship, of course, because there can be multiple orders for one date, but there will be one unique row for each date in the date table. Okay, so now we have added this date dimension table to our data model. And whenever there is a need for me to analyze data by dates, I use this field and not any of these order date field directly. Now, please note that when you have added this date table, when the date table is created and when you have a date field, okay, date field, then Power BI automatically creates some some uh, date level calculations and hierarchy in the backend. Okay, for example, if you see here, you have this date column under date table. Okay, and if you notice here, you can expand this, and if you expand this, date hierarchy will be visible. If you expand the date hierarchy, it will have these year, quarter, month, day directly coming as these labels fields. So what happens here is that Power BI will create these calculations, these year level, quarter level, month level, and day level calculation in the backend. Okay, some tables are created in the backend for the date hierarchy, and you can utilize them when you are creating visualizations. Okay, so let us see how this would look like. So if I go in the report view, and let's say I want to look at what my net sales were for each day. So now let me once again use a table visual over here. So I'll put a table, and this time I will use the date column from the date table. And if I select date directly over here, you see what you get here in the output. It is not giving you one date here. Instead, it is giving you that all those hierarchies that were created, year, quarter, month, and day, as separate fields, as separate columns. Okay. And if I want to analyze any data with this, let's say I want to look at net sales, I can add net sales and it will show The net sales for this year, quarter, month, day, these are broken down. Now, here by default, when I select this field, then it utilizes that hierarchy and it shows me the data by that hierarchy. And I can also see that hierarchy being selected over here in the columns for this table. If you see date, you have this all these hierarchy fields that you have. Okay. If I don't want it to be represented with this hierarchy and want it to be shown as an actual dates, then I can go, there is this drop down and I can choose don't show it with the hierarchy, but show it with the actual date. So if I select this, now it will show me the date level information, the actual one single column with the date. Okay. So we got it with the date. Okay. Or if I want to use the hierarchy and within the hierarchy, once again, I can select hierarchy over here. Within the hierarchy, I want to see, let's say I want to see only the year and the monthly numbers over here. So from here, I can cancel the day. You have the cross. I can cancel the quarter. And now it has the year and month level sales information. Okay. So you can use this hierarchy and you can choose which level of data you want to keep. If I want to analyze the data only at the year level, I can even get rid of month and it'll show me for each year what the total net sales were. Okay, so very useful feature which you get without making any effort. So this hierarchy gets created and you can utilize this hierarchy as and when you require at whichever aggregation level. Okay, I'll just quickly walk you through once again what we did. So we first of all we created a date table. So date table, for the date table creation, we can use this function calendar with the minimum of order date and maximum of order date as the start date and end date. So once we got the date table created, we can keep the dates in whichever format that we want, right? So for me, this is coming in this format. If for you it is coming in other format, that is fine. You can always update the format from here. These are all these different types of date formats. This is just to how these dates would be represented. Okay. Then once this is done, then you can create the relationship with the orders table and the date table. So if we do not have any relationship, you can create the relationship. Okay. So to create relationship, you can simply bring, let's say I want to create from order date. So you can bring the order date and drag it and drop it on top of the date field. Okay. Do this and click on save. Whenever you have any data over any kind of metrics over dates, you have date level data, you have orders, transactions, hiring, um, production, anything which is over dates, there are some important date periods that all the companies look for and they want to analyze their metrics for those periods. What are those periods? So those periods are your what is happening this year to date. YTD. YTD stands for year to date. So for this current year, running year, how my overall business looks like. So from 1st of January till today's date, what is the business saying? How much is the sales? How many the orders are there? How much hiring I have done? How many all those kinds of data, right? So everything year to date, like year to date is an important period. Similarly, you have QTD. QTD stands for quarter to date. So we have our year broken down into 4 quarters. So for the running quarter, what is the business performance? Okay, so you have quarter to date. Okay, similarly, there is MTD. MTD stands for month to date. So what is happening in the current month? Okay, so YTD, QTD, MTD, these are very standard and important period for which all companies look. at and what their business is doing for this period. And for other, when you use other business intelligence tools, it becomes you need to write some functions, some logics to get to these figures where you can calculate results for the month to date or quarter to date, those kind of information. Okay. But in Power BI, there are some functions which are specifically designed to perform calculations for some time periods. Okay. And they are smart enough to just filter the data only for that time period and you get to see the result. Okay. So if you look at this data, if you look at this data, let me change it to hierarchy once again. And let me turn the month level view. So if you look at this data, in our data in this table, in the orders table, we have our data till May 1998, right? That is the last period that we have the data. And since when we have the data for, so the data is starting from July, okay, somewhere in the July on 4th or 5th. So it is starting on July period, right? This is the start and that is the end. So we have some built-in functions, okay? And those functions will look at, scan through all the dates that we have. And from the date, it will identify what is my last month, okay? What is my last month for which I have the data? That becomes your month to date information. What is the last quarter? So let's say if the quarter is uh, from April, May, June. So this becomes your last quarter, April and May data, right? And what is your current year? So your all the data from 1st of January till the latest data, that becomes your year to date period, correct? So it automatically looks at the data and from the data it identify what is my current year, what is my current quarter, what is my current month. Okay. And for that period, it evaluates your results, whatever that expression you want to use. Okay. These kind of functions which performs the calculations automatically for specific time periods, those are also categorized into time intelligence functions. Time intelligence function. Okay. So one of the time intelligence function is I want to know what is my, let's say I want to know what is my month to date net sales is. Month to date net sales. Okay. So let me just calculate it. So you can create a new measure over here. Let's say I create it in the order details. I'll create a new measure and measure name is month to date sales. Month to date sales. Okay. And for this, I can use a function called total MTD. Total MTD. What does this function do? So this function will evaluate any expression that you put and a field that you would want to use as the date column, and it automatically calculates that expression for only the latest month, total month. So automatically from these dates, it will go through and it will only filter the results for the current month. Okay. So what do we need to do here? I need to put some expression here. So what I want to see, what output I want to see. So an expression could be one new calculation from scratch that you can do, or if you have an existing measure, which which also has an expression inside it, a measure is also created with some expression. You can put an existing measure, an explicit measure directly over here. So I have a net sales measure created, right? I can simply put that here, net sales as the expression. then comma, I need a date column here. So date, now we have created a date table, right? So we can simply go for date table and date column. That's all. The third condition over here is a optional. So in these parameters, whatever is coming with square brackets, remember those are always optional fields. Okay. So additionally, if you need to add any other filter that needs to be applied to your expression, you can put that. But right now we don't need any additional filter with this. So I can close this bracket with just this much of expression, total MTD expression, which is the measure net sales, and just the date tables, date column reference, and press enter. Okay. Now what is this going to calculate? This is going to calculate, it will go through the date table, right? This is all the dates that you have in the date table. It will go all the way going down at the last month, and it will stop over here, and it will find the sales for that last month, and this will be displayed, this will be stored as the calculation over here, right? So whenever you need to display any one single figure in your report, like this month to date sale, this is a single figure, right? We are not showing it with any other metric. If you don't intend to show with any other dimension, sorry, then there is a specific visual that you can use. There is a card visual. So you see that visual which is having 1, 2, 3 symbol written, card visual. Card visuals are used whenever we want to display one single number, okay, which is important to us, which is important for the business. So we will select this card visual over here, okay, and in this card visual, I will simply put the MTD sales measure that we have selected. So just select that and see what the value is. Does it match with this value, what we have over here? It does, right? So that's how you can simply calculate month to date sales using total MTD function. So we calculated the month to date sales, right? So for month to date sales, we can see it is coming properly for the last month over here. Okay, if we want to calculate year to date, right? Year to date, we can do the same exact same thing. We can create a new measure, which will be YTD sales. Okay, and we can use the function total YTD in this case, and rest of the things remains exactly the same. This function total YTD has built-in filter which will always will filter for the latest year in your data. So rest of the things remain same. You can put net sales as the expression, and in the date you can put the date table, date column, and that's all. Okay, so we got this as well. We can create a new card visual, and we can see the YTD sales. YTD sales is 440K. Okay, what is 440? 440 is sum of from January till this value. Now we have calculated month to date, year to date. So for businesses, it is important that they are able to see what their year to date, what their uh, month to date values are. But they would also want to see that how is it? Is it a good result or is it a bad result compared to any other time period? And normally, the businesses which have some seasonality, then they would want to see what was the values last year for the same period, okay, and what is in this year in the same period, right? So they would want to compare it with the same period in the last year. Okay, so to do this, To calculate this for the same period last year, I want to see the result what it was for the last year, previous year in the same period. Okay, so how do I see that? How do I calculate it? So currently this calculation MTD sales, YTD sales that we have applied, this is for a filter context, right? For the current year. Now I would want to modify the filter context. So I want to show my previous year same period calculation. So there is a function which lets you modify the context in which you are seeing the output. Okay. It lets you modify the context in which you are seeing the output. And that function is called calculate. Okay. Calculate. It is a very powerful function in Power BI. Okay. It will let you modify the context in which you are viewing your result. Okay. So what calculate function would do is, let me create a new measure here and let us call it last year month to date sales. So for last year, what the sales were month to date. So we will use the function calculate. Okay, calculate. What calculate does? It evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters. Okay, you evaluate an expression in a context which is modified by the filters that you have in this function. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to put an expression. That expression will have some context, but I can modify that context by adding additional filter. Okay. So now in the expression, I'll put an existing calculation. Let's say the MTD sales that we have, I put that as the expression. So what this MTD sales was doing exactly, this was looking at all the dates that we had. Within the dates, it is looking at what my last month is. And within the last month, it is evaluating the total sales. That is what it was doing. Now I'm going to modify that context of looking at, instead of looking at the last month of my data, I want to add a filter which will be just changing the dates. Basically, what dates I was seeing earlier, I would want to send those dates 1 year back. Okay, so in the here in the filter, I will put one more function which is same period last year. Same period last year, same period last year function requires just the date column. Okay, just the date column, and it just converts your dates, whatever dates that you had, and just move them 1 year back. So what was 1998 will become 1997. What was in 1997 will go in 1996. So now this evaluation of MTD will happen based on this modified filter. So now instead of looking at the current month or the current year, it will go just 1 year back, all the dates, and it will evaluate results on that. Okay, so if I execute this, okay, same period last year, and let me create this third. So what is the value I'm getting here? 53K. Okay, 53K. So 53K, this is what this is the same result that we had for the last year. So last year, if you see now, this May result, okay, this was 53.78K. If you see last year, okay, this is what that is coming over here. Okay, so I have just calculated one last year's value here, and now I can compare what my results are versus last year. Okay, so we can get our present period values, MTD, YDD. We can create last year values, and if we need to just show in terms of the percentages whether how much we have gone up or down, right? Percentage growth wise, we can also do that by just creating a simple calculation. Okay, so we can create a new measure which will just be a simple calculation of percentage growth change. Okay, so I can create a measure for month over year MTD sales growth. Okay, year over year MTD sales growth, which is nothing but it would be 1 minus 1 minus, sorry, this would be not 1 minus. This would be, if I want to see what is the growth from last year to this year, my logic would be whatever the MTD sales is, right? Minus whatever the last year sales was. Okay. This entire thing divided by whatever the last year sales were. Okay. If I do it like this, it will show me what my year over year growth is. Okay. So once again, I can put a card visual for this and show what this year over year sales growth looks like. So this is showing a negative 66% change, right? So this is showing negative minus 0.66. I can change the appearance of this into from number to a percentage, right? How can we do that? Just click on this measure. From the measure tool, I can choose how I would want to see the format of this. So I want this format to be in percentage. Okay, so I can make it a percentage. So we are about 66% down from what we were in the last year. So this logic is very simple, right? How we've calculated the percentage change, right? So just think about it. If your current year value is, let's say you got 120, your last year value was 100. So it changed from 100 to 120. So how much percentage increase it was? From 100 to 120, what is the percentage increase? It's 20%, correct? It's 20% increase. And how are we getting this 20%? So we do what my current year is minus what my last year was, right? And dividing it by what my last year was, right? So 120 minus 100 divide by 100. So that is 20 divide by 100, which is equal to 20%. That is what we are doing here. So what we are doing is MTD sales this year minus last year MTD sales. Okay. And this difference, I'm dividing it by what my last year sales was. And this is giving me that same result, right? So, okay. So we know that we are using the MTD YTD that will always be for the latest year for in my data. So for this, I'm talking about this part, only this part, that when we are calculating this MTD, last year MTD and percentage change there, are we making any logical mistake in analyzing this data? So now see what mistake we are doing here is we are calculating, we have calculated MTD sales. It is coming as 18K for me. We have calculated last year sales, which is coming at about 54K. And based on that, we are saying that there is a 66% decline in my business. If we just compare monthly for the current month versus last year. But is that true picture? Is that telling me the true story? And I would say that it is not. It is not telling me the true story of my business because I am comparing few days of current month with the entire last month for the last year. So if you remember, for May 1998, we don't have full month data. We have only few days of data. But when I'm comparing it with the last year, I'm comparing with the full month. This is the full month, full 31 days. Full 31 days, you're comparing with just 5 or 6 days. Is this the right way to compare your data with the business? Would it tell you the correct story that whether you're doing good or better? So this is not a like to like, an apple to apple comparison, right? So whenever you are analyzing this kind of data, you need to be careful that you are analyzing like to like data. So if we are looking at data for only few days for month to date, we should, for the last year as well, we should have seen it for that period. So what we need to do here in this case is that there is another function that we need to use here rather than this function. So what we did here is, there is a function called same period last year that we applied. So what same period last year will do is, it will just look for the same month in the last year. If it is month to date, it will look for the same month last year. If it is YTD, it will look for the same year last year's data, right? If it is QTD, it will look for the same quarter last year. But we want to go exactly 365 days back. That is what we need to do. Not the same period, but exactly 365 days back. And then we will have the correct result. So for this, we can use another function, and this is called date add function. So instead of same period last year, okay, we will use here date add function, date add. So date add is much more flexible than same period last year. Okay, with date add as well. So what date add does, it just shifts your dates forward or backward depending on how you want to move it. So in date add as well, you need to specify the date. So the date column that we have, that is the date. And now you decide how many number of intervals you want to move forward or backward your dates. So we want to go 1 year back. But if I simply select, when we want to go back in the time, we can use negative number. So if I go just 1 year back, -1, and what, in which units I want to go. If I go 1 year back, okay, just 1 year back -1 year with date add, it will still give me the same output, right? Because we just went 1 year back. So 1 year would work similar to the same period last year. But what we should be doing here is, we should modify this from date add. Instead of going 1 year back, I would go minus 365 day back. 365. So exactly I will move it 365 days back, my data. And now I will get a different result. Okay. So actually my business is doing better than last year. It's not doing worse, it's doing better than last year. So last year was 9.5K, and now it is showing a positive value rather than the negative value. Okay. Date add is much more flexible as compared to same period last year, because now not only I can just compare it for same period last year, but I can simply compare it what it was just 30 days back. So I can also compare previous month. So just go, you can go just 30-day back. Okay, what was 30-day back? Okay, or what was 90 days back? So I can do all these granular adjustment to compare and just move my dates as flexibly as I want. Okay. So this expression would have given me the correct apple to apple comparison of my data. For building visualizations, before we even start with building visualization, let us just look at the page first. So this is the canvas, right? So what you see here in the report view, everything inside these dotted line, this is called your canvas. Okay, this is called canvas. Okay, so we develop our visualizations inside the canvas. All the visualizations that we create live inside the canvas. Okay, and even before, if you want to do some settings on the canvas, you can do, like, what should be the size of my canvas, whether I want this size or whether I want to increase the size or decrease the size, I can do that. Okay, so you can directly, under the visualization pane here, before we add any visualization, you have this format your report page option. If you go here, you can see some settings over here. So you can go to canvas setting and you can change the size of the canvas, like what type of height and width ratio do you want to keep here. Okay, so you can keep in different types of formats how your canvas should be. Could be in a custom size as well, where you can specify how much should be the height, how much should be the width. You can give it based on what, where you will be displaying the report, whether the screen size would be bigger, smaller. Accordingly, you can decide what type of canvas setting should be. Okay, so you can do that, as well as if you think that you want to give some standard background to your canvas, then you can do so. You can go to canvas background, you can give a color to it, right? So right now this is in white color, but let's say I want to keep my canvas in yellow color, so I can select yellow and reduce the transparency to 0. So my canvas is now in yellow color, and whatever I build on top of this with yellow will be the background. Correct. So I can give the size, I can give color, I can give a background image as well. So I can choose an image from my system and that image will come in the background. I can do that too. So these kind of canvas settings you can do before you work on any visualizations. Okay, let me revert it back to default. Now, once your canvas settings are done, we'll leave it to default. We can now start building the visualizations. Okay. Now, what is the purpose of visualization? Why do we need to visualize our data? It is said that, and it is also known that what you see stays with you longer than what you hear, right? And what you see in graphical manner stays with you even longer. Okay. So what visualization allows us to do is we can visualize the data through visual objects. Okay, visual objects, which is I can see, I can visualize the data through different shapes, sizes, at different location on my canvas, right? So I can see it with shapes, size, location, and also text, right? So I can also put some text. So this is what visualization is. You can use different shapes, sizes, location, text, and you can visualize the data through these components. Okay. Now, along with it, of course, there can be others as well. You can use some images as well. You can do those two, but mainly these are the elements that you use to visualize your data. Okay. Now, when it comes to visualization, visualization can be of different dimensions, right? It could be one-dimensional visualization, could be two-dimensional, it could be three-dimensional as well. The ideal way of creating visualization is always two-dimensional, because that's how we perceive the reality better with two dimensions rather than creating 3D, okay, or even more. So normally we stick to creating two dimensional visuals, right? So when we are creating anything with two dimensions, normally axes come into play, correct? Axes come into play, like you have your x-axis and y-axis, right? It should be in the opposite direction. You have your x-axis and y-axis, right? So we get these. These are very basic things. I am just repeating these. You all must be already know the, must be knowing all of this, right? So you have your x-axis, y-axis, and from childhood we have known how we can plot our different data on x-axis and y-axis. We do the same thing with any kind of visualization tool. Terminologies changes slightly here and there, but this is essentially what we do, right? So now let us analyze the data, and mm, the first chart that we're going to explore is creating a, a column chart. So in Power BI, these, if you see in the visualization, you have these type of charts, right, which has these bars, correct? Bars, these, all of these having the bars, right? These all are can be classified into either column chart or bar chart. Okay, bar charts or column charts. Okay, bar chart means that it is a horizontal bar. Column means you have a vertical bar. That's the difference. Okay, in some other tools both are called a bar chart, horizontal, vertical, but in Power BI language it is bar chart to represent the horizontal and column chart to represent the vertical bar. Okay, so let us use this column chart. So we'll start with this second one over here. The name of it, as you hover over, you can see that this is stacked column chart. Okay, stacked column chart. So I can simply click on this and this chart would appear over here. Right now there is no data in it. Now to populate the data, I can simply select the fields over here like we have done for tables, or I can drag and drop the values directly on top of the chart. Even that works. Or the best way to do it is below the visual, you have these different sections where you can add the fields. You see here, below this, you have these different sections where it says add field here, add field here. These are the places where you need to add the fields, and you should know what field should go where. Okay. So here, the two fields that we just talked about, x-axis and y-axis, we can see over here. Okay. So now in this bar chart, let's say I want to see how much uh, sales was generated for each of the category. Okay, each category. So the category names or category labels should come here in the x-axis. Category label should come over here, right? A, B, C, whatever labels are, right? And the value of this, the sales of A, should be shown with these bars, right? And how much, what the height of this column should be, that should be based on the sales value, and the sales value should come in the y-axis. Okay, so we need to do this. So let's go ahead and do this. So we simply bring category into, drag and drop it over here. Okay, categories come over here, and let's say sales. In this case, we have net sales. We bring it in the y-axis. Okay, so we got our first visual working. What is the insight that you can find out from this chart? Beverages is the highest selling category. That's true, right? So how are we able to tell that? Because the bar of beverages is highest, right? Now, fourth highest selling category is meat and poultry. But it's not just visualization, is how we are visualizing it. So why we are able to tell this instantly is because this chart is sorted in the descending order. isn't it? This is sorted in the descending order. So we know that fourth one will just be this fourth column. It's as simple as that. Fifth one would be fifth column. Sixth one would be sixth column. So we don't need to compare the height of these. We just know that it is sequentially, it is from highest to lowest. That's why it became so obvious that this is fourth. If instead of this, if the sorting was were different, and we can manipulate how the sorting of any chart can be. So how we can manipulate the sorting? We can go to these three dots where we see more options in all of the charts. Okay, we have more options. If I go to more option, okay, I have option of sort axis. Within the sort axis, it is currently sorted by net sales and sorted in the descending order. Net sales and in the descending order. That's why we see it like this. Now let's say I change it and select sort, do the sorting based on the category name. Now can you tell me which is the fourth highest selling category? You will still be able to tell, but wouldn't this take you more time than the previous visual? If I visualize it like this. So whenever we are visualizing any data, anything, it's always good to sort it in some order, in some logical way. Now right now also it is sorted, but it is sorted in the by the name of it. So it is sorted in the name, like this is coming in the descending order of the alphabetical sequence, right? S is coming at the first, then P, then M. It is in the descending order of the alphabetical sorting. But that does not make any sense, right? What do I do with that kind of sorting? I need to sort it based on the sales. So you can sort it in the ascending or descending order, but sorted data is always better for quickly identify the insights. Okay, so we should go ahead and we should sort it, always sort and sort by net sales, and you can do it in the descending order. Okay, another thing here is so far you are able to see, you can tell that okay, beverage is the highest, but what exactly is the sales of beverage? So just by looking at this visual here, I can reference the axis over here and I can give some rough figures, but exactly you will not know. So one way to exactly know what the data point is saying is just hover over on that bar. When you hover over on the bar, it gives you that information in this square box. This square box is called tooltip. Okay, there is a name to this. This is called tooltip. Okay, so our tooltip will always tell us exactly what the value is. Okay, so you can go and hover over on any of these bars and you will be able to see the data over the tooltips. Okay, but even then, if you need to just compare two values, you need to go on each and every one and you need to go and you need to see this through tooltips. Again, not very intuitive. You should be able to see the exact values instantly. Okay, so for that purpose, we can do formatting of our visuals. Okay, we can apply some formatting. So what we can do in formatting, we can go and we can here in the visualization pane, we are on this first button, which is to build your visual. Just next to it, we have format your visual option. Okay, so we have format your visual. In the formatting, there are multiple options that you see over here. One of the option is data label. Okay, data label. Just turn this on. Data label. Okay, just turn this on. And now you see the data labels coming on the chart and you know exactly how much, what is how much. So we can turn the data label on. In formatting section, you have multiple options. You can apply different types of formatting, like the size of these bars, size of these titles, adding data labels, increasing the size of data labels. You can do all of this. Now, if you think that okay, these data labels look too small, you can expand on this and you get option to go and on the value, you can go and increase the size. Okay, you can do this. You can increase this data label size too. Okay, so on this visual column visual, if we go and see the other options in this along with the x-axis and y-axis, we have the legend over here. Now, what is a legend? So whenever you want to show the data splitted by a third category or third data point, then you can use legend. And all of this sales by category, this will be broken down by the different values of that legend field. Okay. For example, let's say I want to see this broken down by individual years, right? So the category wise sales, but for each year. So year can be used as a legend in this case. Okay. So from the date table, I can expand the date table. From the date hierarchy, I'll specifically pick year over here and drag and drop it in the legend. Okay. So now year has become a legend so that I'm now able to see the net sales, overall net sales splitted by the 3 years that we have, right? The 3 years that we have. And we can see the legend color code over here, 96, 97, 98. Okay. So for each of these categories, we can see the breakdown by individual year. So whenever you need to see further breakdown of your data through a third field, you can use that as legend. Okay. Whenever you add anything on the legend, you need to also consider to use only those fields as a legend which does not have too many values. If there are too many values, then this chart will be even very difficult to read. It will be very difficult to read. Okay, for example, if instead of year, I had selected month, right? If I had selected month or something which has higher values, it would become like this. Okay, although this looks more colorful, but it's very difficult to understand what is what we are trying to convey here, right? Very difficult. So whenever you are using legends, always try to use those things which will have lesser number of individual values so that you can compare, understand the difference. Okay. So when we selected this visual, remember which type of visual we selected? We selected stacked column chart. So this is stacked column chart. And the reason why it is called a stacked column chart is because of this property, that whenever we add legends, legend values will be stacked on top of each other. So these are all stacked on a same bar, right? All of these values are stacked and overall total becomes the height of this bar, adding all these individual legend values. So everything is stacked on top of each other. Okay. Another way of showing this column chart is through a clustered bar chart. So you see the clustered bar chart, which is just two visuals away from here, clustered bar chart. And the difference between these two is just how legends will be shown. Okay. So let me show that as well. I can just decrease the size of this, move it a bit here. Now let's say I use this clustered column chart, and if I do the same thing, I use category name in the x-axis, I use net sales in the y-axis, and I use, so far it is looking exactly the same, no difference, exactly the same. But now if I put year into the legend, you see now it shows these bars in separate bars, not on stacked on top of each other, but it's coming side by side. Okay, so this is just small difference between this chart and the previous chart. Now, when to use which one? So whenever you want to see the cumulative effect of all these contributing factors, then you should go with this, because this shows the cumulative effect as well. You can see the individual, but the total as well. But whenever you want to compare the values amongst the legend, so different legend, how much they have contributed, if I have to compare them amongst each other, then we use this clustered side by side. So in side by side, I can always say that 96 has always been lesser than 97 and 98 in all of these cases, right? And 97 uh, is always higher than 98, except for this beverages one scenario. Otherwise, everywhere 97 is higher, and it is expected to be as well, because if you look at our data, 98 is actually partial. We have only partial data for that year. Only till May we have the number. For 97 as well, we have partial data. So this is bound to happen. Okay. You need to be a bit careful whenever you are analyzing any data which is partial, just to not mislead or get misled by this visuals. Okay. So this is the difference between clustered and the stacked column charts. Okay. Now we'll move to the chart that we have all worked and created. Okay. So it'll be the card visual. So whenever we need to display one value, one single value, just a single number, right? Whenever we need to show that, then we can use a card visual. Okay. Any important number for your report can be shown in the card visual. Okay. Now let's understand the card visual in more detail. So add the card visual. Okay. And we want to show one value. Let's say I use net sales. I drag and drop it over here. So we can see net sales over here. Now in the card visual, we can see the number of that measure, right? And we can also see the measure name over here at the bottom, net sales. Correct. So here in the card visual, you can see the actual value as well as the label. And if I need to format these labels and these values, I can do that. I can go to the format your visual. So this is called call out value. What value we see here, 1.27 million, that is the call out value. I can go and format it. I can reduce the font size if I need to, right? I can change the color of that. Let's say this color. I can do all of that. This format in which this is shown. So let's say I don't want it to show it in million, but I want it to be shown in 1,000 units. Okay. So in the display unit, I can choose to select thousands. So it will now be shown in K units, thousands. Okay. So we can choose the display unit. If we don't want any display unit, you can choose none, and it will show the full number, full value. Okay. Or you can keep it to auto. So automatically it will apply some display unit to it. Okay. We can choose the display unit. We can change the, we can set the decimals. We can do the color and size of the fonts. Similarly, we can do the same thing for this text as well. So this category label, if I want to not show this category label, I can also disable it. Okay. Or I can enable it, and I can also format this as I want. Okay, we can do that. Apart from this, I can do some more formatting, which can be done with the other charts as well. You can go to general, and here you can give some effects to it. Let's say give an effect of giving a background. Go to effect and give a background. Let's say I want to give a yellow background to my visual. Okay. So I gave a background here. Now Let's say apart from the background, I can also give this visual a border. Say I give a border, right? So now there is a border around it. I can do that. Or I can go and even go make that border formatting bit different, like the color of the border. Let's say I want the border color to be in blue, and I can make the corners rounded, right? So now there will be a blue border around it with rounded corner. So these kind of small formatting changes you can do with these options in general under effect. Okay. Within general, you can also give a separate title, and this is applicable to all types of visuals, right? I can give a title to it. I can give a title. Let's say I want to give it a title as total sales, not net sales, but I want to call it total sales. Okay. I can give it a title. I can give this title a different font, titles font bigger. I can give a background to the title, a separate background to the title. Let's say I give this light blue background to the title. I can align the where the text should be, right? All these things I can do. I can even give a subtitle or divider. I can give a lot of formattings over here. Let's say I give it like this, and now I can get rid of the category label since I have given the title. I can keep it like this. Okay, so we can do a lot of formatting changes on the visuals. Okay, we looked at the column chart, right? We looked at column chart. Column charts are horizontal bar charts. Just the another way of looking at it is bar chart. Bar chart are again coming in the same way. You have a stacked bar chart and you have a clustered bar chart. Bar chart is exactly same as column chart. It's just that the orientation changes by 90-degree. What is your x-axis becomes y-axis. What is your y-axis becomes your x-axis. So I can also create a bar chart like this, right? And what did we do in the last case? We put, let's say, still, if I want to show by categories, sales, last time we put category names in the x-axis and sales in the y-axis. This time we'll just do the opposite. So the y-axis is coming first. So we will put category into y-axis and net sales in the x-axis. Okay, it's just that this becomes a horizontal bar. That's the only difference. Rest everything is same, no difference at all. Okay, rest of the things you can do as it is. You can add a data label, right? You can sort, you can do all of that. Very simple. Here as well, you get the similar options and actually more in the formatting. So when it comes to um, bar charts or column charts, you see many options over here in the formatting. Okay, so one of the options like here, let's say if I don't like this bar in the blue color, I want to change the color of this from blue to something else. So you can go to bars and go and change the color of it. Let's say I don't want it in blue color. I want it to be in, let's say, yellow color. Okay, something like this. So you can do that. Go to bars and change the color. Okay. If you want a background for this visual too, you can go to general section. You can add a title. Title is already there. Let's say I want to keep this title. Once again, I can give a background. I can do all of this. If I want to give a background to this, I can go effect. I can give a background. So similar thing, you can give some background to this as well. Let's say I give a gray background to this. So I can do that, right? A lot of customization. Once you start exploring this, you will be able to figure out most of the things on your own. Just you need to try doing these things more of hands-on. Okay, so there are many of the formatting options available here. One of the other visuals that we have seen, we have worked on is the table visual. right? So for this, just learning how the DAX is working, how the relationships are working, we use the table visual. Let's just once again recap on that, the table visuals. So when do we use table visuals? Table visuals are used whenever you want to show more details. Okay. For these visuals, other visuals like let's say the card visual, we use to display only single value. Bar chart is used when we have one category and one measure. And maybe you can have two category when you have a legend, right? So only I can have two dimensions maximum and one measure. So we have on these kind of graphical visuals, we have limitations on how many dimensions we can add, how many measures I can add, but there is no such limitations when we create table visuals. Okay, we just need to add those columns, whichever columns that we require. Okay, so table visuals are used whenever we want to show more detailed information. Okay, so let's create a table visual. And in this table visual, let's say I want to know which are my best performing countries. Okay, which are my best performing countries. So I can go to the customer table, and in the customer table, I can see the country, right? Customer country. I can bring country as a column over here. Okay, this gives me all the unique countries that I have in my data. Okay, now I want to compare this country's performance across multiple measures, let's say. So first of all, I want to see where in terms of the sales, where I'm getting most sales from. Okay, so I can go and add net sales, just drag and drop it just below the country over here in the column. Okay, so net sales, I can see by net sales what the how much each country is doing. Okay, now in here as well, I see that same issue, that even if I need to know which country is doing the best, I need to really go through each of these countries, see the corresponding values, and then identify. Too tricky, right? So we can sort this table as well in the decreasing or the increasing order. Sorting the table is very simple. You just have to click on this column header once. So if I click on the column header, it gets sorted. All the results are sorted in the descending. If I click it on once again, it will be sorted in the ascending. Okay. So you can choose what sort order you want to keep. And now you have the result. I can easily say that Australia, Germany, Austria, and Brazil are my top four countries. Sorry, USA, Germany, Austria, and Brazil, right? So we can see that very easily. Now, table comes when we need to show more detailed information. Like this information I can show in graphical format as well, like this. But let's say I need to show multiple details over here, then I can show in table visual, like not just the net sales, but let's say I also want to know how much are the orders. Right now, when I created these measures, I added them in random tables. That's not a good practice because I'm not able to now find where my measures are. So total orders, let's say I want to add this. Now I can bring it over here. So now I have the total orders as well coming next to it. Okay. Now, if I need to add more information, I can add. I can keep on adding more information. If I need these columns in some order, specific order, let's say I want orders for come first and then net sales, I can just change the order of these columns over here, just drag and drop it below or above, and it will change the order, the sequence of these columns. So we have this table visual created. We have the country wise total orders and net sales. Now, if you can see, we have sorted the data by net sales. Okay. If we see with the sorted order of the net sales, we can see USA, Germany, Austria, Brazil coming in the top four. But if I sort it based on the total order, if I click over here and sort it based on the total order, now you can see that Germany, USA, Brazil, and France is coming. Australia has moved down all the way to number 7, right? So my result for the top based on orders is different, based on sales, it is different. Okay. Now, with this sorting, I can identify my top countries based on this order when I sort based on one of the field. Either it could be net sales, it could be total orders. But let's say I keep my sorting based on the net sales, but I still want a way to identify which are my top countries based on the orders, right? If I still want to identify that quickly, I can of course read the values and identify, but it's always the shapes and colors and the size always adds more. Like we can do that much easily with that. So what we can do in that case is we can go to format, and in the format we can apply conditional formatting. Okay, how we can do that? Under format, you go to cell elements, cell elements. Okay, within cell elements there is option to apply some conditional formatting, and you can apply to all the fields that we have in the data. So to the country, to the orders, or to the net sales, I want a conditional formatting applied to the total orders field. Okay, so select total orders, and you can choose any of these conditional formatting options. Let's say I use this background color, just turn it on. Okay, just by turning on the background color, now this conditional formatting is applied over here, and the highest values of the orders are coming in the dark blue color, while the lowest is coming in the light blue color. So we can identify very easily where the light blue colors are or where the dark blue colors are, right? Very easily. I know that some light dark colors are over here, some dark colors are over here. And then I can also say that this is probably not, Australia is not probably the darkest, right? So we can also get some quick understanding based on this conditional formatting too. For this conditional formatting, we can do use the background color. That is one of the option. Or I can use a font color. Now font color will go dark or light, but this is not the recommended way. You can hardly see the data with this. So I don't suggest using this. There are two options that I suggest, that you either go with the background color or you go with the data bars. Okay, data bars are also very useful. You just simply give this data bar, and within the field, this horizontal bar gets created. And it will be highest size of the bar would be for the highest value, and then it will be proportionally low, proportionally low or high values, and you can easily identify which are your top countries based on the orders with this as well. So we looked at how we can create the column charts, bar charts, right? Column charts, bar charts allows us to create one dimension and a measure, and we can see the details over here, right? Now let's take this example. I'll just quickly recreate what we did. So we created a clustered column chart, bar chart here. So I first use category in the x-axis and net sales in the y-axis, right? And let's say I create a similar visual for the net sales by country. Okay, net sales by country. I create a similar visual. So this time we will use country in the y-axis, net sales in the x-axis. Okay, so we got now within this, I can see here we have two visuals. We can see by category how much we are selling, by country how much we are selling. But let's say I want to always want to see within the category how much my country wise sales are, or uh, like how that uh, detail looks like, right? So by category, by country, within each category, and if I want to drill down into specific category, right? So you can show this data in separate visuals, but you can also create a drill down visual within this. Okay, drill down means that you want to just drill down into more details. So how we can do, instead of creating the visual like this, I will, instead of creating a new visual for sales by category, sales by country, I will just make one adjustment over here, that this visual over here, within this, the y-axis that we have, where I have only category, I will just add one more value in the y-axis, and let's say that is country, because I want to see the drill down at the country level. So I'll go ahead and add country just below this in the y-axis. So now see, in the y-axis I also have category, I also have country. When you have two dimensions added together, then it automatically becomes a drill down visual in Power BI. Okay, drill down. Remember the name, drill down. Okay, drill down. How you can identify whether a visual has the drill down feature or not? That can be identified when you see these kind of arrows coming on top or the bottom of the visual. Okay, these arrows automatically come whenever you have these two fields added in the dimensions. That means that they are, you can drill down. Okay, how does this drill down works? So if I need to know by individual category how the, within this, how much the each country level sales are, I can simply click on this last arrow, which is expand one level hierarchy. So if I click on that, now you see that within the each category, we can see all the individual countries over here. Okay. Now this is like, there are too many labels over here. That's why it became a bit big, right? So it's not fully visible. Also, this is sorted by the sales. So that's why the groupings are also not coming together. Let me sort it for now. Let me just sort it by the categories. Okay. And now you will be able to see this data properly. Okay. So now you can see for each of these sub, for each of these category, I can see within these categories how much each country wise sales are. Okay. So we have drilled down from overall category total combined. For example, for seafood, we were looking at earlier sum of all these bars together. That is what we were looking at, sum of all these bars, correct? Now, once we click on this arrow, it will just split all of these by the countries. Okay. If we want to go back and look at the parent level data, which is this category, click on this up, drill up arrow, up arrow. Once again, it shows the data by the category. So you can just click on these double down arrows, the last one, or the up arrow to go up or down in the hierarchy. Other option is, if you just want to switch your view from first level of hierarchy to second level of hierarchy, which is right now I'm looking at this by net sales by category. If I want to just look at net sales by country, simply I can click on this two down arrows. the third option. If I click on this, it'll simply convert my chart into a net sales by country. Just simply from category level view to country level view. And we can go back to category. So you can switch between the two axes, or you can use the relationship and see the drill down view using this. Okay. So you can create this drill down kind of a visual very easily just by adding two fields together. If you want to look at only one specific category and want to drill down into only that one specific category at a time, not all of these together like this, I don't want to do this. Instead, I want to do it only for one. Then you can click on this one arrow. This will turn on the drill mode. Okay, now drill mode is activated, which means now if I click on any of one of these, only the detail of that is going to be visualized. So if I click on seafood, only the details within the seafood, all the countries within the seafood. If I click on beverages, all the country wise sales within beverages. Okay, so on. So I can choose this way to analyze, or I can simply look at the data by these two. Okay, now what is the advantage of this? Why are we doing this? Why can't we just keep two separate visuals and we can do it? So first is that this is whenever you have anything where you want to see related data and you want to explore further deep into the what is the contributing factor to anything, then this kind of visual can be used. So here we can identify which country exactly is contributing to the sales of each category by individually digging and going into the details. Also, it also saves us time. So if I just want to switch the view between the two different dimensions, I can do it within one visual. I don't need to create two different visuals. Okay. So this is how we can create drill down visual. Whenever you want to analyze data over time period or over dates, then you always create line charts. Okay. So while bar charts or column charts, they are good when you want to use any other dimension other than dates, because there is no logical sequence in which they needs to be arranged. Okay. For example, it does not matter if I am putting seafood before produce or produce before seafood. It does not make any logical sense. It does not make any, yeah, a difference whether which one is coming first, as long as it is giving me the insights. But whenever it comes to dates, the sequence of the dates are always that matters, right? You cannot have 2nd of January coming before 1st of January of the same year, right? You cannot have February coming before January. There is a sequence, right? And you see the analysis over the sequence, right? So whenever you are analyzing data over dates, you always use line charts. And even line charts are always created with the dates in the x-axis, not in the y-axis, always in the x-axis. Okay, so you can select line chart over here, line chart, and line chart represents continuity, right? Line charts represent continuity. So here we always keep dates, date in the x-axis, and any other measure, whatever that we want to analyze. Let's say here, once again, we analyze the net sales. We are putting it in the y-axis. So we see this continuity. Okay. Although we can show the same thing over the with the bar charts as well, you can do that. That is fine. But line charts are meant to show the trend of your data over time, how the trend looks like. It, and what is the continuity. So if you see over here right now, this is what is this? I selected date, but this shows the data like this for the 3 years 96, 97, 98. Can you tell me why is it showing this? I selected date, but why is it showing only these three data points per year? Any guesses? Why is it happening? Okay, let me explain this to you. What happened over here is we know that the date field has this built-in hierarchy. So when we added date, there is this hierarchy which also get added in the x-axis, right? So automatically there are actually four fields which got added over here in the x-axis. In the x-axis, there are these four fields which got added: year, quarter, month, and day, right? Since it's used that hierarchy, right? Now, whenever you have multiple fields added over here, we can also see the drill down option added automatically. So at the top, you see these arrows have appeared, which we just learned. This is to indicate that there is drill down feature over here. Okay, now currently this is showing at the highest level of the data, which is at the year level. If I need to just show this data from year to the next level, quarter, I can use this last arrow. If I click on this, it shows me the data at the quarter level. So for each year, quarterly level data. If I go one more level down, then for each year, it is showing the month level data. If I go one more level down, then for each year, it shows the day level data. Okay, so since it is having this built-in hierarchy, that's why this drill down feature also appeared automatically. I can choose at which level I want to see this data, the year level, quarter level, month level, or day level, just by choosing this drill level. Now, similar to adding the two dimensions into one axis or three dimensions into one axis, we can also add two measures together too. And when you add two measures together, we get two different results, two different values for those. Okay. For example, let me go back to this visual, for example. Okay. So in this one, I'm showing net sales by category. I added two dimensions over here. Similarly, I in the x-axis, I can add two measures too. So let's say I also want to see along with the net sales, which is the total sales. I also want to see what is their year to date sales is. Let's say this year to date sales. What is that? Okay. So I can go and add year to date sales next to net sales. So now have two measures together, right? So it automatically creates two different labels, different bars for those. One for the net sales, one for the YTD sales, right? Two different are created. Okay. So we can also add more than two measures as well. Those will be separately then visualized. Okay. For measures, we don't get the drill down. The drill down is only works for when we add two or more dimensions. Okay. Now let's come back to the line chart. Now here also we can do the same thing. But now this time, of course, here we have the sales. It does not make any sense to also add year to date sales here. But let's say I want to see the sales, the trend of the sales, how it is going. And I also want to see the trend of orders, the number of orders, how it is going, whether it is making the similar trend or whether it is making a different trend. Let's say I want to do that. So I can go and in the y axis, I can also add total orders. in the y-axis. Okay, so we got this added, net sales and total orders. Correct. Both are coming in the lines, but I wanted to see the trend of the orders, but it does not show any trend of the orders. I can see the trend of the sales, but for the orders, it is a flat line. Can you tell me why this is coming as a flat line for the orders, while for the sales, I can see a proper up down going trend? Problem is scaling. So it's not a flat line. It's not a flat line. It appears flat as compared to the sales value. The constraint over here is that we need to show within this small box, we need to show the sales as well as orders. If we need to show full sales value range going from 0 to 140K, if at this range of values we need to show, so we need to keep the scale accordingly. This x-axis scale is coming accordingly, right? So these values are in thousand, multiple thousands, whereas orders are in just hundreds or maybe less than that. And that's why compared to this, it all looks close to this 0K value. And that's why it's all looking flat. If you look at hover over on this and you see the tooltip, in the tooltip, it does tell you the total orders 23, 26, 25, 31. But it's almost impossible to see the trend when it is going up, when it is going down, simply because this scale, this x-axis scale is quite high. Okay. Now, only in the line chart you can have this problem solved, and this can be solved through a secondary y-axis. So in the line chart, you can have two y-axis. So you have this y-axis at the left. Okay. I can also leverage a secondary y-axis for it. So what I can do in this case is, instead of showing total orders in this x-axis over here, in this y-axis, or you can say primary y-axis, I leverage secondary y-axis and put this total orders in the secondary y-axis. Okay. Now a secondary y-axis got created over here. You can see the secondary y-axis over here. The scale of this is ranging from 0 to about 100, right? And within that range, I can see the fluctuation. I can see when it is going up, down, all that trend analysis I can do. Okay. So only in the line chart, you can have this feature of two separate y-axis. When we were understanding the same in this context, in the context of the previous visual, here we did not have option of any secondary y-axis, secondary x-axis. There was none. Only with the line chart we can do that. So we can draw two separate, we can have two separate axes, and we can use measures that can be scaled, that can be shown in those different axes. Whenever you want to visualize your data about any geographical location, then you can use maps to visualize your data. So you can use maps to visualize your different locations and the related um, related metrics, right? You can understand that. So there are three types of map visuals that come in the default, these visuals. You can see this globe kind of an icon. You can use this field map, and there is Azure map. All of these are map visuals. They are meant to show geographical locations on the map, and you can visualize them. Okay. So to use map visuals, you can simply use one of these. Let us use this first one, map visual. Okay. So map visual requires first is any geographical field. A geographical field could be name of countries, name of states, name of cities, zip codes, latitude or longitude. Those are all geographical fields. And you can add them into the location. If you have any field like country, state, cities, then you add them into the location field. Let's say we know we have this customer country field. I can put it in the location. As soon as you did it, you can see that where your countries are located, right? Where the countries are exactly located, exact pinpoint of where they are, and what map visual is telling you is that you can not only see which countries are those, but you can also analyze some pattern of that's just the proximities, right? Like your most of your business is coming around in this proximity, right? Most of your business is coming from the EU region. Okay. So most of the sales are clustered over here or the countries. Now I can identify, okay, so individual countries where they are coming from, they're clustering. So some are here, then if we have a few, we know that there is fragmented from the South America, there is fragmented from North America and Canada, right? We have something like this. But if I want to see this with some more context, like out of these countries, along with that, where they are located, but also what is the amount of sales, what is the magnitude of sales that they are bringing. So what I can do is I can add a metric over here and attach it to the size of these bubbles. So these bubbles are right now of equal size. What I will do here in the fields, we have the bubble size field. One of the field is bubble size. And within bubble size, I can add any of the metric of measurement. Let's say sales is a measurement, how much sales I'm getting from these countries. So I can bring net sales and add that to the bubble size. And now I can also analyze out of these which are my biggest markets, right? Not just their proximity, but also based on their size. Okay. You can zoom in, you can zoom out if you want to go into the exact details of where they are coming from. You can zoom in, zoom out directly here in the map. Now within this, let's say I want to add more details. Okay. So what I can do here is along with this location where I have added country, I add one more drill down. So from the country, I can go down to the city. So I'll just go add within country, I add a drill down to the city. Okay. And now I can drill down into the individual city. I can go and go to the next level of hierarchy over here. So now I can see these bubbles by the exact cities and I can see the cluster by the cities. So know that within this region, North America, this cluster is there, but within the North American region, where earlier it was fragmented, now I can see some pattern that most of our business in the North America is also coming from the West Coast. So we all have looked at what a table visual do, right? Table visual, just to give a recap quickly, table visual, with table visual, we can we can view how our like multiple dimensions, multiple measures together. Let's say if I create a table visual here, I can simply, let's say I want to see what my country wise, city wise, how my sales are, right? So I can create something like this. So by country, by city, And let's say I also want to see by within those cities by categories what my sales are, right? So I created a table over here like this. In table visuals, when you add more and more columns, it just adds more granularity to your data. So, so initially everything was at the country level. Then we added one granularity, which is at the city level. So now the net sales were at the city level. Now we added one more granularity, which is at the category level. So now it is at each country, city, and category level data. So we see the data at this granularity. So in table visual, the more data you add, the more granular it becomes. Okay, more detailed it becomes. And somewhere we miss out on those subtotals. Like if I now need to see what my city level totals are, I will miss out on that. I need to manually aggregate them, sum them to get to that information, right? And also when I add too many columns, it becomes bigger table, right? Overall, the size of the table gets bigger because all these values, like the values of countries, cities, will repeat for multiple rows. So another visual which looks like a table visual but is more advanced than table visual is called a matrix visual. Okay, a matrix visual. Matrix visual will give us more flexibility than a table visual. Let's look at that. How does matrix visual look like? So just next to the table visual, we have this matrix visual. Okay, so if we click on matrix visual over here, here we get not only adding to the columns option, but we get multiple options over here. We get option to add rows, we have option to add columns, and we have option to add values. Okay, so whatever measure that we need to see, let's say here we are talking about this one measure net sales, whatever measure that we need, we can add that measure in the values section in the matrix visual. Okay, so let's do that. Let's say I want to look at net sales. I bring net sales into the values. Now it shows the values. Now it is up to us whether we want to see the split of these values by rows or by columns. Okay, so let's say I want to see the detail by individual category. So I can add category into the rows. If I add them into rows, it looks like this table with all the categories into the rows and the net sales values against that. Or I can, instead of adding it into rows, I can add them into column. If I do it in the column, it will appear in different columns and I see the data by columns. Okay, so I can keep, let's say I can keep the categories in the columns and I can add country into the row. If I do this, then I see a big cross section table, right? Where I can see the combination of country and beverages together. How this is better than this table visual is that I can still see the detailed level of information for which is for each country and each category, each uh, country and category combination within these cell values. I can see that information. At the same time, I can see the overall totals. So I can see the overall totals for each of the category at the bottom, right? What the totals are for each category. I can similarly see the total of each country at the right. So I can see the totals here. So I can see all the subtotals at each level, country level and category level, and also the grand total over here. So I can see the individual level data as well as the aggregation at each level. Also, with the matrix visual, we can also use drill downs. So if I put more fields in the columns or in the rows, they would work like a drill down. Okay. For example, now I want to also see by cities. So I can add cities into the rows. And now you see here, it is still showing the data at the country level. I can choose this view to be at the country level. or I can choose to show it at the country and the city combination by this drill down, right? So it shows the subtotals, it shows the granular data, as well as it shows the overall total. I can choose to show it at the just city and the category combination. I can do that as well. So overall, this works much better in seeing the data in a more flexible way rather than the table visual. If I need to expand only on one of the country, I also can click on this plus button. It just expands that only single country, right? I can just expand on the countries where I want to, right? So a matrix visual is much more flexible in such scenarios than the table visual. So we've learned about some of the visuals. There are some other visuals that we've not covered. I would want you to also explore these visuals at your end. And if you have any questions, you can let me know in tomorrow's class. But we're going to explore, we will pause on exploring on the visuals. You can explore the others at your end. Now, I want to focus on another aspect of the overall report development. So we learned about the slicer visual, right? Slicer visual, what is the use of slicer visual? It works as a filter. We can filter our dashboard results or report results using this slicer, correct? Along with the slicer, we also have a separate filters pane. Okay, we have a separate filters pane. Now, what does this filter pane do? How is it? How does it work? How is it? Is it similar to slicer or is it different? Let us learn about this. So this filter pane here, this also works as a filter. Okay, it allows you to filter your result. So within this filter pane, you see two types of scope of filters. You see filters on this page or filters on all the pages. As the name suggests, you can add the fields which will work as a filter on this page or the filter on all the pages. Let's say I choose a country filter, country field, and drag and drop it on filter on this page. Now I get list of all the countries here and I can select any of those and that will work as a filter on this page. So all the visuals which are there in this page will get filtered for those selected country or countries. Okay. So this is filter on this page. On this page, you can filter the data like this. You can clear the filter. Same thing if you apply on all the pages, as the name suggests, filter on all the pages. If you apply some filter on all the pages, everywhere the data is filtered only for that specific country, one country that we have filtered. So this would work automatically on across all the pages if we had a filter. So if you, let's say you have the full data, but temporarily you want to restrict your data for a specific geography, for a specific time period, for a specific category, you can apply this filter, which will work across all the pages. And you don't need to make a lot of changes in the backend. Okay, you can work on this. This filter, anything which is on this filter pane will s- stay on this filter pane, right? So your canvas, whatever design, whatever visuals that you have added on this canvas, it does not overlap with that like slicer. Slicers are actually added inside the canvas, but filters live outside the canvas. So you can add as many filters as you want. It will not impact your design. It will not add anything on the canvas. So we learned about two types of aspects of the filters. One is filter on all the on one page or filter on all the pages. There is a third type of scope which is filter on a specific visual. So for that you need to first select the visual. Let's say I select this table visual. As soon as I select this, a new scope of the filter has appeared here, which is filters on this visual. Okay. Filters are all on this page, and filters on all the pages are still there, but a new scope has appeared over here. Filters on this visual, and by default, all the fields that are used to create this uh, visual are added over here to be used as a filter. You can use any of the existing one and apply a filter, or you can add a new one which will work as a filter over here. Okay, so very simple, as the name suggests, filter on this visual. This will only apply filter, but only on this visual. The remaining visuals don't change. Only this visual changes. Now, if you need to show only some filtered data, let's say you want to show data only for the selected 10 countries, or selected 5 categories, or data only for, let's say, uh, a specific company that you want to analyze for. So you can do that kind of filtering on a specific visual. You can apply that. It won't impact the remaining visuals, remaining report. Okay, so you can do that. When we use filters on this visual, you can use it similar to how we use slicer. So in slicer, what do? We can select something or deselect something, right? That's how we can do. But in filters, you can do a bit more advanced than that. Okay, what we can do in more advanced, so you have this filter type. This is basic filtering. Basic filtering means you get list of all the fields and you can choose what you want to keep, what you want to don't keep. But apart from this, you can also apply an advanced filtering. Advanced filtering is basically if you want to apply a filter based on certain condition. So conditions like anything, let's say here we are looking at the country. So any country that starts with some letter, or which does not contain some, or which does not have a blank, those kind of conditional filtering also you can do. Okay. For example, net sales, we have the field net sales. Now let's say I want to apply a conditional here that, sorry, in the measures, you don't get those options, the basic, advanced. Here directly you get these different options. Like since this is a number, this is a measure, then you won't get that list of values. Here you just get these options, which is value less than something, greater than something, is blank, is not blank, those kind of options. Correct. So for measures, you get these kind of options, but in the dimensions, you get options like basic filtering, list of all the values, advanced filtering, which is conditional based filtering. Let's say I want to keep only the countries which starts with the letter U. Okay, you select this and apply this filter. So see, USA and UK is filtered over here, right? So you can apply some kind of conditional filtering with advanced filter. Also, although I have not seen much use of it, unless you want to filter, let's say if you have some blank values and you want to get rid of those, then you can do something like which is not blank. Show only those countries which are not blank. So those kind of filter you can apply for the conditional filtering. Okay, we can do that. The other and the most useful uh, use case for this is the top end filter. Okay, so what is top end filter? Let's say I have the list of countries, but in the report, I only want to show my top 10 country, only the top 10 country. Okay, so I can use the top end filter over here. So in the country, I want to see top n. So select top n. Within the top n, you choose how many top values you want to display. So you specify top 10. Okay, then it asks that, okay, top 10, but based on which measure, based on which value. So we specify this specifically inside this. So whichever, if it is by sales, put that net sales measure that we have, drag and drop it on this. Okay, so by value, net sales, and then apply. And now you see this table. This is now showing the results only for the top 10 countries by sales. Okay, if now you want to see not top 10, let's say top 5, just change it to top 5 and apply. It shows only top 5. Interestingly, the top in filter also lets you show the bottom results. So here, instead of show item top, you can also choose bottom. And if you apply, this will show the bottommost ones. Okay, so very useful feature. So when you create reports for higher management or uh, people who would want to see just the key information. So for them, you may just want to show your products. What are my key products? How is the performance of my flagship products, right? What top 10 products, top 20 products? How is the performance of my top three categories? So you can do that by applying this filter of top N. And this filter is always modified by the context in which we are looking at it. So remember, we learned about the context, right? Context is what? Any kind of context, any results that we see by the application of filters, slicers, fields, those all become context of my result, right? Filter, slicer, fields, whatever that we see, that becomes context of my result. So these top n that we see, they will always be filtered based on the context. Okay. So if I'm seeing these top 10 countries right now, which is across all the categories, if you see the list, this is the list, but this is across all the categories. But let's say I want to see the top 10 only for meat and poultry, then my list could be different. Okay. This list could be different. For this, it could be different. For this, it could be different. So it will automatically determine the top 10 or bottom 10 based on whatever additional filter. If I select any different time period, within that time period, it will show my top 10 or the bottom 10. Okay, so it will always be updated based on the context. Along with the visuals, along with these visuals that we can use to create our reports, we can also use some other elements that can help us create the reports. Okay, what are those elements? So you have elements like you can insert elements like text box, buttons, shapes, images. These are all different elements that can be added to add some more details, some more uh, elements to your overall reports. Like you can use a text box, okay, simply to write some title. Let's say you can give a report title, okay, and you can select, you can make the size, right? You can give a color to it. So you can create a report title, or if you want to give a custom title to any visualizations, you can use text in different sections. If you want to give some kind of disclaimer to the report, if you want to give some kind of other details, some footnotes, those kind of things, you can use text boxes. Then you can use some shapes. So shapes, you have different types of shapes. This can be simply be added as shapes, and on top of shapes, you can do some styling or some actions. Okay. For example, this shape, let's say I want to go and give this shape as I want to use this with some component along with the visual. So I can go for shape formatting, I can give a style, and within that, I can, let's say I want to write something within this shape. So instead of giving the text box for the report title, I can use a shape and I can give a report title within the shape. Okay, I can do it like this as well. And I can keep it at the top, at the left, right. I can use it like this, right? I can make shape as a background of some visual. I can do something different. Okay, for example, let's say this, uh, let's take any of the visual. Let's take this visual. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just simply copy this visual, Control C, and paste it over here. Okay, so we have this visual copy pasted over here. Okay, and now I can also add some shape. Let's say I use this rounded rectangular shape, right? And I just give this shape, I want to give this shape as a background for this visual. So what you can do, this shape, and you can just overlap these two, right? You can overlap these two. So it would look like this visual is inside that shape, right? Some kind of look and feel, some kind of interesting ways in which you can analyze. What I'll do is this shape, I can go to format and I can send this shape back so that the shape is in the background and this visual is in the foreground. Okay. And on this visual, because this white, the shape is coming in this blue color. So let me change the color of the shape to, let's take a yellow color. I keep yellow color. And for this visual, I can make the background transparent for this. Okay, so I can go to formatting, general, effects, background, and I can just make it 100% transparent. Okay, so now it looks like that this is inside that shape, right? So some different types of UI look and feel effects as well you can give along with these shapes and these visuals combined. Okay, so you can use these options, shapes with shapes. Along with these shapes, all of these shapes also have options to trigger some actions. Okay, trigger some actions. What are those actions? You can navigate across the pages through these actions. You can use some other action types like going to a specific bookmark, which we'll cover uh, in our next class. But you can use the bookmarks to do it. Okay, so there are certain actions as well that can be set up. Along with this, in these elements, you also have some buttons with built-in action features. Okay, built-in action features. For example, a button for going back. This has a built-in action feature. So if I use this button with this back action, okay. So if I added this button in Power BI desktop, for any action to happen, you need to press Control and click. Okay, if you hover over as well, it says that press Control plus click to go to the previous page of this report. In Power BI desktop, you need to press Control and click. But when you publish it on Power BI service, you just have to click. So it will become more of like actual actions, how actions usually happen. So if I press Control and click on this back button, it takes me back to the previous page that I was on just before coming to this page. Not in this sequential order, but in previous which tab or which page I was in previously and which page I went. Let's say I go to matrix visual page first, then page 7. Now if I click on back, it will take me to the matrix. So it just takes you back to the just previous page from where you have come. Now in all these pages, if you have the back buttons, then you can just go back and forth easily. Okay. So if I have a back button here as well, let's say back button here as well, it will allow me to go back to this previous page, right? So I can go back over here. So these back buttons are quite helpful in navigating through these pages. Along with this, there are some other buttons as well. For example, you can have the, you want to, let's say you have this apply all slicers, clear all slicers, these kind of buttons that can help you. Okay. So let's say you have all these slicers. These slicers are now instantly applied as soon as you make any selection. But let's say you would want a feature where you would want users to add all the slicers, and then only once they click on apply, then all these apply together. Okay. So I can have this button of apply all slicers over here. So what we'll do now, if I change any of these slicers, it did not filter any of the visual. If I add another selector, it still did not filter anything. If I add any other selector, still did not do it. Only when I click on apply this all slicer, this action would be performed. Let's say you have too many slicers and you forgot which all slicers did you add and you want to reset all of these. You can have another button which is clear all slicers. Okay, if I add this, it just works in that way that it will simply remove all the slicers that were added. If I click on this, it will just remove all the slicers, right? So some of these buttons can also be useful to give good user experience and having some built-in features which you don't need to create from scratch. Okay. Last element of this is the image. So image is very simple. If you want to bring any image, anything from your system, you can bring so. So you can just search for image. Let's say you want to use some icons in your report to represent some metrics, some data, or just logo of the organization. You can use this feature of adding image onto the canvas. Okay, so these all these elements can also be useful to give a good overall functionality to your report. So now, as the next step, we are going to create a report using this existing model, and we are going to just understand how we can design the report using the visualizations that we have learned and how the comprehensive report would look like. So whenever we come to thinking about any report development, we need to think about a few things first of all. First is first is who is the end user of the report. Like when you if you're creating it, who are you creating it for? Is it the CEO of the company? Is it the regional manager? Is it um, your manager? Is it a marketing person? Who is it for? So based on the end user, you think about what and in what detail you need to create the report and what all things you need to put. Okay. Second is once you know who is the end user of the report, what matrix you should show. Okay. What matrix you should show. So you need to select that. What information you need to show. Okay. Then you need to think about the design. How you will create story. Okay. How you will create the story. So it's not when you create reports, it's not just randomly putting some visuals, randomly adding some information without having any purpose, any story, any meaningful flow of information, right? So all of these things should be clear, and then you can think about the design, you can think about the implementation part. Okay. Now let's say we have got answers to this. Let's say the end user for this is my global sales leadership team. Okay. That is my end user sales leadership team. So what matrix would I show to them? So I need to show important KPIs, which are key performance indicators. They need to know what is the important KPIs. Like I need to show sales, overall orders, overall customers. What else is important to them? So they would want to have more sales per order, right? So per order sales should be as high as possible. So what we are at right now, right? So sales per order, how much sales I'm getting, or even each customer should be profitable, should give more and more sales. So what is the sales per customer, right? Those kind of information. So KPIs, and then showing these KPIs by different angles, like within the sales. If we specifically talk about the global sales team, leadership team, then I want to show just a high level information, which is sales by different country, region, category, sales by company or the customer. Okay. Those kind of information. Overall, how is the sales trend, right? So those kind of information I need to know. I need to know which products are doing the best. So key products, right? Things like that. So we need to have these kind of information. Now the part comes where how will you create this story? So for how will you create this story, you can think about it like you can have one overview page with high level data. Then you can have one for the product specific key products or category specific details. Okay. Then you can have one for the key geography, geography level analysis, like which geography works better, where the sales have gone up, down, how is the trend overall, all those kind of information, correct? So you can show these details. Okay. So I want to show this. With this, I want to create a report, right? With all these information. So how will we, like, this is what my plan is. So with that, let's just, we may not be able to do end up doing everything here, but let's just create some sample report and see how we can do it, how just we can design all these things. Okay. So let's go ahead with it. So since I'm going to use the same data model, what I will do here is I will uh, save this file. Okay, I will save this file with the new name for today's date. I will save this, and I'll create a new one by deleting all these pages and creating a new report entirely, right? So I can simply get rid of these pages, delete them one by one. I'll create a new page one. So what I'll do here is I will first of all, for this report, I want first of all create that overview page. Okay, so I'll create a sales overview. Okay, sales overview. In the sales overview, I would want to keep some, let's say I want to keep some slicers um, and along with that, I want to keep some um, um, then some visuals, some cards and etc. So firstly, I want to keep some slicers over here. So let's say I want to keep some standard slicers. So all my reports should be filtered by country or by city or by category. Those are the main slicers that I would want to keep. Okay. So what I can do here is create one slicer, let's say by country. If I want a slicer to which will be by country, I can keep this slicer formatting to drop down. Okay. And I'll apply certain formatting to this. Let's say I want to just make give some effect to it. Let's say I want to keep it with uh, a light background. Okay. And with a border that too with slightly lighter shade, keeping the edges rounded and keeping the values like this is coming in like this. This is a slicer. Let's say I keep the background of this slightly different. Let's say I use this kind of a background and this value at the center. I can give a visual and in the values, I can give values background to. So I can give a gray background to the value. Okay, now this part would come in gray and the remaining is in the yellow background. Let's say I want to use this kind of formatting for my slicer. Now I have added the country slicer over here. I want to replicate the country slicer for the multiple other slicers, the formatting, right? Now I don't want to make this effort of doing this formatting again and again for all of these. So what I'll do is best way is I can simply copy and paste. So a new slicer with the same formatting has appeared. All I'll do is remove country as the field over here and add city. Okay, that's all I require and my new slicer is ready. Similarly, I will go ahead and create one for the category, copy and paste. You got the category slicer and you bring it here and let me also rename. So one more thing which I got to inform, let's say this name is coming as category name without any space. So one way is I go back in the Power Query and change the field name. That is one way of doing it. And if I want to do it, if I am just too lazy and I want to just do it quickly, just on this visual, here the field is there. I can just double click and rename it directly over here, which will rename it temporarily only on this visual. not in the data model, only on this visual. Then the data model, the field name is still category name, but only here in the visual where we are using it, it is renamed to category. Okay. My advice is always rename it properly, name the fields properly, go it into Power Query and do it. Here we are taking a shortcut. Okay. So we have done this. Now, apart from this, I want to also have a date filter. So copy paste and add a date filter to date slicer. Okay. I don't want this to be a drop down list. I want this to be a between type of a filter, and it will require some more space over here. Okay. So I have got this. Now I can choose what kind of layout I would want to keep. So I can go with a, let's say here, I would want to go with a vertical partition layout. Let's say I go with that. So I can keep it like this. I can keep my slicers in the left, something like this. And you can just keep all these alignments. You can do these kind of adjustments, fine tuning, right? So I got my uh, these slicers over here, right? I can give a title as well here. So I can give a text box with the same title, sales overview, right? And I can make it bigger, something like this. And I can keep it over here at the top. I can keep it in one line, or I can keep it in multiple lines. Something like this. I can choose how I would want this to be. Okay, with some, let's say I want to use a blue color along with this. Okay, anyways, we did this. And now I would just want to make a separation between my visuals and my slicers. I can add one shape, and that shape can be a simple line. Okay, I have added a line, and I can rotate it by 90-degree, and can just create something like this, a partition. Okay, so we've got our slicers. Now I can add some card visuals, right? And I want to keep some of my measures here. So I can keep the important measures like card visual. Here I can keep a measure like the net sales, right? Net sales. And I want to format it once, and then I can apply that formatting across other visuals. So how I would want to keep it, let's say I want to once again give a background to it, a background to my visual. Okay, I want to give border, right, with some rounded corners. Okay, something like this. I can make this call out value slightly smaller, right? So net sales, let's say this is, so I got the sales. Then I need to just replicate the same for, let's say, the total order. So Control C, Control V, I can get orders, right? So we have total orders. Over here, we got the total orders. Similarly, I need to know what are my total customers. I don't know where did I add that, or did I even create a measure for it? Yeah, it is under orders, right? So I can find what my total customers are. Okay. So net sales, total orders, total customers. I may want to also show what my year to date sales is. Okay, what my this year to date sales are. Okay, so YTD sales. So let me just copy, paste this, and add YTD sales. Okay, I may also want to look at what my sales per order and sales per customers are. Okay, so for sales per order, sales per customer, we can simply create a measure. We can create a new measure, which is, let's say, sales per order. So what is the measure? It is very simple. Just the net sales that we have divided by the total orders. That becomes sales per order. Similarly, we can also create sales per customer. Sales per customer. Net sales divided by total customers. Right? We got this calculated too. So we can create another one, copy paste this and add sales per order, which is 1.53K, and sales per customer, which is per customer, I'm getting 14.22K sales. Okay. So I've got these metrics, these important metrics. Now I can make them slightly smaller as well. And bring them close. This is, of course, this does not look of the same size. Ideally, when you're designing, you should keep these in mind. These should all look of, like, these should be of similar size. So always you can just do this kind of alignment. How you can check the size of these elements? Very simply, in the formatting, you can actually see in the general properties, and it shows the exact height and width. So width, if you see, they would be say different. So this is 211. Let's say if I want to make all of this consistent to 180, right? Or let's say 200. If I make all of these consistent to 200, I can do that. And this will always keep everything in sync. I can do it like this, 200. Now these width will be exactly same. Okay, and now I can position them next to each other. Okay, now they look properly aligned. right? Now we can just show for these uh, sales overview, we can just show something like overall what is the sales over time. So I can put this kind of a line chart over here. Okay, and I can simply show a big line chart over here, which will show what my trend is. So I can show by dates, net sales, right? And I can format this visual slightly. I can keep, let's say I want to keep the same formatting for this visual. So one way is that I can duplicate and I can create. Another is I can also copy formatting of one visual into another. This is also one way. I want to copy this formatting. So select this visual, click on Format Painter, and then you can click on the visual on which you want to paste the formatting. Okay, so you can do it like this. Now, I just want to make one more small change over here, that on this visual, I want to have a separate title formatting. Let's say I want to give a title uh, background color, and I keep it this in the yellow color, what we have, and I can keep it like this. Let's say I keep it like this. Okay, so we have this information. We can show which are our top countries and top categories and top customers, right? Very easily we can show that as well. Let me use a clustered bar chart for it, right? So top countries, or let me use another visual for it. Let me show the top categories here and the top customers. So I'll show the customers. So customer is my company. I will use company name and then the sales. Okay, these are the top company. These are all the companies. I can use the formatting of this visual, copy, format painter, and apply this. Okay, company, and I can copy and paste this one to show the top categories. So just show the categories over here. So I have my top categories, and here in the companies, I can show this filtered for only the top 10 companies. I can apply a filter for company which is just top 10 by sales. Okay, and let me also edit this company name to customer here, category name to category as we have done earlier. And let's say I use one more visual to show by the sales by all these different countries, because I want to see a summary of that. So I'll just make this a bit smaller, this trend, and I'll use this page to show that information. Okay. So for this one, I will use the chart called a tree map. Okay, tree map, this visual, which we have not covered uh, in the visualization section. But a tree map is nothing but it just allows us to show any measures by dimension like bar chart or any other chart. But in tree map, basically we see the biggest value coming in the left top section and the lowest coming in the right top, right bottom section. What I mean by this is, let's say I want to show here sales by country. So I put country in the this category section, and whichever measure that I want to keep, I use it in the values. So I will use net sales in the values. Okay. So what you see here, all of these countries are now coming in these kind of squares or rectangles, right? So these squares and rectangles will always fit the entire window. So what this chart does is within whatever size of the visual that you create, within that it will fit in all the data point. Sometimes it will look too condensed, sometimes it will look too sparse, but it will show all of these and it will give you a feeling of what are your like biggest contributors that you can identify in the left top section, which is the smallest contributor you can identify in the bottom right section. Okay, so you get, irrespective of how small you make it, you will get all of these countries filtered in over here, all of these countries. Okay, and I'll just give the format of this visual to this as well. And within this, let's say I also want to show sales value everywhere where we have this. So I will just format and add the data labels, and I can just make the data label size smaller. Okay, so this gives me a good overview of my sales, the first page. Now I know I went really quick on this, and the reason is I have covered most of these visualization part. We're just learning how to apply these visualizations to create a report from scratch. Okay. Most of you have not been must have not been able to follow up with me on this, but you can take this as an exercise. Try to do it at your end to try to replicate it to what I did. But this is very simple, very straightforward. We learned all of these already. Okay, so let's get started. Now, now I want to create a page where I would also want to analyze my customers, my the sales overview, not just by the net sales, but actually by orders. So where am I getting most orders? Which category I am getting most orders for? Which customers I'm getting most orders from? Which countries I'm getting most orders from? So what we will do in this case, very simply, we will just duplicate this page and modify it. Okay. So what you can do here, instead of recreating entire thing from scratch, we can simply duplicate the page. So at the bottom in the page, you can right click and you can duplicate. Okay. So we have just duplicated the page. Okay. In this duplicate page, I will just modify the visuals wherever I'm using net sales. I will change it to orders. Okay. So here, for example, in tree map, I'm using net sales. I will just modify this with orders, total orders. So I'll simply update this with orders. Similarly, all the visuals, wherever I was using net sales, I will now update it with orders everywhere. This will be very simple, but it will be very effective when it comes to visualizing our data. So we got all of these wherever we had used net sales, we'll modify with orders. So I will keep these KPIs, these metrics at same because it includes sales as well as orders information. So I'll keep these as it is, but these four charts that we have, this I have updated now based on orders instead of sales. Okay. And I will also just modify this to sales overview, and this will be orders. Okay. Now here I'm going to use a trick. Okay, this is one of the ways in which you can add some navigation features into your reports. Okay, so what you can do here is on this one page is showing sales overview for by sales. Another one is showing sales overview based on orders. Okay, so I would in the when I display this report to the end user, I can simply show one page and I can kind of give a functionality that just with a button click they can view the data uh, in uh, sales or by orders. Okay, so what I will do here, I will in this first page, okay, first page, I will add a button or let me add a shape here. So I will insert a shape. Okay, I'll insert a shape. Let's say I insert a shape. Okay, and within the shape, I'll add a text. So this is the shape. I'll go to style. I will add a text inside it, and text says show in orders. Okay, show in orders. Okay, now I'll explain you what does it mean. I've written show in orders over here. And I'll copy this shape and I'll paste this shape in the other page. And here in this page where I'm showing already showing in orders, I will change the text to show in net sales. Okay, and I can perhaps increase the font slightly. Show in net sales. Similarly, show in orders. I'll increase the font. Okay. Now, what we can do here is apply an action, which is when I click on this show in orders, it takes me to the other page. Okay. So that whenever I will need to show this, see this data in orders, I click here and it'll take me to that other page. So we can apply some action. So one of the action is with these shapes, I can associate a page navigation. Okay, so I will select this shape. In the formatting, you have action. I'll turn this on action, and I choose the action type as page navigation. Page navigation. And in page navigation, I can give my destination page as sales overview orders. Okay, this is the destination page. Okay, now whenever I click on this, I need to do control and click. Once I click on this, it takes me to this page where I'm already seeing the data by orders. And on this shape, I can add once again the action to go back to the previous page. So go to page navigation and destination is sales overview. Now in both of these, I have this kind of action where if I click on this, it takes me to this page. If I click here, it takes me to this page. Okay. And now, since I want to display only one of the pages here, now another trick that I can do is I can hide this page. So I can right click and click on hide. Now this will be hidden. This page will be hidden. Although I can select it in Power BI desktop, but when you publish it on Power BI service, this page would be hidden. But we can view this page through this shape action. Okay. And how this will work, this will eventually look in Power BI service. We are going to see that shortly. Okay. So this way I can give a kind of a navigation feature where I can see easily same analysis based on either net sales or orders. And I have this kind of toggle functionality through this shape. Now I'm going to add one more page here, and I want to create another page for um, my to just know what are my key products. Okay, I want to know which are my key products. Okay, so to do so, I will once again duplicate because I want to keep this left side menu similar except for this last feature here. I can simply duplicate this page. So what I'll do is once again duplicate it. Okay, and after duplicating, I can remove all the visuals by dragging, lassoing across these visuals and just pressing the delete key. So my visuals are deleted here. One by one, you can do it or you can do at a time. Okay. I left this one visual because I want to see my top products over here, and I can just use this as a template shape, template visual. And here, instead of category, I can choose my product to show the top products. So I can go and search for products in the product table. Okay, so these are my top products. Okay, I can see all the products right now. And I will also delete this feature here. I don't require this. I'll get rid of this one here. Okay, so I'm able to see all my products. Okay, and I want to see only the top 10 products over here. Okay, I want to see top 10. So we know how we can display top 10. We can go to filters, we can go to products, and here in products, we can choose top N and only top 10 based on net sales. Okay, and apply. So this will show only the top 10 products by net sales. That correct? Okay, I can just rename the title as well. I can go rename the title to top 10 products by net sales. Okay. I also want to see, let's say I also want to see what are my bottom products. Okay, so I can just show quickly what are my bottom products. So bottom products, just very simply, you can go and change this filter where I have applied top 10. I can just duplicate the visual and show bottom 10 instead of top 10. Very simple. So this is now showing the bottom 10 products by sales. And here I can change the title to bottom 10 products as well. Now let's say if I also want to see my top 10 products and bottom 10 products by the number of orders, right? I can also do that very simply. Copy and paste this one. Instead of showing this by top 10 by net sales, we'll just change this measure from net sales to total orders. Okay, we can apply this filter as well. Instead of by net sales, it should be based on total orders. Okay, so top 10 based on total orders. I can change the title of this as well to display top 10 products by orders. Okay, so I got this visual to top 10 product by orders. So I can keep these visuals properly organized. I can keep it like this. Top 10 and bottom 10. Over here and top 10 by orders over here. And I can copy this and also create a bottom 10 products by orders. Okay, so we'll also do bottom 10. So just changing this instead of top, change it to bottom and apply. And also change the title, which is title is bottom 10 product by sales. Okay, we got a page over here, and I can also just rename this page to top bottom products, just top and bottom products. Here as well, I can write the same top or bottom products. Okay, okay. So we can create visual like this for top products, uh, top and bottom products by sales or orders, right? Now, this is one way of showing. Another way with which we can show this is right now these visuals, these four visuals for the top products and the bottom products, 10 products, top 10 and the bottom 10. This is kind of consuming the entire space, right? This is taking up overall space. But if we, let's say, if I needed to show this, I want to create another uh, uh, another visual to show the top and the bottom. Let's say I also want to show top 10 top 10 customers by sales or by orders and bottom customers by sales and orders. If I need to do that as well, what I can do is I can use this approach that I did first, which was I can create another page and then I can go to page navigation and I can achieve this very simply. Okay, we can do that. But we can also achieve this with a feature called bookmark. Okay, so I'll show you how you can use bookmarks. Okay, so what are bookmarks? Bookmarks are bookmarks are like when we read any book. What are bookmarks? Bookmarks help you go back to a specific page, right? A specific page to restart your reading. Similarly, bookmarks are a state in which your dash in your report is, right? A state, so that later on you can restart your analysis from that state. So it lets you go to a default view of your report. Okay, now that default view could be based on some particular selection of slicers, or showing or hiding some visuals. Okay, so these can be achieved through bookmark. So let me demonstrate you how you can make this functionality of showing top 10 products as well as top 10 or bottom 10 uh, customers. Okay, so what we will do here is we will just create another visual, and we will just make these visuals overlap with each other and kind of make this effect. So let me show you what I mean here. So I will just copy this one of the visual over here just to keep the formatting. Make a copy of this right here. Okay. So what I'll do here is I will show this top 10 customers. Okay. Top 10 customers, and who are customers? Customers are the company name, right? So instead of product, I'll choose company name. Okay. Top 10. Let me call that customer. Okay. And in the title of the visual as well, I'll call it top 10 customers by net sales. In the filter as well, I need to update. This should not be based on the product, but it should be based on customers. So top 10 customers by net sales. Okay, so I got this visual top 10 customers by net sale. Just to change slight look and feel for this, just to uh, distinguish between these two visuals, I'll just change the heading color here. Okay, so the title background, I'll just change it to blue, and these bars that I see, I'll change the bar color to yellow, just to make this. Okay, just to understand the difference. So I'll just switch these colors. Okay, so now you got your this top 10 customers by net sales. Okay, right now this is all coming overlapping with each other. Let it be like this. Let it look dirty for now. Eventually this will look pretty good. Okay, so we created this another visual, same thing, just top 10 customers by sales. Okay, I'll copy this and paste another visual to keep the formatting also consistent. And this time I will do the bottom 10 customers by net sales. So I'll simply change it to bottom 10 customers, apply. Okay, so now these will be bottom 10 customers. I'll change the title of this as well accordingly, bottom 10 customers by sales. So we got this one. Now I will also just change this copy and get another one for orders. Okay, so top 10 customers based on orders. Okay, based on orders. I need to change that in the visual as well. Here, instead of net sales, it should be based on orders. Okay, and the title, finally, the title should be based on top 10 customers by orders. So I got another win here, and I'll create one more for the bottom orders, bottom 10 customers for the orders. So bottom 10 customers by orders. So we got this as well. Okay. Now it looks quite clumsy right now, right? Because we have these charts overlapping with each other, but we are going to make it look really good. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'll create once again, I'm going to use a feature of bookmark here. So you need to go to view tab. In the view tab, you have this pane called bookmarks. Okay. So we'll select this bookmark pane. And along with the bookmark pane, we will also select the selection pane. So two new panes have been added over here, selection and bookmark. We can hide this collapse the other ones. We just need now these two panes. In the selection pane, you see all the visuals, everything that have been, all the elements that has been added on this page. All of these are listed over here. All of these. Now I can choose in this selection what I want to see or what I don't want to see, what I want to hide, what I want to keep visible. Okay. So let's say I want to hide everything that is related to customers. Okay. So just this I symbol. So bottom 10 customers by orders, I'll hide that. So now you there see that is hidden. Top 10 by customers, that is also hidden. This is hidden. This is hidden. Now all of these which were by customers that we created, now all of those are hidden. Okay. All of those are hidden. And this selection choice that I did, okay, this selection choice that I made, this I will assign a bookmark to this selection choice, and I'll add a bookmark over here. After making this selection, I'll add the bookmark. Okay, so we will add a bookmark here. So I'll click on add bookmark. Okay, so new bookmark has been added, and I will rename this bookmark to, let's say I can give any name to this. Let's say I call it product view. Let's say I call it product view. Okay. Now I will add another view here, which is for the customers. And let's say I'll change this to, even here, what I'll do is this text box that we have, this shape text box, even here, I will just add one more copy of this shape. Okay. And I'll call it this shape top or bottom customers. Okay. Let me add one more copy of the shape as well, top or bottom customers. Okay. This is over here. I can also, like from here now, okay, I need to make one more change here. When I'm uh, making this selection, I need to also hide this part. So let me remove this bookmark, delete, and this time I'll also hide this one, the text box that I just added. I'll hide that too. And now I add this bookmark and call it product view. Okay, all good. And now I will unhide all of these ones one by one, and I will hide the remaining others. So I have all the views which were by product, as well as this title which was by product. All of these will get hidden. Okay. And I assign a bookmark to this. Let me call it customer view. Okay. So now in this bookmark, whenever I click on product view, these product visuals will appear. When I click on customer view, these customer visuals will appear. Okay, so this bookmark will work will just within the same page. It allows me to just show either products or customers, top products or bottom products, or top customers or bottom customers. Okay, and now just to make this like a proper effect, what we will do is I will unhide all of these and I'll just superimpose them on top of each other, exactly on top of each other. Okay, this one I will just bottom 10 customers, say something like this. This one on top of this visual exactly. Okay, one by one. Okay, one by one, all of these on top of each other. Now they are overlapped. Okay, they are overlapped. All of them are visible. But now if I click on product view, it shows top 10 and bottom 10 only for the product. If I click on customer view, it shows me for the customers. Okay, so just a feature to dynamically switch between the views. Okay, now what we did here, we have added this bookmark, but these bookmarks are still, I need to use this bookmark pane to be able to make this selection of product view or customer view. I will assign this action of bookmark to a shape or a button. So I can now remove these selection and bookmarks pane from this pane section, and I will add a shape. Okay, I'll add a shape. Okay, and in this shape, in this shape, I'll write the text, which is in this shape. Let's say I call it customer view. Okay, customer view. Okay, and I can copy the shape and another copy, and here I can call it product view. Okay, so we got these two shapes, and now I will assign that bookmark action to these shapes. So customer view, turn on the action. What is the action? Action type is bookmark. Which bookmark? For the customer view, the bookmark is customer view bookmark name. Similarly, product view, I will assign the action bookmark, and I'll assign product view bookmark. Now these bookmarks are linked with these shape clicks. Okay, now simply if I click on these, I'll see the data either by the product view or the customer view. Okay, so very useful, very dynamic way of looking at the data without creating too many pages here. Okay, I can rename this to, let's say I call it top or bottom results. Is this clear with everyone? Any questions on this? We have the slicers added on this visual. Slicers can be used to filter the report. Let's say I want to see these top and the bottom performers for any specific country. I can select a country and it will show the top performers, bottom performers in that country. Okay, we can see the results by the slicer. Now, once I make a, let's say I have too many pages and I made one slicer selection in one of the page. Okay, and in the other page, if I go, I may see that that slicer selection is not made over here, and it may just show us some different results. So here, if we look at the top customers, this is showing some other result. Here it is showing some other result. And this is because this filter has been applied. This slicer filter has been applied. So sometimes when you have too many slicers, too many pages, it can create confusion and users may misinterpret the data because somewhere a filter is applied, somewhere filters are not applied. So what we can do in these scenarios is we can synchronize the slicers across the pages. Wherever we have the slicers used, we can synchronize them so that if a selection is made on one page, it will also be automatically be selected on the other page. Okay, this feature is called sync slicers. So how we can sync slicers? You can go to view tab and just next to the bookmarks and the selection pane, we also have another option called sync slicers. Sync slicers. If we click on sync slicer, another sync slicer pane will appear, and this sync slicer pane would let us synchronize our slicers across the pages. So let's say this country slicer, if I click on this country slicers here, it will show on which page this slicer is present. So all of these pages, this slicer is present, and it shows that in all which all pages this is synchronized. So this is the synchronized symbol. We can just select this synchronization across all the pages. So now country is synchronized across all the pages. If I go to the other pages, now you see country is selected to Brazil. Everywhere country would be selected to Brazil. So we can synchronize our slicers like this. So just select all the slicers one by one and synchronize them. Select and synchronize. Select and synchronize. Okay, now all of this, whatever changes I make in one place, it will be applied across all the pages. Okay, so very useful feature, very quickly doable, but very useful feature, sync slicer. Another feature that you can use here is how we can limit interaction between the visuals. Now, consider this situation here that I have this sales trend over here, right? The sales trend. This is currently showing me the trend of all the monthly sales. If I select my date slicer, if I, let's say, decrease my date slicer, all of the other visuals change, and also this one would change. Okay, so let's say I would want to see the trend of my entire data, or at least the last 3 years. I would want to see this trend. I don't want this trend to be filtered based on if I select only 1 month data, it will show just 1 month of value, which would not make any sense, right? So I would want this specific slicer to get applied everywhere else, but not on this one. Okay, on this visual, I don't want this filter to get applied. So how do we control this? Okay, this can be controlled with a feature called edit interactions. So how we can apply edit interaction? First, select the visual from which you want to limit the interaction. So this date slicer is the one from which I want to limit my interaction. So I will select this. As soon as I select this, at the top of new tab, new menu got added, which is format. If I don't select it over here, you see that format is not there. But if I select this slicer, format would appear at the top. Okay. So you click on format and then you click on edit interaction, which is on the far left. Edit interaction. Once you click on edit interaction, on all the visuals that you have on this canvas, this two icons would appear on top of those. These two icons, one represent that you want to keep the interaction, one represents you don't want to keep the interaction. So one which is having this filter symbol means that you want to keep the interaction. And if you don't want to keep the interaction, you can click on none. Okay. So now I don't want to keep the interaction on this visual. So what I can do here is just to see that interaction properly, like this one, I want to disable it from here. So select none here, select none here. Okay. And now you can bring this once again back up so that this is all fine. And now you can also go ahead and click on edit interaction once again for making these icons disappear. Okay, now they are disappeared. Now, if I select whatever date ranges here, while all the other visuals will filter, but this trend would not change. You see, this is not changing. Other visuals are changing, but not this. Okay. Similar thing I may also want to do with year to date sales. For year to date, I would want it to be fixed for the current year to date. So this period selector should not get applied here too. Okay. So once again, to do this very simple, you go to format, edit interaction on this specific visual just to make sure that we are sometimes we can accidentally because these icons overlap. So we can accidentally select other icon specifically on this. I want to disable. Okay, now we are all good. I can move it back to its original position. We are all good now. I can go and disable the interaction icons. And now you see YTD sales. This does not change for the date period selection. Okay, so this is how you can limit interaction between the visuals, whichever you don't want to interact. Okay, all right. So those who are able to create get great. Those who have it good. Those who are have not created, you can do it. You can do it later. So for now, I'll show it on my screen how it would look like. So I'll just create. I'll go and open a Power BI account, Power BI service account. Right. This is how a Power BI service account when I log in. This is how it looks like. I have a free trial period account. Right. So within Power BI service, when you open Power BI service login, you see a window like this. Okay, here you have multiple options in the left hand section. So you have this left hand menu where you have multiple options. You have your home, you can create new content, you can see your existing workspaces, right? Some other favorites you can see. Okay, some last opened reports you can see over here, as well as you can see some favorites, some recently opened over here. Okay. And also you can see some of your settings over here. So you have your account setting here. You have some tool download option here. You have help section here, and you can see your profile here, profile information. And if you're getting some notifications, all those would come over here with this notification. Okay, so you have all these different options over here. Now, in Power BI service, we have the concept of workspace. Okay, concept of workspace. Workspace. What is the workspace? You can relate it as a workspace is a shared folder. Okay, shared folder on the cloud. Okay, it's like a shared folder on the cloud. So when you do not have a paid license, you cannot create a shared workspace. You can have only your own personal workspace. But when you have either paid or a trial period of paid, you can create a shared workspace. Okay, so how do we create workspace? How do we create workspace? Here you can go to workspaces. I have this my workspace here. So this is a default workspace. My workspace is a default workspace. Even if you do not create anything, this would be there. This is your default personal workspace. What you can publish content on my workspace, but you cannot share with others through my workspace. Okay. Here you can also see this icon, which is a single user icon right over here, that this is not a shared, this is your individual workspace. While I have created some of these workspaces I have in my account, these are all shared. These are all shared workspaces. Okay, these are all shared workspaces. So we're going to create a shared workspace first. Okay, so how you can do that? You can simply go and click on new workspace. You can create new workspace, and let's say you call this workspace. Let's say you want to create some reports related to a specific department or specific team or specific data. So you can create the workspaces where similar type of reports can be published. Okay, so let's say I call it sales and ops operations. Let's say I gave this as a name. I gave some name over here. Let's say I gave it sales and operations. That's all I need to do. I read all other fields are optional. So I can simply create a workspace, apply. Okay, now a new workspace has been added over here. And here, currently there is nothing. Okay, there is nothing. So I'll just expand this workspace folder. So within this workspace, I have nothing right now. Okay, nothing. To add anything new, I can click on some new items. I can add some new folders, but basically I need to import the reports. So to get reports published on Power BI service, Power BI desktop to Power BI service, I can either go with this import option and I can search for the report on my machine, or I can simply publish it from my Power BI desktop. So we'll do this option of publishing. So I'll click on publish. Before that, I'll save this and I'll put my email ID. Okay, I'll put my email ID and I will authenticate my account. Okay, so I have logged in on my account, the same account with which I am also signed in on Power BI service. As soon as I do so, this will give me option to publish my report on one of these workspaces which exist, my workspace and all these other workspaces, and the sales and operations that I just created. So I'll publish my report over here, sales and operations, select. Okay, so it will start publishing the report there. Now this says that the report is published. Now, before we look at the published report, I'll once again give you a recap of this report. What do we have here? We have sales overview. Here we are seeing the data based on net sales. If I need to go to view the reports by orders, I can click on this show in orders. It will take me to this page, which is hidden. So I have hidden, make this hidden in Power BI desktop. Okay. And top and bottom results here also I have this functionality over here for the bookmark actions. Okay. Now let's see how the report looks like on Power BI service. So once again, we'll go to this workspace and we'll wait for 1 minute. Okay, it's just a matter of seconds. So I'm able to see the published report over here. Okay, so if you see here, I published this one single report, but here, why did these two files got added here? Sales analysis, sales analysis. Why these two? Okay, what exactly happened here? Okay, so basically, when you publish your report on Power BI service, what it does is whatever data transformations, data modeling, DAX calculations, all of that you did, those all get packaged together into the data model. And that data model file gets published as a separate file over here. Okay, so you see, this is your semantic model or data model. Same thing. This is your data model which got published over here. And this report, the other one, is actually running using the semantic model which is published over here. So it is no longer linked. This is no longer, this report is no longer linked with uh, the data source that we used to build it with Power BI Desktop, but it is using this data model which published. Okay, so all of the data, everything that we had in the model, everything got packaged together into this data model file. Okay, and this data model is supporting this report. A report cannot exist without a data model on Power BI service. So a semantic model or a data model must be there for the report to exist. Okay, now let us look at this report and see how it looks like on Power BI service. So we can click on this report here and see how it appears. So see how it appears here. So we have the sales overview tab. Okay, and I'm seeing the results by net sales. If I click on show in order, here I don't need to press control and click. It is showing me the orders, right? View by orders. If I click on this once again, it will show in the net sales. Okay, if you see the pages that we have added, you remember we had hidden one of the page. So now we see only two pages here because one of the page is hidden. And that's why when it was published, this page is hidden. So it did not show it on Power BI service. So this is hidden, but we can still navigate and view that page through this action. Okay. Then in the top and the bottom results page, we can do this kind of action of going to the product view, customer view. We can apply all these kind of filters. We can apply all these slicers. All of these are fully functional. Okay, so the end user who have access to this, remember, okay, the end user that we will look at it would be able to just like would be able to interact with everything that is published over here. Okay, so this is how, if the end user has to access the report, they just need to log in. If they are given access to this report, they can view the report like this. Here, let's look at let's look at what options do we have as a publisher. So I have published it on my account with my account which means that it makes me the admin of this report. Okay, as well as I have created this workspace as well. So even I am the admin of this workspace. Okay, so the I am the creator. Creator by default is an admin. Okay, now as an admin, I can also edit the report which is published on Power BI service directly on Power BI service. What I can do here, I can simply click on this edit button. I'll click on the edit button, and as soon as I click on the edit button, I get the similar kind of look as I have on Power BI service on a Power BI desktop. These data and visualization panes. Okay. So what I can do as an editor, what what all I can edit in this. Okay. What else I can edit here? So for editing, I can go and I can make changes on the visuals. Let's say I need to delete some visual, I can do so. Okay, I can change the position of the visual, I can do so. I can add a new visual, I can do so. So we can add new visual, we can delete existing visual, we can change the layout, we can add new pages, we can do all the UI level, report view level changes. What we cannot do is we cannot modify the data model, which means I cannot modify the relationship between these data. I cannot change the, I cannot create a new DAX calculation. Those I cannot do. But new visuals with the existing fields, that all we can do. Okay. Now, let's say that you are a developer, you want to create a report, and in the team, let's say there are two developers. You are the senior developer and you have another junior developer working with you on the same project, and you need to deliver something by in next 2 days. Okay. Now what happens here is that um, you are not available to work on one day and you want your, like, the junior developer to just continue with the development of this report, add some more visuals, some more changes, and then deliver it the next day. Okay, so what that person can do is on Power BI service, that person can just create new pages, new reports, change the layout, all of these that person can do. And if that person just want to retain that previous version and just want to keep another version of this report, then he can simply save this file on Power BI service, and if he just saves it, it will override the existing. But if you save as a copy of this, then you can have another version created, and you can have the previous version as well and the newer version as well. So that in case that junior person has made some mistake, you can still use the older version. So that person can continue to work here and save another copy of this, and then you can review and you can share it with the client or with your on your team with your team. All right. So you can save it as, and a newer copy would be saved. Now I can go and I can go to reading view from here. If I don't want to make any changes, I can go back to the reading view and I can once again come back to the same view where I'm viewing the report. Here, so this is how we can edit the report. Now, if I want to share the report with other users, I also have this option to share. Okay, so what you can do is you can also share. So just simply click on the share and you can just type the name of the person with whom you want to share the report, and it will just be sent. A link of this report will be sent and you can share with the other users. Apart from sharing, let's say you want to export this as a PDF or PPT, you also have buttons of export, and you can export the report into a PDF file, into a PowerPoint file, or even you can export this and export the data in Excel, and the data model will be exported in Excel. So you have this feature of exporting it into PDF, PowerPoint, or data model into Excel. Suppose you have also worked on this file, let's say a year back, and now you want to, let's say someone in your team have asked you to continue and make the changes on this report a year later. And now after a year, you don't have the local copy of this file, and you need to make changes in the data model, for which you need to work on Power BI desktop. Okay, so in that case, even if you don't have the local file, you can download the Power BI desktop file from this file. So you can go to file, and from here you have the download option to download this file. Okay, so you can also download the file. Okay, so you have these options directly over here. You can edit, you can export, you can share, you can download. Okay, now we talked earlier about how these reports should be fully operational, fully automated. So the data refresh should be automatically done as well. Okay, so for refreshing the data automatically on Power BI service, we use a tool called Power BI Gateway. So we have published the report on Power BI service, and we can access the report, but we would also want the data to be continuously updated in these reports, which means if there is any update in the data in the source system, that should automatically update these reports, right? So how do we do this? Earlier, we learned that for data to refresh continuously in Power BI service, we need to use a service called Power BI Gateway, or we need to use a tool called Power BI Gateway. If we recap a bit on this, so we learned about Power BI Gateway, a tool which helps in data refresh on Power BI service. Okay, so when it comes to any kind of like any data source that you work with, all data sources are categorized into broadly two categories. Okay, the data source categories are data source types are one is then you have an on premises data source. What does on premises data source mean? On premises means that data is within your own network, or it is hosted on a physical machine in your own network. Okay, which means that it is on premises. You are hosting the data source. So on premises means if we are connecting to any kind of database which is hosted on our servers, those are all on premises. Okay, on your own company's infrastructure, those are all called on premises. Okay, if I'm using any file like an Excel file or a CSV file which is um, on your machine, let's say if it is on your machine, then it'll also be called an on-premise data source. So everything that is hosted on your own network on your server is on premises. The other type of data source is called cloud data source. Cloud data source. Okay, so cloud data source is anything that can be accessed through web browser or using internet. Any data that you can access to web browser and just through internet, those are called cloud data sources. For example, any any data which is on a Google Drive or OneDrive or any of the cloud environment, those are all categorized into cloud service. Let's say a SharePoint, those are all called cloud data sources. Okay, so you have only these two types of data sources, and whenever your data source is an on-premises data source, then you need to use Power BI Gateway for it to for data to refresh in the reports on Power BI service. Power BI Gateway. Power BI Gateway is a tool required for connecting reports in Power BI service to the on premises data sources. Although it can also be used to connect to the cloud data sources, but if it is if your data source is a on premises data source, then you mandatorily need a gateway. Without the gateway, you cannot refresh the reports. Let me call it reports or semantic model, one and the same thing. So when it comes to refresh, we actually refresh the model, we refresh the data. Reports are linked to this data. Okay. For cloud data sources, you can choose whether you want to use the gateway or not. What is a gateway? Gateway is a software that can be downloaded and installed on any machine. Okay. And then it can be configured for the Power BI service account that you are using. Where do we find the gateway? So you can go to Power BI service, and in the Power BI service, you have the this section of downloads. Under this, you will get an option of data gateway. Data gateway or Power BI gateway, the same thing. Data gateway. If you go to click on data gateway, it will take you to a page where you can download Power BI gateway. Okay. Connect to on-premises data sources with Power BI gateway. Power BI gateway also comes in two types. You can have a standard mode of the gateway, or you can have a personal mode. Both of them are free, so you don't need to worry about which one to use. Both of them are free. Personal mode is usually used for your own personal work, just for your own use. But a standard mode can be used for multiple users. There can be multiple users who can use one gateway installed on your any of the machine. So for organizations, you always prefer standard mode, not the personal mode. And in general as well, there is no harm in using the standard mode. It's anyways free of cost. Okay. So what you can do here is simply you can go and download and install this gateway. Once it is installed, then you need to do some basic like within the installation, you need to just add some details, like it'll ask for the name of this gateway, what name you would want to give, you can give that. Then it will ask for whether you want to keep some recovery key for it, so later on if you need to recover the gateway which is lost, you can use those. And eventually it'll ask you to sign in this gateway, and where you need to put the same email ID with which you are signed in on Power BI service. That's all you need to do for this gateway to be visible in your account. Okay. So we are not going to do all of this download installation. You can do it at your end. It's very straightforward. I'll just show you how the gateway looks like. So here you can see I have this on-premises data gateway already there. It's quite an older version. You can have a newer version as well, download and installed. And I'm already signed in. I have signed in with my account, and I gave this gateway a name, Gateway 100. Just randomly, I gave Gateway 100, right? Now, if I go to Power BI Service now, and if I go to this settings, under settings, we have this manage connections and gateways. And if I have access to any gateway, or if I have added any gateway into my account, I will be able to see those under this section, manage connections and gateway. So if I go to manage connections and gateway, I will be able to see the under on-premises gateway, the gateway 100 that I have, right? gateway 100, the name of the gateway. I have added this. So it is visible in my account. So once you sign in with your Power BI service account, you will also be able to see it under this on-premises gateway tab. So how exactly this is working, let me show this to you with a pictorial depiction that, let's say this is your report on Power BI service. This is Power BI service. This is your machine. And here you have your Power BI service report. And I'll let me rather call the data model. Okay. Your Power BI data model. Inside this Power BI service data model, you will have, like, it remembers like which uh, connection it made, right? So it has that information in there that we connected to the O data type connection, and we added that data and we saved it connection. So it has that information, but it cannot no longer can connect to that source data on its own. So if my, let's say the source data is an O data connection or an O data feed, which is lying here, right? This is my on premise, although OData is actually not on premises, but assume any on premises, any kind of databases that you will work with, SQL, Oracle, MySQL, Access, all of those will all be on premises. Okay. So let's say your on premises data source is here. Now we cannot directly make connection. These two cannot directly talk. This cannot happen. Okay, this does not happen. This is directly, it is not possible. Okay, so what we need to do is here, if they cannot directly talk, then we need to make an intermediate layer of gateway. So we need to bring gateway into the picture. So we'll have a gateway here. This gateway will have feature to connect to Power BI service as well as connect to the data source. And then it works as a bridge to make this connection between these two services. Okay. So what we need to do first is this gateway. This gateway needs to be configured. This gateway needs to be installed. So gateway is installed. You have signed in on gateway with your Power BI service. So you can see this gateway here in your Power BI service. Inside this gateway, you need to insert connection to connect to the on-premises data source or data sources. If you have multiple data sources that you require to connect, you make multiple connection. So this is kind of a gate with which you can enter, you can go through. This is a gate which allows you to go through and connect to this. But let's say there are multiple on-premises data sources that you need to work in a single report. Let's say you are also using an Excel data, you are also using a, a SQL Server data, you are also using another data. So let's say you have multiple data sources. Okay. Now we have multiple data sources here. There is one data source. There is another data source over here. There are multiple on-premises data sources that you have. So for the multiple data sources, on-premises data sources that you have, you need to create multiple connections inside the gateway. So it's like one big door with which you can enter, but you need to open the correct door. There are multiple doors. You need to open the correct door to enter the correct, to make connection to the correct source. So make you can make one connection to connect to this data source. Okay. Similarly, you can make another connection which is connecting to another data, second data. You can make another connection to third data, right? So you can make separate connections. You have made all these different connections. Let's say this is your connection one, this is connection two, this is connection three, right? You have made these three connections, and in your in Power BI service already you're using a report which is already have connected to these data sources when you were working on Power BI desktop, because that's how you created the report. So what you need to do now is in this report in Power BI service, this report in Power BI service that you have, you need to connect, you need to just map these connections that are created inside the gateway. Just map your Power BI data source with these connections. This, sorry, the data model, just map it to these connections so that we can use this built-in connections, and through these connections we can go to this final data source. So this is like an intermediate connection that you have made to this end data source, and you can use this connection inside Power BI service through gateway. Okay, this is what we need to do. Now in our example, we are using OData connector, right? OData connection. If we go to the data model here, this is the data model. If we open the data model, right? If we go to the data model, and if we go to, let's say I open the setting of the data model. So if you go to these three dots, you get multiple option. One of the option is settings. If you go to the settings of this data model, you will be able to see what the what this connection that we have made inside this gateway. So we remember we connected to this URL. This was the connection that we made. Now this is a cloud connection. So here I don't, you can still use without the gateway, but let me show this to you how we can also manage this through gateway. Okay, so what you need to do, once again going back to the gateways, this is the gateway. Now you need to go to connections. So I already have these many different connections already created inside this gateway. I'm going to add one more connection to this OData file. So go to new. Now this is not an on-premises actually, so we can also use it for cloud. So I'm going to use it for the cloud. Okay, and I can give any connection name. Let's say this is North Wind Cloud Data. Let's say I give this name. What is the connection type? Connection type is an OData connection, right? OData. So you have connection type, all the list of connections over here. We can search OData, OData, and it'll ask for the URL, right? So we provide the URL for this. Let me find the URL. This is the URL. I can add it over here. Okay. And authentication, I can keep anonymous. I don't need to, because I did not, this is an open data. I don't need authentication for this. I can create without this. Okay, now this connection has been created. This connection is created. So what you need to do now is you can go to, once again on the data source. Let me create a duplicate here. This connection is created. we can see this connection, Northwind Cloud connection. This has been added here under our connections. Okay, and now I can leverage this connection for this data model. So I can go to my workspace, this data model, and in its settings, and where I have this gateway and cloud connection. This is my data source that is used in the data model, semantic model, and I have created a similar connection inside the gateway. So this mapping happens now here. I have mapped my data model with this connection I have created under the gateway. So this connection will route through the gateway and it will allow to connect to this data source. Okay, you can apply this. Okay, now the data would be ready to refresh. You can refresh the data. You can go to the data model now. Once again, we'll go to this data model and you see that the last time this was refreshed at this point. Refreshed means it was when I first uploaded it. It was at this time. I can now click on this refresh now button over here and it will use this connection and it will refresh and it will tell me the time when it got last refreshed. So it will once again make the connection and it will now show the time when it was last refreshed. If it had not refreshed, if some error has appeared, then it would give that some kind of an error symbol over here, but it did not give. Okay, so this is now refreshing. Okay, now here we can not only just refresh it once because we want to have an automated system. So the refresh should happen automatically. So I can also schedule the data refresh. Okay, so what we will do is we can once again go to the settings. You can go to refresh and under refresh you can schedule the refresh. So you don't need to manually click on the refresh button. You can schedule the refresh. So configure a refresh schedule. You can turn this on and you can choose what type of refresh frequency you want, whether you want data to refresh on a daily level or weekly level. You have these two options. If you want data to refresh on a daily level, you can also specify at what time that refresh should happen. So add a time. So you can have something like at a 6 a.m. I want my data to refresh. If you want data to refresh automatically another time, you can add another time. Let's say after at 9 a.m. I want the data once again to refresh. So you can add multiple times here at which the data automatically refresh in the backend. So you don't need to touch it ever. Now, depending on your type of license that you have on Power BI service, you get different refreshes that you get. So if you remember, we talked about these Power BI licenses. And in this, we talked about that with Pro license, you can get up to 8 data refreshes a day. So you can schedule 8 different times in a single day, your report should refresh. Okay, this is for each report. So if you have 10 reports, you can have all 10 reports refreshing at 8 different times. If you're having Power BI premium account, you can have up to 48 refreshes in a day. Okay, so this is how you can schedule refreshes on the data. Now, suppose this is a report that we created. Now, let's consider a scenario. This is a sales report that we are creating. And let's say that this company is working across the globe. This company is in these many countries, right? There are customers in the company's presence in these many countries, and they have customers who are actually businesses operating in these companies. So they may have some salespeople working in these countries who are directly engaging with the customers. Now, let's say I want to create a sales report and that sales report would report on the sales data for each country, right? For each country. And I want to create a report such that I don't want to disclose information about the sales of other country to the sales representative of an like other country. Okay, for example, if Argentina sales team want to look at the sales report, they only should be able to see their own country's report, not any other country. Similarly, for Austria team, they should be able to see only their. Okay, so how would I achieve this? So one way to do this is that I filter the data for one country and I publish the report for one country's sales, and I share that report for only those users who are part of that country's sales team. And I need to repeat that process again and again for all these countries. And I need to maintain separate sales reports for separate countries. This is going to be a time consuming exercise, and it could be difficult to maintain as well. Because if tomorrow I need to make any update on these reports, I need to make updates on all these countries. If there are 20 countries, I'm updating the report 20 times at different reports, right? So this is time consuming. This is not the best way to do this part. So to handle this situation where we want to give users access to the data that belongs to them, we can achieve this with a feature called row level security implementation. Okay, this feature is called row level security. Okay, row row level security. Okay, row level security, or commonly use the acronym RLS. Row level security. Row level security is a feature with which you can secure the access of rows and give permission to access data for each row based on user roles. Okay, what role that user has, who's going to access, they only see the data that belongs to them. Okay, so for row level security implementation, I need to do it in two steps. The step one is I need to understand what roles are and I need to define those roles. So implementation is done in two steps. First step is creating roles in the data model. We need to create roles in the data model. Okay, and then the second part is we need to assign users appropriate roles. Okay, first creating roles in the data model, then assign users appropriate roles. Whatever roles belong to them, you assign that. So creating roles in the data model needs to be done in Power BI desktop, because data modeling related updates you do it in desktop. So we'll open, let's say, this file, Power BI desktop. Here I can create a role. Now once again consider the same uh, example that we need to create country wise access of this report. So what I need to do here is that I first create a role. So you need to create country level filter. So you go to the modeling tab. Here in the modeling tab, you have this option of security. Under security, you have manage roles. Okay, manage roles. So I'm going to create role first of all, and for creating as well, you need to click on manage role. So go to manage role. Here, right now we don't have any role set up. So I'm going to create a new role. So I'll create a new role and I gave the name. Let's say I call this role name is Australia data. Australia data. This role name of the role is Australia data. And along with this role, I need to just filter my data model for only Australia data. So how I can do that? I can go to the customers tab where I have the customer country information. So I select customer, and in this table I add a filter. So I'll add a new filter, and filter would be that country, customer country equals Australia. Now this name should match exactly as how you have the value in the country column. Okay, if that matches, then this role should work. Let me create this role. So save. With this role will be created. Let me close it and just check whether this role works or not. So to just test whether the role works, you can go to view as, and right now we have added this Australia data role. If I just view my data as per this role, let's see how my report looks like. Okay, so this all goes blank. Now everything is going blank. Let me see. Did we make any change, any mistake here? Oh, sorry, we do not have Australia. We don't have Australia country. We have Argentina. I don't know why I wrote Australia. So let us change this role. Let me create Argentina. Okay, there is no Australia role. Okay, Argentina data. And for Argentina data, once again go to customer here instead of our Australia. I'll use Argentina and save. So it's always good to you to check whether the roles work or not. So now let's see this Argentina role, and it does seem to work, right? Everything is filtered only for Argentina. You see here the country, this is only Argentina. All the data is for Argentina. In the country selector, we only have Argentina. So with this role, the entire report is filtered only for Argentina country. Similarly, we can create more roles. We can create new role, we can create a role for USA data, right? Once again, same thing, add a filter, country is equal to USA. New role has been created. Similarly, you can keep on adding as many roles as you want. Now, let's say I want to see as a USA. So I see the data filtered for USA, right? Similarly, all you need to do is add those roles in your data model. Now, once these roles are added to my data model, I need to do the step number 2, which is assign users the respective roles. Okay. So what we can do in this case is, first we need to publish this report on Power BI service. So we go and save this report. First of all, this is a new report with row level security. And I'll publish this report. Okay, so this report is published. If we go to our workspace, this new report is published with row level security. Okay, now what I need to do is assign users role within this data model in Power BI service. In this data model, I need to assign users the respective roles. So for that, we go to the within the more options here, and we have option of security. Okay, security. Security would open the row level security in Power BI service, and it will display what all roles we have created in our data model. So these are all the roles we have in the data model. And all we need to do is for each of these roles, we can just add people who belong to this role. Okay. whoever in the organization, either one user or group email if you have, we just simply add those over here. Let's say I have in my organization we have David, a user. I add that, okay, and I add it under the Argentina data role. So add, now you see under Argentina data there is one user. Similarly for other users, other roles, you can keep on adding the roles, users that you need, and save it. Once these users are added in their respective roles, whenever they will open these reports on Power BI service, they will see only the data as per the role that we have created in the data model for them. Okay, so this is how row level security is implemented. Very powerful tool in Power BI service. Now, let's say we published a data model and we have published a report. And once again, consider a scenario that two people are working together and one person has created one version of the report. Let's say you are given a task to work on a report, and your team member is also given that task. Your team member has uploaded a report on Power BI service. You wanted to view the report and you saw that, okay, this report is not, maybe the design wise, it is not looking good. Maybe overall look and feel maybe can be changed. Overall matrix can be changed. So if you don't want to make any changes in the data model, you find the data model is fine. All I need to do is make the changes in the report I want to create new. So what you can do, as I told you earlier, that you can edit the existing report if you have edit permission, or you can build a new report directly on Power BI service from scratch using the existing semantic model. So here you can go to add new item, and in the add new item, you can add a new report. You can go and click on adding a new report. And in this report, we have these options to use the data model. I cannot create a report like Power BI desktop where I can connect to all the data sources. I cannot do that in Power BI service. In Power BI service, I can only use any published data model. So I'm going to use a published semantic model. Let's say I use the published semantic model, this one, which we published today, this one. Okay. And I saw that, okay, there is an auto create report option, and there is an option to start with a blank report, and also there is an auto create report option. So in Power BI service, it can just create report from scratch on its own too. Shall we explore this option, what it does? So if I click on auto create report, let's see what it does. Let me refresh the page. Okay, let me go to view report. Okay, here we go. So it created this report on its own. Let's see what it does, what it did. uh, Title over here, some file name of the data model name, net sales, sales per order, sales per customer, sum of net sales column, right? So it did something on its own. Now I need to see whether what it did does make logical sense or not. It gave me something to start with, right? Some design, something to start with. But if you see here, it gave me same information, right? These two columns, this gives you same information, not of much of help, right? Then here, this one and this one is also same chart. If you see, both are giving the same result. Then there are sales per order trend over time, sales per customer trend over time. Okay, some parts can be used, but some parts may need to be edited. So you can Just pick up from here, edit it, and then you can continue with it. One way of doing it, or you can build on your own a completely blank. That is all your choice. Okay. So you can also auto create report and then modify it. Okay. So I just wanted to show you this option of auto creation is also feasible. Also, in Power BI service, we can also create something called a dashboard. Okay. A dashboard. Now, what is a dashboard? How is it different from a report? In a generalized format or in a generalized, let's say, way, what are dashboards? Dashboards are basically a one page like visualization, which is meant to be created, which is meant to show only the important information, key information. It is not meant to show detailed information, detailed analysis. Dashboards are usually a very high level view of the data. That is what dashboards are. Dashboards are often rich in graphics, right? You use more of charts and dashboards. While in reports, you can also use charts, you can also use, but you use more detailed, you can have more granular data. This is in general what dashboard is. Now, in some other tools, you can create like it is like what you create in Power BI desktop that can also be called a dashboard, that you're creating a dashboard. So that terminology varies, like what you call a dashboard. In Power BI service specifically, there is a clear distinction between report and dashboard. Whatever that you make in Power BI's desktop, it will always be called a report. Whether you use one chart, whether you use 100 chart, whether you use it, all the graphs, whether you use all tables, whatever you do, whether you create one page, whether you create 100-page report, it will all be called a report. So we generate reports with Power BI desktop. While dashboards are a one-page view of the data, one single page view, and in the dashboard you can pick visuals from multiple reports and just put them together into a single screen. That's what dashboard is in Power BI service. Okay. Reports have their own data model. One report, one data model. Okay. Each report will have its own data model. While a dashboard, since you can pick the visuals from multiple reports, if there are 10 reports and you want to make, if you want to pick one visual from each of these 10 reports, you can create a dashboard showing 10 visuals, one visual coming from each report. Okay, so dashboards are quite powerful in that sense that you can simply show information coming from different reports from different data model in a one single view. But it has its own limitations as well. The limitations are that dashboards are non-interactive. You do not interact with dashboards. Okay. Secondly, of course, as I said, it can be only one page story. So you cannot have more than one page. Okay. So these are the limitations. Now, reports are used for detailed data analysis. Dashboards are used for just a summarized view of data. So you can create report for sales team, a sales related report with detailed data. You can create another report for the marketing team with their marketing data and marketing efficiency related information. You can create a report for the finance team related to the accounting and finance data and detailed information about that. You can have another report for your manufacturing or production or your operations, whatever. So you can have separate report, detailed reports for each of these different departments. Then you can maintain one dashboard which can be a very high level view of all of these data coming from your sales, marketing, admin, ops, finance, accounting, all of this data coming together. And you can show the most important information from all of these dashboard and show it in a dashboard. And then that can be one executive view or a CEO view or or a CMO, CEO level or some executive level view where they don't need to spend hours understanding the reports. They just need 5 minutes to understand or just take away what important is happening across these different departments. Okay, now enough of talking. Let me show you how dashboards are created. So here once again you create a new item and you create dashboard. Dashboard is a build a single page data story. So we'll create a new dashboard. Let me give the name of the dashboard. Let me call it executive summary. Let's say I give this name executive summary. Now this executive summary dashboard got created over here. This is what dashboard looks like. This just this gray screen. This is what your canvas of your dashboard is. This is a single page. There is no option to see multiple pages. It's not there. Okay. So what you need to do here is you cannot build any data model. You cannot build visuals directly over here. But what you need to do, you need to go to any of the existing reports. Let's say I go to this existing report. This is my existing report. From this report, whatever important visuals that I think I should show in my dashboard, just go on top of those. Let's say net sales. I want to show the overall net sales. So I go click on this and I see this option of pin visual. Just pin it, click on pin visual and it'll say that, okay, pin it to a dashboard. Let's say I want to pin it to executive summary. Just pin it over there. I want to also see what is my year to date sales. So click on year to date sales and pin this to. Then let's say I want to see what my total customers are, pin this to. And let's say I also want to know what is my sales per customer, and I'll pin this to. Now, I also want to see what is my net sales by category. So I can pin this visual too. And let's say I go to my top 10 customers by net sales, and I want to pin this visual too. Okay. So I have pinned these some of these visuals. Now let's see what happened to my dashboard. So here is my executive summary dashboard. Let me click and go there and see what happened. All these visuals that I pinned from different reports. Currently, I pinned it only from one report, but you can pin it from different reports and they will all appear over here. Okay. If you want to make the changes in how it looks, the UI, you can put something like this. You can just drag these tiles around. Let's say I want to keep it like this in this format. You can keep these tiles. You can keep it in some or the other. different formats, right? You can do all of that. So you can play around with this, how these would look like. Okay, so you can do that. Now, as I said, dashboards are non-interactive. So this is only for consuming. You cannot interact with it. If let's say I want to click, okay, what is this beverage sales? If I want to click and if I want to know what is exactly here, what does it do? What filters does it apply? If I click on any of these visuals, it will take me back to the report from which I pinned it. So it has taken me back to this report on this view where we pinned it from. So it says that if you want to do any kind of interaction, any kind of further drill down into the visuals, you better do it in the reports and not in the dashboards. Okay. So this is the difference between dashboards and reports. Let us also understand the connectivity modes in Power BI. Okay. Connectivity. What does connectivity mode mean? So we understood about the data source types. You can have on-premises data source or you can have a cloud data source. But to all these data sources, when we make the connection, there are two types of connectivity modes with which we can make the connection. Okay. So there is import mode. Okay. Import mode. And then the second is called direct query mode. These are the two connectivity modes that exist in Power BI. Now, what is import mode? What is direct query mode? Let us understand. So, import mode, as the name suggests, import, you're importing something. When we make a connection to the data source and when you load the data in Power BI, you have the step to load the data in Power BI desktop, right? When you click on load, then it loads the data in Power BI desktop. It imports the data. It means physically it is loading the data in Power BI. It is storing the data in Power BI in the file itself. Okay. Then you do rest of the operations on this loaded data in Power BI. You can do your data modeling, you can do your data visualizations, everything. Versus there is the second type of connectivity mode, which is direct query connectivity mode. In direct query connectivity mode, when you connect to the data, then it does not load the entire data, but it just establishes the connection between the source and your report. And whenever you create any visual, it connects to the data and it also uses some metadata about your source. So it will tell you what all fields you have in that connection, right? All that information you will have. Now, whenever you are going to use that field in the visualization, whenever you create any visual, at the time of creation of the visual, it will query the data source at that time and it will pull only that data which you are creating within the visual. So it's kind of only extracting the data when you are creating the visual. It is querying the data at the time of visual creation. Okay. Another difference with import and direct query mode is when you are using import mode, then you need to rely on the scheduled refreshes. So uh, you need to configure the data refreshes on the scheduled time at the data refreshes. But when you're using direct query mode, you don't need to schedule the data refresh. With the direct query mode, data continuously gets refreshed in every 10 to 15 minutes automatically. You don't need to schedule any data refresh. Okay. Now, so far, if you hear about this, it may sound to you that direct query is better, right? You are not loading the data directly in your Power BI file. You are only querying the data when you are creating visual. Data is also refreshing more frequently. You don't need to schedule the refresh. It does not have to follow that 8 time data refresh, 48 times data refresh. None of those foundations are there. So direct query is better. But direct query has its own limitations, has its own drawbacks. One of the drawback is that since the direct query creates query every time when any new visual is created or any new interaction is happening on the report, that means that it continuously hits your data source with a query, and that slows down the performance of your data source. So if you have a production database and someone is continuously writing some queries against that, then it degrades the performance of your server. It slows down your server. Okay. So you should not do that unless you require it. Okay. Second drawback is direct query is not supported for all the data connections. Direct query is supported for limited data connections and mainly on all the databases type connections. So when you connect to databases, there you will see the option of using direct query or import mode. Okay. So now let's see this with an example here. I have a SQL Server installed on my machine itself, and let me show you how that looks like. Okay, so we are going to access this with using the SQL Server Management Studio. Let me open that. Okay, SQL Server Management Studio. This is on my system, so my server is my laptop, and I will connect. Okay, so in this SQL Server, I have the databases, and let's say I have this one database, Adventure Walks. Okay, within this database, there are many tables, all of these tables, correct? So you have all of these tables. Let's say we go to this dim customer table. Okay, you have this customer dimension table, and let's say I just do a select 10,000 or 1,000 rows of it. So this is my data looks like, right, on this SQL Server. Now let's say if I want to connect to this data using Power BI, okay, so how can we do that? So let me open a new Power BI file here. Okay, so I'll use a new data here, and let's say I use this SQL Server database. This is what we are using, SQL Server database. Okay, so connect to SQL Server database. And here it will ask for the server name, database name, And if I need to write any query, I can write the SQL statement as well here. Okay. So if you see below the server and database, I have these options of connectivity mode too. So whether I want to use the import mode, which is the default, or direct query. In Excel file, when we are connecting to the data, it did not give us any option of connectivity mode. Whenever you don't get any option of connectivity mode, you can assume that we are using import. Okay, so whenever this option is not available, assume that we are using import. Okay, now let me connect to this data. So we have, this is the server name. Let me copy the server name. Database, let me also add the database name. This is the database name. Let me first of all use direct query. Okay, direct query mode. And let me use the same query that we are having here. So I'll not load the entire data. I will just write this top 10,000 rows. Control A, Control C. This query directly I will copy, paste over here. Same query, just top 1,000 rows and click OK. This is the preview of my data. We can go ahead and we can go to transform data. In Power Query, we will be able to see preview of the data as we can see for other any kind of data. So we can see the preview here. Okay, we can see the preview over here. Let's say I call it dim customer direct query. Let's say I give this name like this. Okay, this all looks good. Let me just load this data as it is. So I close and apply. Now let me, if you see here, this is saying creating connection to the data model. It is saying creating connection. It did not say that loading the data. It did not load the data. When we have loaded the data from other systems, like in the previous exercise, here, when we loaded the data, we can go to report view, then we can go to the table view. In the table view, we can see the entire loaded data directly in Power BI Desktop with full all the rows. So you have this table view option. But when we use the direct query mode, you see there is no table view option. You just have the report view and then directly the model view. There is no table view. So you don't get, data is not downloaded. You just have the information about these columns over here. And with this, I can create some visuals. So let's say I create this visual, a table visual. And in this table visual, let's say I use the field customer key and customer first name and let's say customer alternate key. Okay, and let me not count customer key, but show the customer key as it is. This is the data I'm getting. Now what it did when it created this visual, it created a query and that query brought this data into the report. We have only this much data that we are bringing from the data source right now, not the entire tables. Okay, now let me make this slightly bigger values. Okay, we can see this data. Now let me add to this, let me connect to this data source once again, but this time we are going to use import mode. Okay, so we'll go to get data, SQL Server database. This is the database. This is the query. I will copy the query, and this is the server name. Normally, when you connect to any database, it also asks you for your authentication. Okay, it asks for your authentication like your username and password. You cannot just connect to any database just by server and database, right? That's not how it works. So I have connected to this database multiple times. So I think the credentials are in the memory of Power BI. That's why I did not ask for that. But whenever you do it any other database, it will give you that option to sign to give your username and password as well. Okay, so that also option comes, but right now it is not coming because the credentials are already saved for this database. Okay, now this time I'm going to use import mode. Okay, we go to import mode, connect, same kind of data we are seeing with the import mode. We can go to transform data. I'll just rename it to dim customer import. This is the import mode. Let me save this as well. Okay, with import mode, it loaded the data. Now you see here, you get the table view back again, which was not there earlier when we only had the direct query. Okay, so now not only the report and the model view, we also have table view. And in the table view, we can see the full data, the imported 10,000, 1,000 rows from the import data. Okay, this table view is only working for the import data connection. If we go to this table with direct query, it says that table cannot be shown because it is not an import mode. So still table view does not work for the direct query. Okay, it is only for the import mode. Okay, now we will once again create similar report, similar visual. Tell us to your question, how do we do cleanup in direct query? Because in direct query, you can see the preview of the data in Power Query, right? In Power Query, you can see the preview of the data, so you can do the data cleaning. In Transform tab, in Power Query, even for direct query, you can see the preview, so you can do the data cleaning here. Okay, yeah. We'll create the same report here, but this time we are going to use field from same table, but this time we are going to use the field from the import table. Okay, same customer key, customer first name, customer alternate key. Okay, so let me add a title to the table that this is import mode data, and this one is direct query mode. Okay, so we got this report. Now we'll see how the data refresh features varies between import mode and the direct query mode. So I will just save this report once, save this file, save. and let me publish this report. Publish. Okay, so it got published, and now remember that we are using a on-premises data source. Okay, on-premises data source over here. On-premises data source require gateways, and we need to insert connection in the gateway. We need to match that connection to our data model, semantic model for the data refresh to work, right? We still need to do that irrespective of whether we are using direct query or import, because you need to connect to the data source for it to refresh, right? So what I can do is I'll just quickly check whether I have that connection made inside the gateway or not. So in this connection, actually I must have created this connection earlier. You see here, I had created this connection, the same connection that I'm using right now. Okay. So instead of recreating it, let me just show this to you what this connection was about. What did I do? So I use the gateway here, my gateway 100. I gave this connection name, this connection ID, this is auto populated field, connection type, SQL server. Then it asks for further details like what is the server, is my laptop name. I once again gave it to that. Database, I gave that. It asks for the authentication here. So since it is on my machine, I simply give Windows authentication. Otherwise, I can give other type of authentications as well, like the basic authentication or uh, Auth 2.0 or service principal. These are different types of authentication methods. Okay, so I use Windows authentication method with my Windows username and password over here, and I created this connection here. So now this connection has been added here in this gateway. So I had to do this. And now let's see whether this connection SQL is mapped to my semantic model or not. So this one, sorry, not security, but settings, gateway and connection. Okay, so this is mapping to this connection. So I should not face any trouble in refreshing the data, right? This is the connection inside my data model, and this is the connection I already created inside the gateway. This mapping is already there. Okay. Now for data to refresh for import mode, I need to schedule the data refreshes, right? I need to schedule, so I need to create this schedule daily, one time, two times, like this. I need to do this, and I need to apply this scheduled refresh. Let's say I apply this. So this scheduled refresh would happen. Or also I can go ahead and do a one-time data refresh if I want. Let's say I refresh it now. It will try to connect to my database and will connect and it will refresh it over here. Okay, so it got refreshed. The latest timestamp is coming over here and it is refreshed without any errors. So this is all good. My data is all sorted. Now let's open this report and see how my data would appear here in the report. So here you see both direct query mode result and import mode result. They are both populating. Data is refreshed. We can see the updated data over here. But now let me make a change to this data. Okay, I will make some change to this data. in the data source and see whether how soon that change reflect in direct query versus import mode. Okay, so I have this um, data table over here. Let me go. This table I want to update the dim customer table. So what I'll do is I'll update this one of the value over here. Let's say this customer alternate key. I'll update this value to some other value. Okay, so I'll just write an update command and it will update this table. So I'll create a new query to update this data. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to update dim customer table. Okay, and what I want to do in update, I want to replace the alternate or customer alternate update dim customer. No, I want to do a replace dim customer. Not this. Sorry, I was writing. Perhaps I need to use set and replace. Let me do that. So update dim customer and I'll do the, I want to update the one of the field. So I'll use the command set. I need to use set customer alternate key. And then I put this formula called replace customer alternate key. Okay, so what I want to replace, so the expression to be searched. So what I want to search here that I need to find. So what I want to replace customer. Yeah, perhaps I need to use the uppercase customer alternate key. So what I want to replace this value, this one. So I'll just copy this. I want to replace this with, let's say I put just three A's at the end, just as a new name. That's all. So, okay. So I will just make this one change and replace. I just want to run this command. I want to replace this value with this and execute. Okay, and this is a text field. I will put quotes and then execute. Okay, this got executed. So update dim customer, set customer alternate key, and I want to replace this value with this replace value. Right? This is kind of replace values function that we have in Power Query. Similar to that, we have done it here. Now, if I rerun this query, top 1000 rows, let me rerun this query. And now you see that replaced value is appearing over here, right? Customer alternate key with three additional A's we can see at the end. Now my data source is updated. Okay, my data source is updated. This table is updated. Now let's go to Power BI service and see how soon does it take for Power Query to update this. So usually it would update within 5 minutes or so, 5 to 10 minutes, and it takes some time because there is some cache memory of your browser that holds the previous value. But if you want it to be seen what changes we have done, you can simply refresh your window, this page. So I'll just refresh this page, reload this page, and now you can already see that direct query mode has updated the data, while import mode is still waiting for that scheduled refresh to happen. At that scheduled refresh, it will update this value. Okay, so this is already done. This will wait till the scheduled refresh. Okay, so this is the difference between how direct query works and import mode works. Okay, in terms of data refresh. Now quickly, just to summarize this very quickly, this you should know, this is important for you to know what is the difference between import and direct query methods. So this is import is it loads all the data in the data model. It only stores the connection and only loads the data that is visualized. Okay. Direct import is with import, this is default connectivity mode, works with all connections. This is it works with only limited data connections. Okay. All databases are covered in this. Okay. Since now with import mode, data refreshes as per scheduled refresh or on demand refresh. On demand means you click on the refresh button, whereas here data refreshes every 5 to 10 minutes. No scheduling is required. Okay. Import mode. With import mode, since all the data is loaded here in the data file itself, when you are working with very huge volume of data, lot of data, then import mode, with import mode, you can see the performance issues. Okay. Performance degrades when using very high data volume. Here in direct query, performance of the data source server degrades when many interactions are performed on the report. So because with each interaction, it is creating queries, so it does it. Now, oftentimes it is seen that with direct query you see these performance issues, and also some functionalities, some DAX functions are also not supported for direct queries. So that Microsoft recommends that you always use import mode, because it supports all features and more robust in general. So it all the features are supported. You can work faster as well because all the data is in your native environment. So even report development, everything is much faster with the import mode rather than the direct query. Okay. So only use direct query when it is necessary. Otherwise, don't use it. Okay. So this is the difference between direct mode, direct query, and import mode. I hope this is clear to you.
Congratulations, guys! You have learned essential skills in Power BI, from data transformations to visualization and reporting. With practice, you will continue to build on your knowledge and become pro in Power BI. Also, guys, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the notification bell icon so that you don't miss out any update from our end. Thank you guys for watching this video.